At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Forum boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
Welcome to India Global Forum. My name is Edie Lush, and I'm delighted to be your host here today. Also really pleased to be joined by Manoj Ladwa, the founder of India Global Forum. Welcome.
No, welcome to you, and welcome to everybody here and those that are watching online as well. It's lovely to have a physical event or a hybrid event back again, so it's great to be here.
Exactly, quantum leap. Now that's the phrase that Prime Minister Modi used when he described the 2030 roadmap laid out by himself and Boris Johnson less than 5 months ago. Tell me about this phrase, quantum leap.
Well, you know, those that have been working in the UK-India corridor for years have been, the relationship has been described as a relationship of potential for all of these years. I think now is the real time where we can move from potential to real action, and that's where I think Prime Minister Modi has used this phrase quantum leap to set the ambition of where he sees this relationship to go.
So the roadmap covers cooperation between India and the UK, health, climate change, space, defense, science and technology, and hope is also rising for a free trade agreement. So why is this such a critical moment in the UK and India relations?
Well, the world has gone through such a tough time over the last couple of years. There are countless issues that democracies in particular around the world are looking to tackle. And so when the two great democracies of this world, India and the UK, come together, I can sense that there could be something really, really special. And it's a moment where we all can anticipate that we've done so much together in terms of the vaccines and other work over the last couple of years. Now, this is a time where our people can come together, our businesses can come together, our academic institutions together, and that's what India Global Forum is about, to bring people together for action.
Thank you so much, Manoj. We'll get you back on stage a little bit later today. We'll let you go rest your feet for a moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to move straight into our first session, launching a quantum leap, making the UK-India relationship a force for global good. The 2030 roadmap for UK-India future relations commits both countries to a partnership delivering for both countries. Re-energized trade, investment and technological collaboration, improving the lives of our people. Enhanced defense and security, leadership in climate, clean energy and health. So to discuss this, I'm very pleased to welcome to our virtual stage Harshvardhan Singla and the Permanent Undersecretary at the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Sir Philip Barton. Foreign Secretary, let me start with you first, please. India seems to have weathered the second terrible wave of COVID, and I see that you've hit major milestones. 1 billion vaccinated, just over 50% of the population receiving a dose of the vaccine. Can you first of all give us a sense of where you believe India is now in the fight against COVID?
Well, thank you, Edie, if I may call you that, and it's to be on the India Global Forum show. You are right in saying that we had devastating second wave COVID pandemic around April of May. If in terms of the case load were about 100 in the first wave, we surpassing, and obviously that did put in on our resources, health infrastructure. Most important is that we fought back. There was a whole of government approach in handling and dealing with. The Prime Minister himself led this entire effort. We were able to ramp up production in medicine, remdesivir, everything else that was needed. But we did very much appreciate the support and solidarity we received from the international community, in particular the UK. I do recall that the first consignment of concentrators and cylinders came from the UK, and we are very grateful for that important level of confidence and support that it gave us at that critical time. But since then, we have, as I mentioned, done everything possible to insulate us from future impact of the COVID pandemic, including enhancing production, decentralizing the areas of production of oxygen, making our hospitals far more self-sufficient, and most important of all, and as you mentioned, we have excellent vaccination program. Today is a landmark. We have surpassed 1 billion doses that we have administered to citizens. That means that over 75% or Indian adults who are eligible for the vaccine have received their first year, where each and every Indian doses will be fully vaccinated. And that, I think, is the greatest insulation we have against the pandemic. Already announced that we would be open to export vaccines. We would be back as a reliable partner in the global supply chains and the health infrastructure. And we are in a good position to work with our partners in providing health security on a regional basis.
Thank you. Let me stay with you for a moment, Foreign Secretary, before I bring in Sir Philip Barton. We've all watched the situation in Afghanistan with great concern. Could you say a little more about how you see the situation there?
I'm sorry, Edie, I missed the beginning of what you said because the sound wasn't working. Could you repeat what you said?
Sorry, I was actually going to address one more question to the Foreign Secretary, and then I was going to bring you in. But I'd love you to respond to this as well. We've all watched the situation in Afghanistan with great concern, and I'd love to hear first from the Foreign Secretary and then from you, Sir Philip, about how you see the situation there now. Foreign Secretary.
Afghanistan, of course, is very high on our minds as we evaluate, the regional and global situation. Our approach towards Afghanistan has been outlined in UN Security Council Resolution 2593, which is the seminal, I would say, position that the international community has put across in our approach to that country and our, advice to the ruling dispensation there, which is essentially strive for an inclusive, negotiated political settlement, human rights of women, children, and minorities, humanitarian access, and territory not to be used for terrorism to the detriment of any other country. And I think that is something that continues to guide us. We continue and monitor the situation carefully, consult with our partners both in the region and beyond, and the UK is one of those partners that we continuously consulted in a time when this situation was turning, in a manner that could be of concern. But as I said, I mean, the important thing is to make sure that we are trying to, get satisfaction in some of the areas that we have highlighted, mainly humanitarian access, evacuation of our nationals from Afghanistan. These are important priorities for us, and we will continue to work with all concerned to secure these objectives.
Sir Philip, can I bring you in here to get your view on the situation in Afghanistan now?
Thank you very much, Edie, and thank you to you and Manoj for inviting me to join this session this morning along with my opposite number, Foreign Secretary Shringler. I mean, I very much echo what he said about the situation in Afghanistan. We've worked both multilaterally in the United Nations, including kind of in partnership with India, but also bilaterally to do our level best to ensure that the things that matter to both our countries aren't. So, as the Foreign Secretary said, safe passage out of Afghanistan for our nationals who want to come out to a place of securing humanitarian access, the people of Afghanistan can get the humanitarian support that they need, making sure that the country doesn't return to being used for terrorism against others, both in the region but more generally, and also, holding the Taliban to account, and will by their actions rather than their words, in particular in relation to kind of human rights, have concerns around the positions of women and girls, and also some of the minority communities in Afghanistan. This is clearly an area where we work very closely with India, as I say, both but also in multilateral organisations like the United Nations.
You mentioned the word partnership, and we heard from Prime Minister Modi, as well as Boris Johnson, that they expect to see a quantum leap in relations between our two countries. And there's an agreed 2030 roadmap now. So, Foreign Secretary, let's start with you. Which areas specifically do you see an immediate opportunity to take this leap forward?
When two prime ministers feel that the time is right to take the relationship exponentially forward. I mean, it's called transformational. You use the word quantum, and I think all of those are very relevant when we're looking at what is on the table today. And you've already highlighted some of the main areas that we expect to move forward on. We've got a strong agenda 2030 on the table. We are looking at areas that would significantly enhance the partnership through what we call an enhanced trade partnership. We are negotiating a free trade agreement as things stand. We are also looking at whether we could actually start working on a limited trade agreement by the end of the year, so that we have something to work on straight away. Looking at the financial sector, where we are looking at working on sustainable financing and financial markets cooperation. We're looking at aspects that enhance people to people ties. We have the migration mobility partnership that we signed earlier this year when the summit was held between our two prime ministers. This provides for a new youth exchange program. The UK and India have agreed for the first time that would benefit young professionals in both our countries. We are looking at having our first consular dialogue for closer cooperation on consular matters that involve again, people on both ends. Our security and cooperation is high on the agenda. In a short while, we'll have UK's carrier strike group docking in Mumbai. We have the visit of Foreign Secretary Elizabeth Truss, which is planned to coincide with this event. We have obviously looking at maritime security, defense, industrial collaborations, and cyber security, some of the main elements of that security and defense cooperation. In the health partnership is very important. We already have a demonstrated deliverable in the partnership between collaboration between AstraZeneca and the Serum Institute of India to make and manufacture vaccines which are used in India and all over the world. We have also seen that the pandemic has called for closer collaboration between countries to tackle future health crises and strengthen health systems. We're going to work on that. We are looking specifically also in cooperating on areas like AMR, digital health, medical supply chains, alternative health, as well as training and mobility of health professionals. And when we come to science and technology, I think India and UK are far ahead in terms of the cooperation that we're doing. We have the Global Innovation Partnership that is being developed, where we would take best practices together from India into Africa and other developing countries of the world. We are looking at trilateral development cooperation frameworks that leverage private sector and Indian innovation ecosystem. So some of these are the areas that the roadmap envisages, where we are working very closely. I've had 2 meetings in London with my counterpart and friend, Philip Barton, and we are looking forward to his visit to India in a short while, where we can examine how we can really go into the details of what is happening and see how we can continue to add momentum already being done at the working level.
Thank you so much. So, Sir Philip, whenever we look at relationships, there's always areas where there could be improvement. I wonder if you think what you would say some of those areas that could be improved in UK-India relations would be.
Thanks very much, Edie. Now, when I've worked on UK-India relations through much of my career, and I was posted in New Delhi in the 90s. And we've, if we're honest with ourselves, we've talked in the past about a strategic relationship, and we've used those words, but actually this feels different in a good way. And I think Prime Minister Modi's sentence really encapsulates what we're about. And Foreign Secretary Shingler set out a lot of the areas we can work on. And the good thing is, I echo all of them. They're absolutely the same as I would have said in response to your opening question. I think one of the reasons, though, we have a real moment of opportunity is the UK's place in the world now. We've left the European Union. That means that we're in charge of our international trade and commercial policy, which is to do what both countries want to do, negotiate a very ambitious new trade agreement. It means we've been able to change the way we approach migration to this country and take a more even-handed approach around the role, rather than giving privileged access to people from Europe. And again, that opens up more space for us to do things in the migration side. And then thirdly, for us here in the UK, we had a fundamental look earlier this year at our international policies that Boris Johnson as Prime Minister wanted his government to follow. And we've made a strategic choice to focus much more on India. And also India for itself, as it were, bilaterally, but also India as part of the Indo-Pacific region. And so many of the areas that the Foreign Secretary outlined, for example, on the security side, again, there's a lot now that we can do together. There's a lot more resource the UK is bringing. You've got a very visible example of that through the visit of the Carrier Strike Group and the aircraft carrier, which my new boss, Elizabeth Truss, will be joining very shortly, but also the other areas, the cyber and so on, maritime security. I think those are the ones where I think things are different in a very positive way, and do, if in a sense, lie behind the quantum leap, the leap phrase. And the task now is for people like the Foreign Secretary and I to make sure we make a reality of this and do our work as good bureaucrats and diplomats to make the most of the opportunity, which is genuinely there and genuinely.
Foreign Secretary, let's spend a moment talking about COP26 in Glasgow, just days away, and I believe that we'll be seeing Prime Minister Modi there. What are the messages and commitments that India and the UK will be wanting to convey? What were the messages that India will be wanting to convey, Foreign Secretary, at this most critical gathering of world leaders?
Well, let me start by saying that the issue of climate change has been very important for India, and not because we are going in for a major conference like COP26, but because we believe that it is important to ensure cleaner air, cleaner water, better future for our future generations, and it is incumbent on us to take the steps necessary to do that. That's Prime Minister Modi's philosophy when it comes to climate change. And India has really done, I think, more than many other countries in meeting that objective. I think one of the areas that we have really worked very carefully on is renewable energy. We have our annual renewable energy today is exceeding that of coal-based thermal power. Actually, since 2017, we've had more renewable energy in the energy mix in India than a normal fossil fuel energy. In the last 6 years, we have installed more renewable energy capacity. We have increased our renewable energy capacity by 2.5 times, and solar energy in that component is increased by 13 times. So we have really moved on an area which is important in terms of climate change mitigation and adaptation, which is basically renewable energy. We have announced a hydrogen energy mission, which will generate energy from green sources. We have identified green ports, green shipping corridors. We are perhaps the only G20 country as of now to have fulfilled our NDC commitments and outperformed them. We have reduced energy emissions intensity by 21% over 2005 levels. And we will meet our goal of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy before our target of 2022. And we have ourselves set an ambitious target of 450 gigawatts by 2030, which is a sizable, you can say, ambition by any standards. Our Prime Minister has said that Centennial India will not only meet its targets, but exceed expectations of the world. So in that sense, we are committed as we go into COP26, and we are doing very close partnership with the UK. Our Prime Minister has spoken to Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We are going to participate in a number of the important sessions that have been earmarked for COP26, and we intend to go in with a strong message. We intend to go in with a full commitment in terms of our own, let's say, approach to the issue of climate change in general, and I would say contributions to global, I would say, fulfillment of the climate change agenda in particular. So this is important, but of course, we are also going to outline that in order to meet these ambitious targets that we will be looking at COP26, we will need, and developing countries will need, access to climate financing, green technology. These are very important areas if you need us to reach those targets. We're talking about trillions of dollars of financing, and we need more than commitments. We need promises in terms of climate financing, and these are things that COP26 will need to look at very, very carefully. There should be new, additional, predictable, and consistent, financing outlined during that conference. And of course, I think we need to also look at areas like sustainable consumption, lifestyle changes to be able to meet our ambitious climate goals. It's not enough just to say you reduce emissions. We also have to see whether our lifestyles itself can be sustainable in a manner that is consistent with our overall requirement to address the issue of climate change.
Thank you. Sir Philip Barton, I'll let you have the last word. A lot of discussion about climate finance. Climate is part of the agreement, the roadmap between the UK and India. We also have a lot of expectation rising around a potential free trade agreement. Can you tell us any idea about timescales? How optimistic should we be?
So I think you should be very optimistic, and I think both sides are doing their homework, as it were, and I'm sure it will be a topic that the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss takes up when doing her visit. So the new International Trade Secretary Marie those conversations, but we hope all negotiations going very soon to conclude them quickly. And I was briefly High Commissioner in India last year before taking up this job, and at that point, we were just starting this conversation, and it really has accelerated and is taking off. So I think we should expect a lot, and we should be excited and ambitious. And in a sense, this is a big part of the quantum leap that Prime Minister Modi was talking about.
I'd like to thank both of you for spending some time here with us at India Global Forum. Foreign Secretary Harsh Vardhan Shringla, and also Sir Philip Barton from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Permanent Undersecretary. Thank you very much for joining us today, and hope to see you in person at some point. We'll move on now to our next session. Really interesting there to hear about the roadmap and the fulfillment of that, moving towards a free trade agreement, and also a lot of cooperation on defense, climate finance, and moving towards COP26. And I'm delighted that we ended on trade because we have another repeat guest and special friend of India Global Forum. Thank you so much, Tim Jones, for coming along, Executive Director of Tata Group. So fascinating to hear about the optimism towards this free trade agreement. And you've been working on a report with Oxford Analytica about the opportunities for increased trade coming out today. Tell me, first of all, what that report shows.
That report shows that there's a great opportunity here. And the reason we've done it is to signal our intent as a group that, we're kind of big in India and we're big in the UK. So naturally, we want there to be ever more trade between the two countries. So this is our contribution to the debate, and we've chosen the arcana of econometric modelling. But that's just where we chose to make a contribution. But really what we're saying is there's a huge goal to go for here. There's a big win to be had. And I have never seen the mood music sound so good. And I think what Sir Philip just said about the ability of the UK now to be able to bilaterally engage in a free trade agreement with India is an exciting time for us.
So it's interesting that the countries now account for around 1 to 2% of each other's imports across goods and services, so not that much. What is the potential for the increase?
I think it's huge. And so we have a large business called Tata Consultancy Services, which is global digital and information services business. But we're building a 5G stack in India, and we're not alone. This isn't just a Tata story. Reliance is building a 5G stack in India, and we're building a very exciting electronics capability and defense capability, sectors India wasn't really known for in the past. And so India is going to become a really important counterparty because we in the UK are very advanced in these areas too. And so this is a trade agreement that is looking, I hope, to the future and seeing these nascent, powerful industries growing up in India that can partner with well-established industries here in the UK to do great things.
So the opportunity for computer services just alone is on what kind of magnitude of growth?
Well, the quantification in the document talks about 1 to 2 billion, so it's significant.
Pretty significant.
It is pretty significant, but, you know, I'm thinking that the real opportunity is probably significantly larger than that. And so I think when you understand that India is now, with China, the top mega demographic dealing with digitization. So with 1.4 billion people, India is tackling things that are the hardest to tackle because of scale. And it has a fantastic IT sector that's tackling them. We have a lot of intellectual property and creativity to bring to the party. The diaspora joins us together in a really exciting way. And so I think that, you know, we can move closer together, and the digital stuff means that the geographical distance becomes less and less important.
It's really interesting. The report shows that the large diaspora population actually helps boost exports in advanced economies. I think that's fascinating.
It is, and a little vignette. I mean, I'm not sure that we would have bought Jaguar Land Rover had not Mr. Tata driven around with Kumar Bhattacharya in Kumar's Mini around Coventry and got to know each other. It's a classic example of the diaspora in action that led to one of our most exciting and successful acquisitions here.
Thank you. So you've also written about digital trade. So I wonder how much digital trade actually takes place.
So digital trade is fascinating. It's actually quite difficult to define because it's an emergent area. But to give you an example, we are in India now creating a super app called Tata New, and it's being trialled with our staff. That's about 500,000 people, so it's a pretty big trial. And that is a classically digital initiative. Now, could there be some feed into that from the UK? Could aspects of it apply back to the UK? And that's a deeply digital thing. It's a sort of platform that covers many aspects of your life, information services, healthcare, payments, identity, all those sorts of things. So there are things happening in India that I think the UK can partner with as digital trade grows.
There's also a prevailing mood to reduce reliance on China. Can you say more about that and what the implications are?
So I think that what the pandemic has shown is that reliance on individual locked-in supply chains, while it might be very efficient when everything's going well, is less resilient. And so for me, I mean, we have a very successful joint venture in China with Jaguar Land Rover, and we're very proud of that. So for me, this is about India saying, hey, look, we now have the capacity to do a number of things, and it's shone a light on India's capabilities. So India can now say, hey, we can do this, we can do that, and we can be part of a more resilient supply chain alongside China.
Fascinating. I highly recommend everyone take a look at the new Tata report. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much, Tim, for joining us here today. We'll be right back. So welcome back. We are now moving into our next session. Another expert who knows an enormous amount about the future of the UK-India relationships, Lord Karen Bill Moria. Thanks so much for coming along.
Thank you, Edie.
president of the Confederation of British Industry, and he's here to talk about trade and investment, the road removing barriers and implementing ambition in the 2030 roadmap. So we've just heard from the Foreign Secretary, we've heard from Sir Philip Barton as well. I wonder if you could give me any reflections, first of all, on what you heard from there and the optimism that was expressed.
Absolutely. I'll start off with Manoj Ladwa and the India Global Forum. Congratulations on holding this event at a very crucial time just before COP26 in Glasgow. And Manoj spoke about the quantum leap, and this is a watershed year. I've always said this year, 2021, is a watershed year for the Indo-British partnership. Huge, huge potential. The enhanced trade partnership, that's already been announced, to double trade to £50 billion in this decade. Starting negotiations for a free trade agreement, which is fantastic. Harshvardhan Singla, the Foreign Secretary, he spoke about security. And if you link that into Philip Barton, what Sir Philip said about the Indo-Pacific. And we have just released our integrated review. For the first time ever as a country, we've put out a plan of our security, our diplomacy, our development plans looking forward. And we're deliberately saying in there's a tilt to the Indo-Pacific. Please note, no longer Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific, because that's how important we see India as a partner. And what a very important point that both of them made, and we're so lucky to have two such impressive individuals in that position at this particular time in history, is the link between trade and security. The closer you are, the closer partners you are in trade, the closer partners you are in security, the stronger the relationship is in every way. And on top of that, we've got Tim Jones has just mentioned that his report has highlighted the phenomenal advantage of the diaspora. The 1.5 million Indians, like me over here, who are a living bridge with India. We are permanent ambassadors for India. We're passionate about India. I mean, you can leave India, but India never leaves you. And so that is so powerful that we have that on which to build this relationship as well. And then if I may make one comparison, at the CBI, we've been very involved in helping with trade deals. So we helped roll over the more than 66 bilateral agreements that we had with the European Union, with other countries. They're now bilateral agreements the UK has, with countries like Canada, for example. We did that all by the 31st of December. It was amazing. People said it wouldn't happen. Hats off to Liz Truss, who's now Foreign Secretary, who was Secretary of State for International Trade. We then also, side by side, started working on our new agreements. And the one that I personally helped out with in the CBI was the Australian agreement. Do you know that Australian-UK free trade agreement was negotiated in 365 days precisely? It is the most comprehensive, modern trade agreement in the world. It covers goods, it covers services, it covers movement of people, it covers innovation, it covers digital, it covers SMEs. That's the template of a modern trade agreement. And that's how quickly you can do it. And now we've just heard the good news, which we've also been helping out with, the New Zealand trade deal, which was hot on the heels of the Australian, is now going to be signed very soon as well. So that's the standard that's been set. With India, it's a much bigger deal to be done.
Tell me about that. Tell me about how much more complex the deal with India is.
So the India deal, there's no question about it, is we've got this template, but it's a much bigger deal. Now, in absolute terms, most people don't realize this, and this shows that you asked the question to Tim about potential. Do you know that India's trade with the UK is about £24 billion in goods and services bilaterally? Do you know what it is for Australia? £22 billion. Look at the size of Australia, look at the size of India. We should be doing multiple times more. Our trade with China is £100 billion. Our trade with the CPTPP, when we join it, that's £110 billion of trade over there. So we have the potential to ramp up. I mean, the whole of the Commonwealth, over 50 countries put together, including India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, makes up less than 10% of the UK's trade. Just imagine the potential we have looking forward. So we've got to, with this free trade agreement with India, negotiators have already been appointed, negotiations are starting. Let's do it at pace. Let's remove all the barriers. The duties, there are duties that are at the moment far too high.
Give me an example.
Scotch whisky of 150%. Automobiles, the average duties that Indian companies pay going into, UK companies pay going into India is about 13%. It's way higher than the duties we charge for imports into the UK. The Australia deal, New Zealand deals, they're basically duty-free deals. That's the ultimate aim, is to get to duty-free deals. Then you have absolute free trade of goods, services, the mobility of professionals. Over here in the UK, it is wrong that we charge Indian visitors, tourists and business, 4 times for a 2-year multiple entry visa than we do to China, for example. So why can't we have the same rate that we charge the Chinese, which would be a quarter of the cost? That'll encourage travel so much more with a country that is a great partner of ours. So there's lots more we can do straight away. Don't have to wait for the free trade deal. The other thing we're saying is we should have, along the way, announcements. We can have duty being reduced along the way. We can have announcements like the reduction of visa fees. That can happen today. So we're encouraging these reforms to take place. And similarly, in India, great news, universities opening up. Harsh spoke about hydrogen strategy. I'm Chancellor of the University of Birmingham. Our railway department partners with India's railway ministry and with India's railway university. Our railway department is on the highest rate in the world. We have developed a hydrogen-powered train that is going to be running on COP26. And I hope Prime Minister Modi rides on that train to see a hydrogen-powered train in action. And it's a priority for India. It's a priority for the UK. That's how we can work together collaboratively on solar, on hydrogen, on wind power.
Fantastic energy. Thank you so much, Lord Bilmorio. Stay with us. We're going to bring in a few more people for this discussion. Tim Nunes, the CEO of Midas, which is Manchester's inward investment agency, is joining us on our virtual stage and with us here in person. Very pleased to have Eileen Keynes, Head of International Public Policy at Diageo, and Dheeraj Nair, the Chief Economist at Vedanta, also an author and journalist. So, since you mentioned Scotch whiskey, it's only 9:44 in the morning, but just as an example of the gains that could be made, Eileen, just give me an example about if we tackled that one, what changes might we see in terms of overall trade?
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity and lovely to hear Lord Bilmorio mention it this morning as well. I think if I give you an example about Diageo, so our business, India is the second largest market for our business, but the largest market for Scotch in the whole world. But if you think about what that means, actually only 1% of that is exported Scotch. So there's a huge opportunity there to grow those exports to India. The majority of what we do is send Scotch whisky in bulk to India, and therefore it's either bottled in India and sold as Scotch, or it becomes a part of Indian whisky and sold. So there's an opportunity there to grow jobs and investment in India as well. It was good hearing Tata speak this morning as well about the research they've done. We actually commissioned some research about a year or so ago from Oxford Economics, and the opportunities are huge to increase exports of Scotch for about over £1 billion over the next 4 years. If we can reduce the basic customs duty, it's 150% basic customs duty on exported Scotch and spirits. But in India as well, we're talking that would increase state excise revenues by about £3 billion per annum. So that's a huge opportunity in India as well to grow jobs, investment, and in the kind of post-pandemic recovery that's critical for success as well.
Dheeraj, let's talk about mining. Vedanta is a mining company. Can you speak about how much trade currently happens in mining and minerals in the UK, India trade, and how much room does this sector have to grow?
So it's very small. I think, if you look at the data from last year, the UK imported minerals and metals worth about $170 billion, and out of which India's share is a mere 1.5, so it's less than 1%. And it's the same the other way around. India imports more than $200 billion worth of metals, minerals, and oil, and we got about 1.8 billion from the UK. So both ways, it's extremely small. The potential is, of course, huge. I think the one thing with climate change and the energy transition, which people often miss, is how mineral intensive it's going to be. Because electric vehicles or the infrastructure is much more mineral intensive, 6 to 9 times. So this market is going to grow hugely, both in the UK and in India. And I think, again, especially for India, it's a matter of getting your domestic policy act together so that you can produce more, explore more. India is extremely rich geologically, similar to Australia and South Africa, in fact. whereas those countries, mining and minerals, metals contribute about 8 to 10% of GDP. In India, it's only about 1 or 2%. So the potential is that much more. We can go up to 8 times of what we're doing right now and export zinc, lead, steel, and copper to the UK. And similarly, import oil and gas and so on. So I think the potential is huge. And the good thing about free trade agreements is that apart from reducing barriers, they also put pressure on governments to reform their domestic policies. And I think that's one thing I'm very much looking forward to in this context, because we opted out of RCEP, India, for various reasons. But I think if we do need to engage with the world and do need to sign up to FTAs for the gains that will come from trade, but also in terms of the domestic policy reform, which will benefit not only trade, but also the domestic players and entrepreneurs in India.
So, Tim, let's bring you in. What does Manchester specifically have to gain from the opening up the roadmap between UK and India?
Thank you, and apologies I can't be there in person first of all.
Oh, you've frozen for a moment. Nothing like a hybrid conference to challenge us. Have we got you, Tim?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Carry on. Tell us what Manchester has to gain.
Great. Well, I think, Manu, similar to many of the other regional cities in the UK, whether it be the Scottish cities that we mentioned before, obviously big producer of whiskey, or whether it be the likes of Billamoria mentioned before with the automotive industry, they have a chance to gain from these deals. As we know, I mean, as Lord Billamoria said in his initial preliminary speech, there's a huge living bridge, first of all, between the UK and India, and those bridges exist right in the UK. Those connections are very deep in cities like Birmingham, Manchester, Glasgow, etc. So building on that, the new system as well, where we highly skilled industry, potential to boost our sectors in particular, but also our universities as well. And I think one area that I don't think has been mentioned yet is the deepening of cooperation in educational services through the recognition of UK higher education qualifications in India, which I think would have significant benefits for a number of our top universities in the UK as well. At the moment, we have around 2,000 Indian students in Greater Manchester universities. And I know, again, across the country, similar sort of regional centres have the same. But we have 3 times as many Chinese students, for example, in Manchester. And therefore, I think there's a huge opportunity to increase that trade between our higher education institutions. But the other 2 points, I suppose, are around the lowering of trade barriers on the services industry, which is obviously vital. The UK being 71% service industry and India being 54%. And again, the regional cities are highly service orientated in many cases in the UK, as in India. And therefore, the way that we can increase the trade in services on the current pattern will continue to create, thousands, if not tens of thousands more jobs in both the UK and India. On the manufacturing side, and again, we've had obviously Tata on this morning. And Tata have huge manufacturing capabilities in the UK, both with Jaguar Land Rover in the Northwest and the Midlands, but also the likes of Brunner Mond, the chemicals company that will be producing hydrogen, and also the likes of Tetley Tea, some of our biggest brands, as long as JLR. And again, a reduction of tariffs and enhanced trading relations on manufacturing will also benefit certainly inward investment into the UK, but also we hope that investment of UK companies in India as well, which we can see growing deeply over the coming years.
Thank you. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Lord Billamoria, I wonder if you could give us an idea of what a free trade agreement or even a lessening of tariffs and duties might have in terms of this idea of leveling up in the UK and in India.
Yes, the free trade agreements are fantastic. And if you free up and enable goods, services, mobility of people, professionals, the magnitude and impact is huge. But you've also got to use the agreements. And the big job that we've got at the CBI now, with the Australia deal, the New Zealand deal once they're signed, is to actually make sure in both countries companies, businesses make the most of them. I also want to pick up on what Tim said, some very important points. Services. We are the UK, the second largest services exporter in the world. We're very good at services. We've got the best services across the board in the world. Now, just imagine how much more we could do in India. But at the moment, foreign lawyers, including British lawyers, some of the best in the world, can't practice in India. Now, if we open that up, the benefit to Indian business, it'll be huge. It's a win-win. So we need to open up education. I'm waiting for the new policy that will allow foreign universities to finally open up in India. The potential is huge. The University of Birmingham, we are now, as we speak, we've opened up a state-of-the-art, AI-enabled campus for 5,000 students in Dubai. I'm going to be going for the official opening during the Dubai Expo in early next year. We will be one of the first universities to be looking to opening up in India, one of the top 100 universities in the world, and there'll be others like us. That's going to be a huge benefit. The collaboration of joint research and development and innovation. Britain is brilliant at it. We underinvest. We're only 1.7% of GDP compared with America or Germany at 2.8%. And we've got a target to increase our investment in R&D and innovation. Cross-border collaboration between universities and companies in R&D and innovation, the multiple factor, 3 to 4 times more powerful than if you do it in your own country. And India is the perfect partner to do R&D innovation collaboration. So all that potential is right there, staring us in the face. We've just got to grab it with both hands, and both countries run with it to both our advantages.
So an enormous amount of opportunities. Tell us, Eileen, can you widen out just from drinks and talk more about the trends within the food and drink space and how there might be this potential for this collaboration that keeps coming up?
Yeah, I just listened to Lord Billimore there as well. It's really interesting when I think of some of the unintended consequences or the things that people don't instinctively think about when they think about trade agreements. We quite often talk at Diageo about every bottle of Johnnie Walker that we sell is an advert for Scotland, it's an advert for Scotch. And actually, pre-pandemic, about 1 in 5 visitors to Scotland came and they visited a distillery and they learned all about our beautiful national drink. And so one of the great opportunities with this is actually to be able to go out and talk to people about how that investment in tourism and trade can really impact back home in Scotland as well. So I think, recently we've invested about £185 million in tourism in Scotland, and, that wouldn't be possible without the international trade that we do. If I think about some of the trends, what you asked me about in India, we've seen a huge, so with this sort of emerging, rising middle class, we've seen a huge interest in Scotch, but also in sort of premiumisation, so looking at other sort of Indian-made whiskies that have perhaps got higher Scotch content in them. So we've seen a huge interest in experimentation and consumer choice, so really interested in what and how we can help Indian consumers with that as well. I think, liberalising tariffs and Scots will enable consumers in India to enjoy a greater choice of brands and greater opportunities and to enjoy more premium products as well.
So let's come down to earth with a bump, Diraj. Tell me what the hurdles are going to be in getting to this next level of freeing up tariffs and looking towards the free trade agreement.
Fact of life is that any free trade agreement creates winners and losers. I think overall you create more winners than losers, but losers tend to have a louder voice. They tend to get themselves organized better. So that's a fact. In any free trade agreement. So on the Indian side, the previous India-EU, when Britain was still part of the EU, FTA got derailed over wine and cheese, as they say. So agriculture is a sensitivity on both sides. I hope wine won't be, but or Scotch won't be. But agriculture is a sensitivity. But I think the good thing, India's previous experience with FTAs. Which we signed basically with the ASEAN countries, Korea, Japan, and our experience was that our imports increased much more than our exports did, and that's what was a bit of a dampener, in the general discourse that why do we get into FTAs if it doesn't increase our exports? Now those countries, I think, had a clear competitive advantage over India in manufacturing, and that is why we didn't do well. With the UK, I think there's much more complementarity. So even in services, for example. I think we need the education, the health, investment there. And so even in services, we are complementary, whereas India would want movement of labor, IT, that side of things. So I think there are likely to be less hurdles, but let's not be unaware of the fact that, there will be interest groups which will oppose it. So my firm belief is that if this has to go ahead, I mean, it's all very well for governments to negotiate and negotiators to negotiate, but you need to build constituencies which support the process. So I think, track 1, track 1.5, track 2, track 3, track 4, you need to have multiple tracks going, and you need to carry a lot of people along. And I think I can only speak for the Indian side, and we know in India, trade has always been a contentious issue. There's a concept in India called in trade called trade creation. You lower barriers, trade gets created, there's trade diversion. But in India, we've had a trade aversion for a long time. We don't like imports, and we've been pessimistic about exports. Now that needs to change, and I think for that we need to create constituencies which will support this and engage in a larger dialogue, as well as assuage the concerns of those who think they may lose. Because I think ultimately everybody gains, but things tend to get drowned out in the noise that's created. So we must be very careful. And while fast-tracking things is wonderful, and I'd love to see it go on ground and early harvest and all of that, but we must be very careful to create those constituencies and not to allow any major constituency to derail the process, because that's always the risk when negotiating FTAs. And India's experience with FTAs, as I told you right now, hasn't been all that positive. But because those have not been positive, that doesn't mean that others cannot be. And I think UK, US, Australia, these are the ones India needs to look forward to. And after Britain's opted out of the EU and India's opted out of RCEP, there's a need for both countries to integrate elsewhere. And I think there's no better opportunity than this. But as I said, we need to make sure the noise doesn't drown or derail the negotiations.
I'll come to you, Tim. Lord Bilimoria, do you want to have a word about the hurdles and how it might?
The hero's point, it's very real that India doesn't have many bilateral free trade deals. But hang on, we, for 40 years, had no experience of doing any trade deals. We've now got over 66 of them, and we've got 2 new ones that have just been signed, and we've got the Indian one that started. The world is changing, and we've got to be positive about this. So now a point that Eileen made is very important. The power of brands. Every bottle of Johnny Walker is promoting the UK. Every JCB digger that you see in every part of India is promoting the UK. Over here, my brand Cobra Beer is a household name over here. I'm very proud of that, but it's also promoting India. Tatas, the name that Tatas have made for themselves here is phenomenal. People are now waking up to, I think it was Harsh who mentioned, the Foreign Secretary, about the Serum Institute of India. People didn't know before this pandemic, the SII was already the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world. 2 out of 3 children born on this planet are vaccinated by them. And now everyone's heard of them because of the partnership with the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. They've already produced 1 billion doses in less than a year, almost 1 billion doses. It's amazing. The world has woken up. My gosh, India's got the biggest vaccine manufacturer in the world that is helping to save the world in the time of a pandemic. If I may just make one more point about the importance of people. The living bridge we've spoken about, one of my responsibilities is I'm head of the international students in the UK. And we had a hostile immigration policy for a long time. Since Boris Johnson has become Prime Minister, it's changed. On the 1st of July this year, we brought back the 2-year post-graduation work visa for international students, including Indian students, which I helped to bring in 2007, 2008. The number of students from India is rocketing. The more students that we can have over here from India, the better, because they are lifelong ambassadors for the 2 countries. And I'll go one step further. The Australia deal, and I hope the New Zealand deal, 18 to 35-year-olds from both countries, UK and Australia, can spend 3 years traveling and working in each other's countries as young people. Can you imagine the power of that in terms of lifelong, generation-long bridges that you build? So we need to encourage mobility of young people, including students, as well as academics.
So that power of people, Tim, let's come back to you to talk about that, because I wonder if the diaspora within Manchester can help and in fact could be a solution to help some of these short-term barriers that we need to jump over.
Yeah, and we actually Manchester India partnership here, and the chairman of that is a gentleman called Simon Arora, who is of Indian descent, but a very successful billionaire in the UK now in retail. And I think having, his diaspora's involvement really helps us connect the two places. But what I was going to talk about, as well as those national to national, the G2G conversations that are going on, I think those sort of place to place and people to people discussions are absolutely as important in that. And if we talk at a sort of city or state level, how we actually tackle joint challenges and Lord Billamoria talked about innovation. I think innovation is one of the huge opportunities for us to work together to try and solve exactly some of the challenges that we face, whether it's about decarbonisation of our urban areas, or whether it's about the health inequalities that we have as well. And the UK suffers from health inequalities, in not quite equal measure to India, but some huge challenges in the UK still in parts of the country. And therefore, I think that talent exchange becomes a critical part of that, because in order to innovate together, we need talent going both ways. British talent going into India and, superb Indian talent coming into our universities, but staying here and being part of innovation system and ecosystem here that is tackling exactly some of those challenges, whether that be about new carbon technology like hydrogen that was mentioned before. We have the Hydrogen Fuel Cell Centre here in Greater Manchester looking at transportation and storage, or whether it's around health, areas like medtech, for example, again, a strong area. But again, that then reverts back to the FTA, because if there is that innovation taking place here to produce goods that actually tackle those health inequalities in a more efficient way through personalized medicine and the like, then once we actually develop those medtech products, we want to be able to sell them into each other's countries. And so the flow of innovation can really start to tackle those challenges, whether, as I say, in low carbon, or whether it be in health inequalities and health innovation. And I think, we are so similar as people, because there is such an affinity between our two countries is over a very long period of time, and those diasporas in both places help us connect further. So I think the way in which we can deal, not just at a government level, but also at a sort of city and state level to tackle those challenges, develop that cooperation around very tangible aspects that face all of our lives. I think, again, that can be a really solid bedrock for the full FTA conversations that will emerge, and the interim solutions that we'll look for.
Migration, you're talking about there, it's ancient, unstoppable, and positive if it's well managed, and that is what we're trying to talk about. Diraj, I want to come back to you. Tell me why the timing you think is different this time, after Brexit and after India leaving the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, that helps us move towards this optimism.
Well, I think there's a particular context in the sense that the world is also recovering from the most serious economic crisis in a long time, brought on by COVID. So I think, every country in the world is looking for opportunities to grow, to prosper, none more than India at this point in time. So I think the global context is different. And I think the fact that, India opted out of RCEP, and that was largely because of the Chinese factor. But the fact is that supply chains at the moment in the world are concentrated in China and East Asia, at least manufacturing. So I think post-COVID again, there's an opportunity. The world is looking for alternative supply chains. Then nobody wants, as was mentioned in the earlier panel, one country to be the source of all supply of manufacturing. So I think India is a natural destination. And I'm sorry, I'm speaking from the Indian point of view here, but I think so India is going to leverage itself as the next manufacturing power after China. That's why it needs new markets. If you're going to stay out of East Asia, by staying out of RCEP and integration there, you need the markets in the advanced countries, which is the US, UK, and Europe. So UK is a very important part of that. And of course, the fact that, we are inextricably linked. The Chancellor here, the Home Secretary, all people of Indian origin, the President of the Confederation of British Industry. So I think there's no better opportunity than this market for India to become a manufacturing power. And I think for Britain as well. I mean, now that it's out of the EU. As Lord Bilmoyer said, they're looking at over 60 free trade agreements. And India is a huge market for Britain, for its innovation, for its education, for its healthcare. So I think, frankly, you asked me about the hurdles earlier, and there'll always be hurdles, whenever a negotiation takes place. But I'm quite optimistic about this one because of the deep linkages we have and the possibility to create those, constituencies. So I think we have those ready-made constituencies in both countries which would favor a deal. And I think the global context in terms of COVID, the need to recover fast, the need to get alternative supply chains to China and East Asia, I think all of these put us in a very, very good position to move ahead. I think 5 years ago, if you asked me about hurdles, it'd be more. I think the hurdles are less now.
Okay. We've run out of time, Lord Bilmoyer. You're pulling at my sleeve.
Just one last point that we must not forget about. We've spoken about trade, investment, the bilateral investment potential. Already, Indian companies over here, almost 1,000 of them turning over 50 billion pounds. British companies in India employing directly and indirectly 1 million, growing at 26% average per year. The potential for investment is enormous on top of the trade. And the UK is the second largest recipient of inward investment in the world. We've just got to build on that.
All right, huge message of optimism. Thank you so much to my fantastic panel. Tim Nunes joining us from Manchester, Eileen Keyes from Diageo, Dheeraj Nair from Vedanta, and of course, Lord Bilmoyer from the CBI. Thank you so much for joining us here at India Global Forum. We'll be right back.
Digital technologies are driving innovation in banking and reinventing the way the world does business. As consumer digital experiences become richer, faster, and more personalized, commercial banking clients want digital services that offer the same speed and seamless ease of use. In an effort to meet that need, Citi has leveraged innovative technologies in solutions that aim to transform the client experience. From Citi's first online banking platform to the launch of mobile and API channels, a secure mobile app for easier login, and now solutions that utilize artificial intelligence for predictive analytics and biometrics for digital identity. Citi's digital banking solutions provide a seamlessly integrated omni-channel experience. Execute treasury and trade transactions and track your real-time balances and global cash positions anytime and anywhere with the new Citi Direct BE app. Use the new Citi Connect API solution to manage transactions directly from your Treasury workstation and preferred application without logging into a separate banking portal. As the pace of change accelerates, Citi is helping clients improve productivity and increase Treasury efficiency with design thinking, data-driven analytics, and digital solutions fueled by its innovation labs. Citi's simple, global digital solutions empower clients and make it easier to do business anytime and everywhere. To find out how Citi's innovative solutions can benefit your business, contact your Citi representative.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. So we're going to drill down now into one of the areas that is available for increased collaboration. We've already heard it mentioned today from Lord Bilmoyer and from Tim Nunes in Manchester as well. Education is mentioned no less than 12 times in the 2030 roadmap for UK-India relations. And there's a detailed section looking at ambition for expanding the partnership. From promoting student exchanges, championing the role of women in STEM, expanding cooperation between our universities, and there is so much UK-Indian cooperation already. So first of all, let's bring in Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Tell me, first of all, what's important to you from the Enhanced Trade Partnership and the 2030 roadmap in terms of closer education collaboration between the UK and India?
Well, I think India has never regarded trade relationship confined only to trade, because it is a part of a gamut of issues between the bilateral relationship, between the relationship of two nations. And therefore, whether it is other economic understandings or strategic relationships, I think education and culture play an part. And in the context of the ETP and the 2030 vision, I believe there are multiple areas on which, really speaking, both of us need to work together. You already referred to cultural exchange, student exchange activities. I believe even the management of universities everywhere is becoming, and therefore university officials also can share their knowledge, share their practical know-how, and thereby we can bring in forms which are still, I mean, in the new education policy, we have outlined a series of reforms. At the same time, democracy is one thing which connects both the countries, and therefore how to make democracy delivering is a challenge which most of the democracies are facing. In that also, whatever has been done under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it's something which requires deeper analysis and insight gathering. On that count, I believe we can work together. Another third point, which I believe is important, is that many European countries, and in UK also, we get to know about the usage of the term multiculturalism, whereas in India, we provide a very significant example of what I describe as spiritual democracy. And therefore, there are many areas of knowledge sharing by way of which I think we can achieve the common goal, which has been very nicely articulated in the 2030 vision.
I wonder how you see the adoption of digital solutions helping to make this whole partnership deliver faster.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if there are studies available which tell us that India adopting digital ways, not only in the financial sector, but in general public administration and public affairs as such, I believe the speed is mind-boggling. Even a population wherein we are still grappling with issues like literacy, reaching out to the people in the rural areas, and there are lack of facilities as well. Yet, Indian people have adopted to the digital economy very fast, and remittance of money is happening perhaps with a speed which even many other countries, if we consider the percentage of population, has not been able to achieve. And therefore, digitization, digital, is something which is a flagship program of not only government, but the people have also very aggressively took part in it and are partnering with the government.
And can you talk about this idea of championing the role of women in STEM disciplines and how the partnership, the ETP, the roadmap might accelerate that?
Well, India, and not just India, but world over, when women are one after the other making their mark in practically every walk of life, it is certain that we prepare ground for men as well to accept these changes. And therefore, in our country, when we talk about gender justice, we also talk about changing the traditional male mindset. And with all these things, I'm sure women are going to take more frontal positions and lead not only the society, but also our economy, our education, and several other sectors as well. And that, I believe, especially when we talk about the 2030 vision and ETP, certainly is going to play a key role. After all, it was India and UK, apart from few other countries, who had seen a long tenure prime minister who was a woman. And therefore, I think this is something which is very important, and it connects both the democracies.
So we heard Lord Bilimoria speaking there about the universities he'd like to build, the UK universities he'd like to build in India, already building one, a campus in Dubai. Can you tell me about how open you would be to that idea of collaborating between UK universities, bringing some of those to India?
Well, I think on reciprocal basis, these things can happen. And therefore, while we are definitely having a very positive approach to have foreign universities opening some campuses here in India, Indian universities also require to be given some foothold in other countries. And I'm happy that there are many Indian private universities, especially making mark in countries like Southeast Asia and even in Middle East, including Dubai for that matter. So we are open and we believe in knowledge areas. There need not be barriers. Only thing is that things need to be taken on a reciprocal basis. It cannot be a one-way traffic at all.
A little bit more about the fourth industrial revolution. The global technology industry has been so important in the last 18 months in helping us all get through the pandemic. And I wonder how students in India coming to the UK, how the benefits of closer partnerships could benefit us both even more.
Well, I think the fourth industrial and all the new emerging technologies are slowly but certainly influencing our lives globally for that matter. And therefore, in the knowledge areas, several Indian Institute of Technologies, which are our very prestigious institutions of technology education, are already in a big way into all kinds of artificial intelligence related or virtual reality, augmented reality related technologies and research. And therefore, I believe whatever India has done requires to be taken into consideration, and wherever some kind of a complementary effort is required, I'm sure countries like UK and India can definitely hold hand together, and we can achieve and we can ensure thereby to see these technologies ultimately help job creation, new opportunities, and also help human beings in general.
Thank you very much. So let's now bring in Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Enterprise, Professor Julian Beer, Birmingham City University. Welcome to you. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Yes, very well, thank you. And apologies, I'm in a very sunny venue this morning.
And we're also going to hear from the CEO of Skilled Education, Rajay Nayak. How are you today?
Good morning. Very well. How are you?
Good. So let's start with the same question to both of you. We'll start with you, Professor Julian Beer. What is important to you from the enhanced trade partnership and the 2030 roadmap in terms of closer education collaboration between UK and India?
Yeah, it opens up the market for us partnerships and relationships with India. We as a university are developing a campus already out in India, in the north, in the Punjab, with our partners, the Munjal Foundation and Hero. And I'm on the Strategic Trade Advisory Group for the government, and I'm the education representative for the UK. So I'm making a very strong a push for the closer ties between our two countries in terms of education. Lord Bellamori mentioned it several times, and with the new education policy in India, we're exploring that very carefully in terms of the opportunities for the UK, but also for India. It's a very important relationship.
And let's hear from you as well, Rajay Nayak. What's important to you from the enhanced trade partnership and the 2030 roadmap for education?
So I think both the ETP and the roadmap are brilliant in three very specific ways. Number one, we've already seen enormous kind of two-way movement between students and between universities and researchers across both countries. I think, as the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee said, it's important that that's a mutual relationship, that this is about mutuality and reciprocity in both directions. And so, we've already had a huge amount of history. We've obviously got a shared language in the English language. There's obviously a lot of kind of historic links between the two countries, but the opportunity to build on that for the future is substantial. So there's a really strong foundation. The second is opportunity for online learning in particular. I love the fact that whenever I watch an Indian cricket match now, you can't help but see Byju's and An Academy and various other extraordinary ed tech companies plastered all over the advertising. And all of those young people are going to become higher education students, or the majority of them within a short period of time. And we've got huge opportunities around lifelong learning as well. And we've already seen with the 2019 Act in India a recognition of online education, a recognition that it's not kind of this kind of inferior thing if you don't go to the face-to-face campus. Of course, face-to-face study will continue to be the dominant route, but we're seeing a huge number of opportunities now in online pathways, and certainly the online degrees that we've run for Exeter and Aston and RMIT and UNSW and Cambridge and the LSE and a range of other universities have seen enormous demand in India in particular. And the appetite for high-level skills is only going to grow. And then the third area is that I think there's going to be a real opportunity for more shared degree programs between both countries. Opportunities where you can study the first part of your degree perhaps in India, like Julian was just saying, and then come to the UK for the final couple of years, as well as doing pathways in country, reducing accommodation costs, frankly, and those sorts of things to increase access to more students that can't travel, and then again coming to the UK. And that will happen in the other direction as well, as the Indian economy continues to flourish and continues to grow strongly, and more students want to kind of go from the UK over to South Asia. So enormous opportunities, and I think we're just at the start of a really exciting few years for the relationship.
Julian, one line from the roadmap lays out the ambition to support and promote the two-way mobility of a greater number of students, teachers, and researchers. Just hearing about that from Rajay as well. Can you say more about that from your point of view?
Yeah, it's really important. We've got a large number of partnerships over in India, and that is two-way. We can learn an awful lot from our Indian partners and vice versa. So it is that two-way mutual benefit. In terms of our students, that mobility and giving our students from Birmingham in the UK a very different world view and a very different experience from what they get in the UK is very important. So that two-way flow between both ex and students, I think, is really important. But also it's the soft power of education. And I often talk about this in other forums. For trade. So we've got a partnership, as I said, over in the Punjab, which is also a trade bridge that we're providing with our education campus for UK businesses that want to enter the Indian market. And back in Birmingham, we've got a very large project called Steam House, which is a venue for corporates and SMEs. And we're accepting quite a lot of Indian businesses into Birmingham who want access to the UK market for trade. So when we talk about education, we often forget about the other opportunities that presents in terms of the trade flow between the two countries. So yeah, it's
participate in that.
So obviously Hero, they're one of our major partners out in India, and we're talking to a lot of tech companies. I won't mention them because we're just in the provision of signing those companies up, but they are mainly digital companies and manufacturing companies, as Lord Billamori was saying. Manufacturing is going to be a key trade link between the two countries.
Thank you. Let me just bring in Dr. Vinay one more time. I wonder if you want to reflect on what you've heard at all as education, as soft power, as a link to building trade ties as well.
Well, I think it goes without saying that the centrality of cultural relationship ultimately impacts on our diplomatic, economic, and strategic relations as well. And therefore, the more we work on the cultural agenda, I think that would be better, because humanity world over is facing the challenges which come many a times from culture as well. And therefore, we need to understand different cultures, we need to respect them, we need to develop that kind of receptive approach and gather some insights into the cultural moorings of different societies. And this is going to help not just bilateral relations, but the relations between different countries at different times.
Thank you. So Rajay, you work in online education and blended learning. You mentioned a few of the companies, the universities that you're working with. I'd love to hear some more detail on what you're doing and how it's working out. What are the key opportunities now?
Yeah, I've been at this for about 10 years now, so when it wasn't so cool as well. And, so originally, a few of us founded a platform called FutureLearn, which ended up supporting about 16 million students and then key path, and now skilled. And what we're seeing, I think, is a few things going on. And one thing I'd say right at the start of my answer is that a lot of this was already going on pre-COVID, right? Everyone's kind of thinking that the pandemic has kind of created this new moment for online education. The truth is that I think it's important that we look at what was going on in December of 2019. And what you'll find is that a lot of the trends that we're talking about now, and that I think a lot of you are talking about at the conference today, were already in flight in December of 2019. The move towards micro-credentials, the move towards stackable programs, the move towards lifelong learning, the move towards more blended and online delivery, the move towards students being able to have hybrid programs across multiple countries, the move towards greater collaboration and a much deeper partnership between countries like India and the UK. So a lot of these things were already going on. Where the demand is greatest, without a shadow of a doubt, is in the postgraduate online market. The undergraduates will still want to come to face-to-face campuses. They'll still want that kind of rite of passage that many of us enjoyed in going to a physical campus, and that's absolutely right. But what this gives us, what this technological moment gives us, is the opportunity to extend access in ways that we could never have imagined before. Reaching students that you could not have served before, reaching students that can't afford perhaps to go to another country or to leave their family or kind of go through those sorts of experiences. And crucially, the opportunity to get into much more lifelong learning. And we're seeing a huge number of companies in both countries and in both parts of the world, in Europe and in South Asia, who need to upskill, need to reskill. We've never had a time in our economies where there's going to be such a focus on such a small number of skills. Digital marketing, AI, data analytics, those sorts of areas that are in massive demand. And so the need to embrace lifelong learning as a route to deliver those skills is absolutely crucial for both of our economies. So we're seeing a big growth in terms of online degree programs, particularly in the postgraduate space. We're seeing more online pathways and routes into different institutions, which is becoming very exciting, and we're seeing enormous demand for. And then I think we're also going to see far more shorter bursts of programs, far more micro-credentials to deliver the kind of burst of skills, the upskilling, the reskilling that economies and companies and governments are going to need in both countries.
Thank you. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, thank you very much for joining us. I do know that you need to leave. Any final parting thought from you? I think we've lost him, but thank you so much, Dr. Vinay, for joining us. I want to ask one question, actually, Rajay. What is a micro-credential? I feel like I need some micro-credentials.
Everyone needs micro-credentials. Essentially, short snippets of learning, typically about 8 to 12 weeks long. But I won't get too technical here, but essentially a full degree program is 180 credits. That's what many of us will have gone through as we came through our traditional experience. A micro-credential will be about 10 or 15 credits, right? So a tiny, tiny chunk of a full degree program. But what it gives you is the opportunity to learn some vital skills in vital areas. And we've been delivering those in areas like digital skills, in areas like sustainability, actually, looking ahead to the COP. And I know a series of topics that you're talking about later on in the agenda. And so it enables people to study, in short, sharp bursts for a certain number of weeks, but getting a really rich experience in the areas that they need. And all of our economies need that. Education does not stop at the age of 21 or 25. It's going to be far more lifelong in the future. The commission I've been chairing in the UK on that, I think, have put forward some really powerful recommendations, number 10, and a lot of those are now being taken forward in terms of trying to devolve budgets and trying to make sure that we encourage a cultural shift, as Dr. Vinay was talking about, in terms of our mindsets and in terms of the way we think about learning. But it enables you to kind of get whatever you need at whatever time it is, whether it's data analytics or digital marketing or whatever else you fancy. There's loads of programs on gardening and horticulture and various other things. You don't need presentation skills, but presentation skills, whatever it is that people want to kind of get into, it enables people to upskill and reskill.
Interesting. We all have to keep building these neural pathways for our entire lives. Let's come back to you, Julian. A lot of interest in digital skills, but also we haven't forgotten about the A in STEAM, the art, and you've got an interesting program called STEAM House that blends engineering with the more artistic side. I wonder if you could tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is something we're collaborating again with in India. And what this does is it puts the disciplines together to look at the challenges that we face. Climate change is one example of that. And it brings really different perspectives from different disciplines together to actually solve and look at those different issues and problems. And that brings very different results from what you would traditionally get if you've got a bunch of chemists, for instance, looking at one subject area. If you add in the creatives and engineers alongside chemists, they come up with very different solutions than you would have seen if it's discipline specific. And this for our students is really important because when they get into the real world, they get into the world of work, they'll be working in interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary teams. And this gives our students a real sense of what they will be encountering when they get out into the world of work. And we've been collaborating with a number of agencies and employers, but also civic society like local governments and the national government on this. And what digital does for us is it can connect our students in Birmingham in real life challenges with our students in India. And that brings, again, not just a discipline perspective, but also a cultural perspective to bear, which again comes up with some really novel solutions to the problems that we're all facing. So STEAM is, it's not STEM, it does bring the A in with the arts and the creatives, and it's something we've been pioneering for quite a long time. And our STEAM House project is the sort of physical manifestation of that, where we bring these and curate and bring people together to look at things in a very different and novel way for innovation's sake.
To answer this question. Even better if. So if we looked ahead towards past trade barriers, tariffs, duties reduced, even past a free trade agreement, what is the opportunity that you kind of wake up thinking, gosh, if only? Take us into the future a few years. Rajay.
So I think what Maury was saying earlier about British universities and Indian universities being able to directly deliver within each other's countries is a huge opportunity. At the moment, obviously, we have to do that via local partners, but I think there is now, we're getting there, and there is categorically no doubt in my mind that we'll be there in a few years' time. And I fundamentally think that this is going to be the decade of collaboration. It's the decade of collaboration because of the free trade agreements and the other partnerships that we're talking about and that Britain is increasingly building with countries around the world post-Brexit. But it's also the decade of collaboration, I think, between different sectors of our economy. If you think about a partnership that we're currently leading, we're developing the Help to Grow programme for the British government at the moment for Treasury and BEIS. And that's going to be supporting 30,000 business leaders with micro-credentials, with short courses in leadership and management, but also areas like digital. And we're delivering that with about 51 business schools. So you've got business schools coming together from across the UK, including Julian's at BCU. You've got private sector providers like Skilled, and then you've also got the British government kind of funding all those places and British businesses being able to be supported. So I think it's going to be an extraordinary decade for that kind of collaboration, people coming together, countries coming together, but different sectors coming together to resolve our shared challenges.
Thank you. What about you, Professor Julian Beer? Even better if.
So, yeah, for me, if I look forward a couple of years, getting through the ambiguity that is currently in the Indian higher education policy would be very beneficial, I think, for both countries. We're exploring at the moment. We've got lots of lawyers involved, and we're also talking to the Indian, both state governments and the Indian national government about how we as an institution can do exactly what was just said, deliver actually in India in our own terms, not through a partner relationship. I think that would be a game changer, but it is both ways. We have to open our market and give access to some really great Indian institutions in the UK. So that free trade in education in a policy context just needs to be got through for me. That's the big game changer.
Thank you so much for joining me here this morning. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddha, Professor Julian Beer, and Rajay Nayak. Thanks for joining us. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we're going to move to looking at geopolitics, China beyond containment. So stay with us.
Around the world, the role of treasurer is rapidly changing. It is becoming more strategic, more creative, and more critical to a company's long-term success. Advances in technology, data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are driving this transformation and providing treasurers with innovative new ways to gain strategic insights and drive efficiencies. Working at the cutting edge of these disciplines, Citi is designing and launching multiple projects, including the new Citi Smart Match solution. Leveraging artificial intelligence and new algorithms, Citi Smart Match streamlines and automates the invoice and payment matching process to reduce errors and costs. Citi is also piloting its payment outlier detection platform, which uses artificial intelligence to identify irregular transactions such as payment errors and outlier payments. Citi Innovation Labs are also working in partnership with Citi product teams to develop Project Prompt, a voice chat solution that uses natural language processing to enhance and expand self-service capabilities for clients. A leader in banking innovation, Citi is leveraging data science and digital technology to create solutions that transform treasury management and help clients achieve their goals.
Don't go away after the break, because this is a session everyone's been waiting to get some perspective on. Geopolitics, China beyond containment. In conversation with Sir Ian Duncan Smith, Member of Parliament, Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, and a panel discussion with Jay Panda, National Vice President BJP, Rahul Roy Chaudhary, Senior Fellow for South Asia IISS, and Dr. Rajaswari Pillai Rajagopalan, Director, Centre for Security, Strategy and Technology, ORF, on IGF UK. Quantum Leap, implementing ambition in the UK-India partnership.
Welcome back to the India Global Forum. I am Edie Lush, and we're going to get started in just a moment. We have heard so much already about the future of education, foreign policy. We'll be coming back to that subject shortly. If you've heard anything that you want to share on social media, do use the IGF UK hashtag and tag us at IGF Updates. Delighted as well to have India Today as our media partner, beaming this to their readers and viewers in India. So, for our next session, geopolitics, China beyond containment. What's the right way to engage with China now as a modern superpower? Governments and businesses around the world have been struggling, grappling with this issue. And we do have an esteemed group of panelists to deal with this. But I am going to hand over the reins of this session to an expert on India's foreign and security policies and India-UK foreign policy affairs, Senior Fellow, South Asia Program at IISS, Rahul Roy Chowdhury. He's going to introduce his panelists and take you through the session. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Edie. The rise of China, its authoritarian political system, and assertive regional policies have presented many governments and businesses with a dilemma: engage constructively with it as a modern superpower, or to do business with it, or move to strategies to counter, contain, or confront it, or try to do both and strive for a balance between trade and security. Our panelists will give their views on how to best navigate this tricky environment. I will begin this session by having a conversation with Sir Ian Duncan Smith before I turn to our virtual panelists from India. Sir Ian, who is with me here in the studio, is a Member of Parliament, a former leader of the Conservative Party, and co-founder and UK chair of the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, IPAC, an influential international cross-party group of legislators set up last year that works towards reform on how democratic countries approach China. So Ian, let me begin our conversation by asking you firstly, what are the objectives of IPAC?
Well, IPAC, the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, was set up because many of us are concerned about the global reach and the rise of China, but at the same time, the abandonment really of a previous, more diplomatic approach of China's to the rest of the world. So President Xi's arrival has also coincided directly with a much more aggressive stance at home and abroad. You see that in the treatment of internal minorities, such as the Uyghur, terrible pressure that's taking place on them, and then also just Christian groups, the Falun Gong, all persecuted internally, as well as the Tibetans, long ago kind of abandoned by most of the world, but reality is still terribly oppressed there. And then you've got Hong Kong, where the Sino-British Agreement, which is an international treaty, has just simply been torn up by the Chinese government, and they've now imposed a whole different kind of legislation there, which basically shapes any protester as a terrorist, essentially. And many of the people that were just peacefully protesting are now seeing themselves in prison, some now facing life imprisonment. So this structure internally is much more oppressive than it was, and externally much more aggressive. I mean, this is a country that has basically occupied the South China Seas against the UN's own view that they have no particular rights there. They're militarizing that against the concerns of Vietnam and the Philippines and others. Clearly there are natural resources there. So IPAC was set up to start to talk about how dependent has the free world become on Chinese goods and services. And that dependency feeds that process of aggression, because it seems to grow and grow. And we now have to figure out whether or not we need to be as dependent, and what we do in terms of diplomatic and also economic pressure.
Which brings me very neatly to my second question. 7 months ago, the UK's integrated review, the first comprehensive post-Brexit foreign and security policy review, highlighted a tilt towards the Indo-Pacific, with China, India, and Japan recognized as the three most important powers in the region. The review also identified China as an authoritarian state, posing the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security and a systemic challenge to British security, prosperity, and values. But at the same time, the review made clear that the UK will seek to engage China at multiple levels, including as a systemic competitor for economic trade and investment amidst additional safeguards. My question to you, Sir Ian, is, has the UK got the balance right between trade and security with China?
No. I think that that report pulled its punches when it came to China. It didn't with Russia, because they weren't a competitor, they were seen as a threat. But when it came to China, suddenly the language was toned down so that they are a competitor. I think China poses the biggest challenge since the ending of the Cold War to the free world. We'd become pretty lazy, really. There was a general sense that at the end of the Cold War, the real threat to democracy had disappeared, that democracy was a natural process that would eventually, every country would lead to that. Free trade would lead people to democracy and the rule of law. I remember having this argument when I was in government with the then Chancellor, George Osborne, and discussions with various members, and I was always confronted by this, well, don't worry, because free trade will eventually lead China into a more democratic, a more believer in human rights and the rule of law. And it has done exactly the opposite. In fact, China is going in the opposite direction now. And therefore, I think it's not a case of just competitors and engaging. You can somehow separate out the idea of trade from the concerns about their posture militarily and in their foreign policy. And I think we now have to recognize that there really is almost no such thing, in many senses, as a purely commercial company in China. China has its very strong hooks into every single Chinese company. They are demanded of their law, which says that anything they glean in their overseas development and trade with other countries, China has the rights to take and to use, and they have to declare that to them. So that means, and also the fact that they break all the rules. The WTO, they're not a full member, but they should be. They're just about to become the largest economy possibly in the world, and yet they still maintain that they're a developing economy and therefore doesn't need to abide by the full rules of the WTO. Well, they do. You can't subsidize companies like Huawei to the degree that they do and let them undercut all the other companies in the free world. All this sort of stuff means that we need to take a serious view about China as more of a threat than as a competitor.
But what is the alternative economically? And the reason I ask this is that a few days ago, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was quoted in an interview to Bloomberg saying that he was not going to pitchfork away offers of Chinese investment. And the government has also said, the British government, that Chinese firms are welcome to invest in non-strategic parts of the economy. So what you're suggesting, of course, is a much tougher line in terms of what the government has said. But what is the alternative to not dealing with China in that sense? I mean, is there even a possibility of not dealing economically with China?
Well, I think our problem is, and this is not just the UK, by the way, Europe, America, etc., are enormously dependent, become enormously lazily dependent on Chinese goods and services, because the costs that they were offered cheaper services. But that has also had the non-beneficial effect of destroying much of the economic hinterland in many of these countries. So, for example, 10, 15 years ago, we had a whole series of companies in the free world that could do telecommunications infrastructure. We're down to 3 now, out of probably about 13 or 14 that were in existence, for none in the United States, now none in the UK, when we were actually leaders in this area. Why? Because the nature of how China has subsidized their business has meant they've undercut every single market and basically have skewed the whole natural process of the free market. So we can't just suddenly say it's okay. And then the other question I would place to everybody is, what do you define as strategic? I mean, I happen to think energy security is a strategic requirement. But does that mean then that Chinese companies, heavily subsidized by their own, come in and start building nuclear power plants? And we become dependent on them for all sorts of technology. These things are very strategic now. There is very little in the world that is not strategic when it comes to a country that doesn't obey any of the rules that everybody else has to obey. Then suddenly this becomes more threatening.
This is a good opportunity to move now to our virtual panelists from India. And we've got two distinguished panelists. Dr. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajagopalan is the director of the Center for Security Strategy and Technology at India's leading think tank, the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi. And earlier, she served in the National Security Council Secretariat of the Indian Prime Minister's office. We also have with us Jay Panda, a well-known name in India, Member of Parliament and the National Vice President of India's ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. In his earlier career, corporate career, Jay Panda was active in business groupings. Dr. Rajagopalan and Jay Panda, both of you have heard what Sir Ian has said in terms of the UK-China relationship and his perspective that the nature of the balance that the British government currently has with China is definitely not the right one. In a similar manner, let me ask both of you whether you think that India has got the balance right between security and trade with China. And the reason I ask this is that following India's worst border clash with China in the summer of 2020, India's non-military punitive measures really focused on banning software companies, the Chinese, cancelled some rail and road tenders, but did nothing to really address some of the issues of the trade deficit, which is increasing with China, where China continues to remain India's largest trading partner. So perhaps let me ask Dr. Rajagopalan first to respond, and then Jay Panda.
Thank you, Rahul. And I agree entirely with Sir Ian on his perception on how we manage China. Of course, dealing with China has not been a straightforward issue, especially given the trade and economic dependence that India, like other countries, have developed vis-a-vis China. But China's behavior in the last few years, its tendency to use force, the threat of force, use of trade and economic coercive practices, all of these have altered the perceptions of many states, including India. But like you said, it's not been easy, and there are serious concerns today about the strategic consequences of Chinese power. And accordingly, I believe, there's a greater recognition that the China challenge needs to be confronted directly. So despite the reluctance and the tendency to sit on the fence or not take sides between China and the US, for instance, India, I think, like to many other countries, are recognizing that there is no middle path to dealing with China, and hedging cannot be an effective policy response. And I think that's becoming very clear across the board, across the Indo-Pacific region. Therefore, even as India looks for some semblance of normalcy in our bilateral engagements between India and China, India is also mindful of the need to work with others in managing China's growing power and its belligerent behavior. And this comes from two necessities very quickly. One is the fact that there is a reluctance, of course, on the part of countries like India also to bandwagon against China. But at the same time, more countries like India are perceiving that it is a necessary cause of China's behavior, including the trade coercive practices. And therefore, there is a need to collaborate with other countries in a sense. Second necessity comes from the fact that no one country can handle China on its own. Again, bringing out the need to collaborate and cooperate with other countries. China has grown enormously over the last decade, and that no one single power, maybe with the exception of the US, can handle China on its own. And this has again pushed more countries. So in a sense, do I find a way of balancing economic and trade, economic and security interests? Not entirely. It has not been easy given the kind of economic dependency, but the necessity is becoming clearer every single day, and countries are beginning to fashion their strategies, including India, based on those security and strategic stability dynamics in the Indo-Pacific and for India directly.
Thank you. Jay Panda.
Let's see things in context. The disappointment with China that Sir Ian was talking about, in other words, the welcoming of it into the global fold, which didn't pan out as expected, is not a new story. If you look at the last 4 decades, this was already becoming apparent by the turn of the century. I, for 15 years in the Indian Parliament, chaired the India-US Forum of Parliamentarians. And in dozens of Track 2 events, in the first decade of this century, this was the 800-pound gorilla in the room that nobody spoke about directly except in hushed tones. But in the second decade of this century, it's now come out in the open and everybody is speaking about it, especially since the pandemic. I think the cover's been blown completely. So, in the last few months, the White House report, the UK itself has called for serious concerns over China's wolf warrior diplomacy. The EU has labeled China as a systemic rival. And we in India, of course, have had this clash in Ladakh. Now, on our side too, we had a situation for nearly half a century where there was no gunfire. There was occasionally physical shoving across the LAC, but no gunfire. And suddenly, you had not only gunfire, but you had a number of deaths of Indian soldiers and also Chinese. We have one factor that perhaps the UK isn't subject to, is that we have thousands of kilometers of border with China. So we have to keep that in context. Other nations like the US can sometimes pivot to Asia, sometimes not. We don't have the option of not pivoting to the situation in this part of the world, including China. So considering all this, if you look at what India has done, I think we have, in the circumstances, we have managed the balance quite well. Under Prime Minister Modi, India has activated the Quad in a way that had not been felt possible just a few years ago. And the naval exercises with not just the Quad, but with others like Singapore and others are one clear measure. The way India has beefed up our border infrastructure, the way we have taken steps. You mentioned about economic steps against China. More than 150 Chinese apps have been banned because of ulterior motives. And you're right about the deficit. I think we will overcome that. The way the Indian economy is booming, it is set to be the fastest growing economy among large economies this year, as per the IMF. These are all factors that bode well. And I echo the earlier thought that, if there are non-strategic areas, if China wants to help build our massive expansion in expressways, roads, perhaps it's something that may not be such a problem. But in our telecom industry, in our in other strategic sectors, defense is being opened up in a very big way to the private sector. Obviously, there would be very serious concerns. So as of now, I think the balance has been managed quite well. But this is an ever-evolving situation. We'll have to be alert and make sure that we stay on top of maintaining this balance in each of the coming years.
Thank you. I think all three of you have really talked about the sort of multilateral approach towards dealing with China, whether it's Quad, whether it's getting other countries involved in this, whether it is the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. And I think that, we've seen since the integrated review a convergence of interests between India and the UK in relation to China, especially in terms of some economic measures that both countries have carried out. For example, the UK has banned Chinese companies from its fifth-generation communication networks, is seeking to exclude Chinese companies from nuclear power plants, and legislation has been introduced to make it harder for foreign investors to take significant stakes in what we had talked about earlier in non-strategic areas of infrastructure. India, at the same time, has also banned Chinese companies for trials for the fifth-generation mobile internet technology, and public sector contract bidders require conditional approval by India's foreign and home ministries. In this new arena of convergence, independently between India and UK in relation to China, what more can India and the UK do bilaterally in economic terms in this respect? Let me start with Sir Ian and then Rajay Panda and Dr. Rajagopalan.
Well, I would love to have India join IPAC. At the moment, we've failed to. We've got 21 countries members of IPAC, and the missing link at the moment is India. So I would hopefully encourage India to have a co-chair in IPAC, because we are from Japan to the United States. We have a whole string of countries now, and this process allows us to put pressure on countries to change their political position with regards to the nature of what China does. The second thing I would think is that right now, my general view is that India there's a real opportunity here for India because what I was saying earlier on about we need to reduce our dependency on China for so many of the goods and services that are provided. But I do see that this gives an opportunity for us to invest in India to replace a lot of that. In other words, India could be right on the cusp, potentially, to be an serious economic competitor to China, which is very important strategically because India is in a very strategically important place. I also believe that we have to rethink where we are strategically. I personally want the UK to be much more engaged now, and I think this is the general policy and shift into Southeast Asia and much more re-establishing our links, which we in many senses kind of pulled back a bit from when we were members of the European Union. Now I think we have the opportunity to be back out there, and you know, I want to see us in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I want to see us with improving trade relationships with India and to become a very strong partner together because, you know, both as democracies with the rule of law and a sense of human rights, these things are important features which are completely missing in China. So I think the potential for India is enormous now, as I and others put pressure on Britain and the other members of the free world to shift our investment strategies so that we can use countries like India much more than China.
Thank you. Jay, and then Dr. Rajagopalan.
I think there are a number of areas in which there are complementarities between the UK and India, especially concerning the topic that we've been talking about. The UK has changed fairly dramatically in the last 4 years after Brexit. Now, so has India. So India transitioned first into becoming the largest procurer of defense equipment in the world over several years. Now, this was quite a challenge because we had to broad base our sources, and countries like the US, which had restrictions on allowing certain technologies to India, it took a while for that to be overcome. But they were, and today, you know, we've crossed a milestone of $20 billion of acquisitions from the US. There's similar things happening with France and other nations away from our traditional sources. Now, India is now shifting already into the next phase, which is to make in India, to have defense partnerships for production in India with the private sector involved, and major changes are taking place. And this is where the UK has specific advantages. It has technologies, it has equipment, and there are opportunities for the UK to partner with India in this very, very large market. That's also a strategic issue. And of course, although we work in parallel groups, they are towards the same objective. What the Quad is doing is very similar to what this new grouping that AUKUS is doing, with a more military component to it. So I think there are many ways that we can look at, you know, I haven't even touched upon sectors such as education and other areas where India and the UK should be leveraging our mutual strengths and complementarities.
Rajagopalan.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not an economist, but again, trade and investment, I believe, needs to be looked at through a strategic lens. So even though both India and the UK haven't gone very far with the free trade agreement negotiations, again, restarting very soon, but I think the two appeared quite hopeful for an interim deal in the meantime, because I think, especially since India pulled out of the RCEP deal, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership deal, more than a year ago, there is a recognition that India needs to pursue more of bilateral arrangements, including the FTAs. So in a sense, even now, very recently, India, after being stalled for a while, India started the negotiations with Australia. Again, given the strategic convergence, the convergence of strategic interests, both countries are willing to make some compromises, adopt, take on positions that are somewhat more conciliatory, but at the same time, without losing the core of the interest in a sense. So there are possibilities, and I think this is going to happen. But I think while these are important aspects, I would also add that we need to look at the new and emerging areas of collaboration among a number of Indo-Pacific countries, including issues like protection of critical infrastructure, the need to work together on ensuring secure and diverse supply chain, especially those for computer chips, large capacity batteries, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and so on and so critical minerals. And these are important because these essentially push our economic agenda, because our modern economies are so dependent on that. We have seen the vulnerabilities, especially over the last few years, last couple of years, our excessive dependency on a single source, China, and what that means to us. So I think this is an important area that for all of us to look at. But again, over the last year, there have been several significant efforts to move out of China, shift businesses out of China. But India has not really benefited a huge deal. Vietnam has gone on to benefit a great deal. Even though India's overall, the ease of business index has gone up and we have improved on that particular score, the market access, there are still certain impediments. The bureaucratic and institutional hurdles still come in the way of making effective changes, in a sense, in our system. So I think we need to start opening up in that sense, and I think that's an important agenda, because I think that's a common shared destiny that we want to see. This kind of prosperous, stable, secure Indo-Pacific, if we want to see, and managing China, the supply chains, resilience, these are important issues that we need to be paying attention to, in addition to the bilateral trade in goods and services.
Thank you. We have less than 3.5 minutes, so I have just time for one last question, and I'd be grateful if all of you could be brief in your responses. And this brings in what Jay Panda talked about, AUKUS. And as we speak, we have the UK's second largest aircraft carrier, the Queen Elizabeth, in the waters of the Bay of Bengal, streaming towards Mumbai while carrying out complex exercises with the Indian Armed Forces. And of course, AUKUS, a new security grouping of Australia, the UK, and the US, has recently been formed in the Indo-Pacific region. India, at the same time, has raised its own profile in the Indian Ocean as a net security provider. My last question to all of you, with brief responses, is what more can India and the UK do together on defense and security to enhance mutual capabilities? Let me start with Dr. Rajagopalan, Jay Panda, and we'll end with Ian.
Okay, so quick bullet points on what India and the UK can do together. Of course, the service-to-service military exercises has been an important dimension of our collaboration, but I would say we could take it to the next level, including tri-service exercises that would strengthen the sophistication and the complexities of the maneuvers involved. Second is to look at an action-packed agenda around the maritime domain. Of course, there is a precedent in terms of done on a much smaller scale, where India has partnered with other countries on anti-piracy operations. But and this, of course, saw China's participation. But cooperating with partners to deal with the enormous security challenge posed by China in the Indo-Pacific, and creating a larger political coalition, in a sense, whether it is the relationship between groups like the AUKUS and the Quad and the many number of other minilaterals and trilaterals that happen in the region. That is an important position, and because that would actually bring together, in a sense, some sort of a pressure on China, while the defense and security is somewhat narrow. But I think the political coalition that need to take on positions when, for instance, call out China's bad behavior, these are important. But let me stop there on account of times. Thank you so much.
Mr. Panda.
Since I broadly answered this question, I'll just extend it very little. I've already spoken about defense partnership potential. I think on a broader platform, the UK and India could work on UN Security Council reform, for instance, or the danger posed by the large number of countries which have taken BRI funding from China. And there are at least 8 of them, including Mongolia, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, who are heading towards having almost half of their external debt owed to China in a non-viable economic investment. These are areas that UK and India can and should work together to preempt the crisis that is likely to erupt.
Thank you. So, Ian, the British Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, is in India today. Clearly, on foreign and security, there are discussions that are taking place. But if there's one thing on defense and security that you would recommend, what would it be?
Well, I have 2 and very simple. Okay. Number 1, I would like the UK to eventually be part of what is now called the Quad, become the Quintet, or whatever we wanted to call it. I think that's an ambition that Britain should have. It's obviously up to India and the others. And the second thing I would do, send a very big signal, I would like the UK and India to work together so that there is a permanent port facility for the Royal Navy where they would base their ships in India, for operations, constructive operations around there. So a base that was used at permission, obviously, by India, so the Navy was there permanently, showing a permanent presence in the Pacific region.
Well, thank you. A bold suggestion, a recommendation, and we have to end with that. But just, I think, to reiterate that there are clear challenges in dealing with China, but there are convergences that have evolved between India and the UK in relation to China, economically at least, and possibly in some manner on the defense and security front. But obviously, there needs to be greater focus and greater cooperation between India and the UK in looking at China and seeking a response towards China's assertion and in the region, but also its own challenge, China's challenge to the global economic system. So with that, I'd like to thank all three panelists, Ian, Jayapanda in Delhi, and Dr. Rajeshwari Rajagopalan, for a fascinating discussion. Thank you all. Excellent, thank you.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. I'm Edie Lush. I'll be with you here today. And if you want to hear more news about the forum and forthcoming events, do log in to indiaglobalforum.com. You can catch up on any sessions you've missed and read fantastic content. And this is truly a global forum. The next one will be in Dubai on the 13th and 14th of December, Dynamic Alliances. So there are more details on our website about that. So we are moving from our last session on geopolitics to now to taxation. And governments are embracing technology to better connect with taxpayers as well as make complying with regulations easier. We also know that after spending billions on COVID-related relief, governments need to increase the tax base. So how can technology help them achieve this goal? Very pleased now to be joined by the Chief Digital and Information Officer at HMRC, Daljit Rahal. It's not often I get to be on stage with the tax man. Thank you for coming. We're also joining us digitally. We've got the former Finance Secretary, Government of India, Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey. Dr. Ajay, nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, very fine. Thank you. Thank you.
We've also joined digitally by the Vice President, Infosys, Venkat Narayan. How are you today, sir?
I'm great, thank you.
And we've got the leader in global delivery services for tax at EY, Ashu Rathore. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. Dr. Ajay, let's start with you. You have been at the helm of India's tax system, and it's recently undergone significant changes, especially in the context of the digitalization of the infrastructure and services. So tell me what some of the significant changes that you saw were.
Yeah. First of all, I am very thankful for this for the India Global Forum UK to have panel discussion. About India's recent tax journey. During the last years, India has undergone a major digital transformation in the country. And what we have to see, along with this use of technology in taxes, we have to see that what India has done in the last 6 years, in terms of a digitalization and formalization of economy, and what impact it has had on the entire the or the system or the convenience to the taxpayer. I will list 5 items to this. One is Aadhaar. During the last 5-6 years, India has been able to give to more than 1.3 billion people a biometric-based unique digital identity to every resident, 1.3 billion people. Secondly, the entire JAM platform, Janadhan Aadhaar and mobile platform. Under this platform, using Aadhaar, more than 450 bank accounts have been opened. Those were people completely unbanked, outside the formal system, and then of course they will be outside the taxation system as well. So the bank accounts will be open. More than 1 billion mobile to this JAM platform, and then the third most important platform which India has built again during the last the 4 years. In fact, the Venkat has been my co-panelist Venkat has been my colleague in that exercise. This GSTN, Goods and Services Tax Network. Now in India we have more than 5 states and union territories. All of them, the GST is a subject that jointly by the federal government and the state governments. All the entire GST platform is run jointly by the central government and then the state government, and more than 10 million people file returns every month. And this is the kind of an exercise, not only the filing the returns, they are also generating their invoices online, so that in future perhaps there may not be any need to file a separate returns as well. The returns can be generated out of the invoice. The invoices are getting generated on the platform itself. And then the fourth platform is the direct tax platform. In the direct tax, what has been done using the technology is that the government has been getting the information now from the various sources, be it investment in the real estate, be it investment in the stock market or the mutual fund, or any large transaction, all including the GST turnover or the customs turnover. All these informations are getting assimilated at one place, and then through the data sharing, between the customs, the GST, the income tax, and the banks, and doing the data analytics and the artificial intelligence today, the information asymmetry is being reduced to minimum, and that is what the changing the entire landscape today. In fact, what we see here is, I was going through some figures which have come out very recently. In the first half of this year, the financial year, the tax collection is 27% more than what it was in the pre-pandemic level, that was in the financial year 1920. If you compare with the last year it is 74% more revenue as far as the direct tax is concerned. And if you compare with this pre-pandemic level, the total collection is has increased by more than 27%. If you compare that against the GDP growth, the GDP, in terms of GDP, we are barely touching the pre-pandemic level of 1920. And whereas the tax collection is the direct tax collection is 27% more than that. How has this happened? Now, even for the GST, indirect tax, if you go by the trend this year, I'm pretty sure that in this current financial year, the GST collection will be at least 25% more than the pre-pandemic, the pre-pandemic figures. So in fact, all these things, because of the various platforms, the formalizations being brought to the digital reforms, and all these platforms that I have just mentioned, Aadhaar, JAM, the GSTN, and then the direct tax, all together have now contributed. In addition to that, I must say that even for the convenience of the taxpayers, the department has introduced this faceless assessment for the first time. In fact, earlier the jurisdiction officer used to do the assessment, and this practice was prevalent since 1860. The Sir James William was the first. You would say that kind of a finance minister, because he presented the first Indian budget in the year 1860, and this was the kind of an income tax which was that jurisdiction-based assessment was prevalent since then. But in 2020, in the last year, 2020, we changed to this completely random faceless assessment, where the taxpayer does not have to actually have any face-to-face interaction with the tax officer. If any scrutiny has to be done, he can file his reply online, and that case can get assigned to any tax officer in the entire country. So there is the entire this jurisdiction and other thing has been completely done away with. Now the entire the tax system is on the cloud, and therefore it has become faceless. So I think these are the reforms actually are helping the taxpayers, providing great amount of convenience, bringing a lot of transparency, and at the same time giving this massive increasing revenue, even during this COVID, the pandemic period, when every other sector is still struggling to, get over the effect of the pandemics. But here, growth of around 25%. This is something, this is something which is quite substantial.
Fascinating. Thank you. So tax collection 27% higher than pre-pandemic levels. So Daljit, let's move to you. How have you been digitalizing our tax system as well?
Yeah, our tax system in the UK here has been digital for several years now, and we're on a journey to continually make it more digital. Digital challenges us because it's never a static thing, it's a dynamic thing. People start thinking digitally, or started thinking what digital was, several years ago, thinking it was all about a website. Most consumers moved on from that. They started using WhatsApp. Then we have third-party software and agents demanding APIs so that they can, use the personal accounting software in their businesses to directly interact with us.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah, so we're just on a continuous journey to ever catch up with where the technology is taking us. One of the big highlights for us in the pandemic has been the speed at which HMRC has had to react to implement all of the sort of chancellor schemes to keep the country going. That our digital platforms allowed us to do that with agility, whereas in the past those things would have taken a lot longer. At the same time, we've also had to deal with exiting from the European Union and putting all the new customs systems in and the border controls, which is all part of the tax platform. We do, approximately 95% of self-assessment is done online, and a further about 60% of all tax credits are also done online. We've got several million customers all online. Where we are now is on our journey. How do we take advantage of becoming cloud native and utilizing the sort of capabilities and the tooling that the cloud offers us? In addition to that, how do we tap into citizen coding? Do we do that for our internal users to start writing applications? Do we open it up for actual citizens to do it and accountants and firms to write the interfaces into the taxation system? How do we take advantage of that? How do we then utilize our data, which has to be highly secure for obvious reasons, but responsibly do a better job of analytics using the capabilities now available that a few years ago would have just been cost prohibitive. So pretty much all of the artificial intelligence libraries that you can imagine are all there on open source, and the talent is coming through. The young graduates and apprentices, and in many cases several other people who've got an interest in technology have been keeping up with that. So how do we take advantage of all that? How do we go to the next stage in the digital evolution and start thinking about decentralization, distributed ledgers, and incorporating that thinking into making the tax system more digital, more efficient, and easier to use for the public?
Thank you. So let's bring in the emphasis as now. Venkat, now that you've heard the public sector leaders talk about improvements they've made, how do you think technology can help raise revenues and serve taxpayers better?
Yeah. So I was fortunate to be part of two of the initiatives that Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey talked about. 2 out of the 5, I was kind of involved in that journey as well. So
which two were
in
those?
Terms of how the direct tax and the GST. Based on that experience, in terms of how to leverage technology, I would break it down into 3 unique dimensions. They're kind of interrelated. I'll connect them up a little later, but in my opinion, there are 3 dimensions which technology brings into taxation. One is the data analytics part. The second is user experience. And the third part is building an ecosystem of software providers. So I'll touch upon each of these briefly. Data analytics and taxation is nothing new. We've been using analytics for quite some time. We started off with largely looking for anomalies in the return data, inconsistencies or anomalies, and typical techniques like evaluating financial ratios and things which don't fit into a certain limits or a tolerance, and that gets flagged for tax evasion. But there's been a paradigm shift in the use of analytics. One Dr. Ajay Pandey earlier referred to. First is bringing in more information. Instead of restricting analytics to the information that you already have, correlating information across, instead of just looking for anomalies, but you're now looking at correlating information with other sources of data. The other sources of data could be other financial information available within the government network, like, for example, comparing the direct tax and the indirect tax, and what you get reported in your corporate returns and things like that. But even outside of the government regime, right? Bringing an ecosystem of the banks and the employers, bringing their data in, or mutual funds, stock exchange, or real estate, bringing all that data in and correlate that gives a much more comprehensive view of what the taxpayer has been up to. And there is one additional benefit not immediately visible right now in bringing all of this data together, which I'll touch upon briefly in a minute. So that's the first area, the data analytics. There's a lot more to be done. We've just started bringing information together, and it started to yield dividends, but there's a lot more to be done there. The second area is user experience. You earlier talked about expanding the taxpayer base, and one of the issues with along with the expanding taxpayer base, you also want to curtail the tax evasion. So for which one of the strategies has been ask more information, right? So the forms have started growing, and it is becoming larger and larger because you want more information about the taxpayer before you can make a judgment. But that has a flip side as well. The more larger the form, the more the information that you ask, it is more intimidating. No matter how much you simplify the process policies, it's still intimidating. The fear is real. And how you can alleviate that fear is to get away and transform the whole experience of the taxpayer. So the experience of a taxpayer who is going out to an Amazon or a Flipkart to buy something versus filling his tax is completely different. And we need to ask ourselves why it has to be so different, right? Why can't it be as simple as buying something on Amazon? So what essentially we are talking about is the taxation system traditionally has been form-based. There is a certain form, a particular number, which is applicable to you. You need to fill out those fields, and you need to know what to fill out because you need to then start studying all the rules. A paradigm shift here is to get away from the form-based and move to a wizard-based approach. A wizard-based approach doesn't expect you to know the rules or what to fill or even choose which form to fill. So essentially ask a series of questions which are simple enough for the taxpayer to answer. And I choose the form for you. Even while filling the form, I'm going to get to the data by asking you specific questions. So if you look at most of the tax forms today, for any individual taxpayer, only a little more than 50-60% of the fields are applicable. Almost half the form is just there to intimidate you. So we can get rid of that fear part by showing only those portions which are relevant. The second part of technology in user experience is the concept of pre-fill. So this is again deriving from the benefit of bringing together data from various systems, various information together. Is one thing that you can do is you don't have to fill in the form. The form can be pre-filled, like Dr. Ajay Bhushan said yesterday earlier. There will be a time where you don't have to fill a return. Just go there and say, yes, I verify this. This is my return, and the system generates the return. I say, I verify this, and I'm okay. So that's where we are getting at, and essentially transform the entire user experience. Now that brings me to the third pillar, which no matter what you do, how much you simplify the user experience, it's almost impossible for the government agencies or the government-built systems to cater to all the needs of the taxpayers. And that's where it becomes very important to build an entire ecosystem where you're not restricted to use the software. You don't have to transform your data from your accounting package to the taxation package. It gets built in. So essentially you start building out your entire taxation system as a platform, as a set of APIs, as Mr. Jaldi referred to as earlier, that we build it out as an ecosystem, we build it out as a platform, expose APIs. So the use of the government provided software becomes less, and the ecosystem evolves to cater to specific needs of the taxpayers. So for example, a tax return of a banking firm might be completely different from a trader, right? So a single size doesn't fit all. So that's the three pillars to you: data analytics, user experience redesign, and the third part is the building the ecosystem.
Perfect. We'll come back to you in a minute. Asha, I want to come to you with your EY hat on. How have businesses reacted to the recent changes in the tax system? What do they want to see going forward?
Eddie, obviously, I know it's quite clear. The crusade here is to make things simple and make it easier. As Venkat talked about, how do we simplify for our clients their experience of filing tax returns? They do not want to be in the nitty-gritty details. And that's where I think the whole tax industry, the service provider industry is striving at. We have technology evolution taking place, apps being developed on the narrative that Venkat gave as he was talking. I was already picturing our app we have called Tax Chat, where we are going to individual tax payers and giving them a very simple solution You download an app and you answer certain questions, and your return gets completed. You don't worry about the form. You don't worry about where the numbers go. You answer and provide information. And that simplification is the journey that we are undertaking. Now, easier said than done. There's a complex web of taxes. UK, as Daljit said, has been on this making tax digital journey for a while. And if I break it down, there are 3 or 4 categories of taxes. Indirect taxes, VAT, individual taxes, corporate taxes. I think the digital journey is quite underway when it comes to indirect tax, VAT experience. We have, as service providers, enabled for our users and businesses tools to centralize and reduce cost and make experience as streamlined as possible, but still a lot to do. Individual taxes for simple tax return filers, which are the majority of folks, we are on the same journey. Corporate tax return, on the flip side, can be very complex, especially if you have a multinational company headquartered in India or United States with global operations. So that journey will take us a bit, and multiple countries, collaboration, tax laws, different forms, different tools and software. But in the end, to answer your question in a succinct manner, businesses are looking for simplification, lower costs to get the tax returns done and accurately done and mitigate risk. So best quality, fastest speed, cheapest cost, and least risk. So those are the areas I think our users want in whichever category you look at.
Accurate, fast, concise, simple. Those are very good words. So let's come back to the government perspective. I wonder what the next steps are for both governments. And Dr. Ajay, let's start with you.
Yes. In fact, the next steps would be to build upon, what has been done. For example, in case of a GST, the GST is going through the series of further reforms where the taxpayers' convenience, and particularly the in terms of the invoice generation. Invoice generation would be one area where the businesses should be able to generate invoices online, and so that they don't have to file return. Similarly, on the direct tax side, what India had embarked upon a very, very simplified tax filing return system, the return filing system. And that is something which is being achieved in stages. And in fact, the Venkat represents Infosys. The government has been working very, very closely with them. And the ultimate convenience of the taxpayers, in the sense that they should be able to, the returns should get generated based on the information or the transactions which have happened. And I'll give you an example. For example, let us say the GST returns gets filed every month, whereas the corporate income tax, returns get filed every year, and then the advanced tax gets paid every quarter. Now, can we do something to so that entire process could be automated as much as possible? That based on the information that we get, and then the pre-filling that the Venkat talked about, and what we are also trying to do is that if the income tax returns based on the questions that you answer, in addition to that, the information that you get from the various sources. For example, if I have let's say if I have some fixed deposit in the banks, and the banks are giving me the interest, or I have invested some money in some corporates and they are giving me the dividend. Now, along with this dividend or the interest, those informations have started coming to the income tax department. And supposing if those informations can be pre-filled, and based on that, the tax can get calculated. Similarly, the salary, today, the people get the salary, and then those informations also come to the income tax department. And what earlier used to happen is that even if those informations were with the department, the individual taxpayer had to also fill in the information and to verify, and independently verify. What we are trying to do is that information which is coming from the diverse sources, they should get pre-filled, and the taxpayer only has to confirm. So this is what we are taking it to more and more areas. We have covered certain areas so far, like the interest or the dividend or the the salary. But now we are thinking of moving towards the capital gain and so and so. Similarly, for the corporate income tax, those things will be a little more complicated. In fact, Asu Rathod has mentioned that those things would be complicated, but this is what something will have to be, we will try to do that. And plus this entire data analytics, if we are getting a data from such wide sources, and in case supposing somewhere either the persons are not filing returns or they are understating their income, then those information should also get highlighted to the taxpayer, saying that yes, you made certain investments, you have got a capital gain of a few million rupees, and then you are supposed to pay advance tax, you have not paid advance tax. So this kind of a reminders also could get generated, so that all these the persons know that the department knows about their transactions, and therefore they will be more inclined to file the tax return in time and also in the right manner.
Thank you. So, Daljit, you are going to round us up here today. So you've already mentioned the challenges around online, cloud, decentralization, potential of the blockchain. What's the next step now for you?
Well, look, really, everybody's expressed what I'm about to say. We all face similar challenges. It's all about usability and creating a more engaging tax platform, simpler tax platform. It starts with really making better use of the information that you have, using it in a way to enhance the experiences customers have when they come to do their tax affairs, and then going beyond that to also using third-party data, making most of things like the open banking initiative and other third-party data sources to augment what you have, and start to create that sort of almost like a single view for a citizen, rather than having to do with different taxes using different forms, etc., to have it all in some form of a dashboard type of construct. So that's where we are. I mean, and I think everybody else has said the same thing. Really, it's all about that simplification, making it easier to use, and we start by really making more sense out of the information that we have.
Making more sense out of the information we have. Thank you very much for joining me here on stage and in our virtual stage. Daljit Rahal. We've also had the former Finance Secretary from the Government of India. Thank you, Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey. Thank you to Venkat Narayan from Infosys and to EY's Ashu Rathod. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. We are just days away now from the Climate Summit, also known as COP26 in Glasgow. I was looking last night at the COP26 website. One of the things that it points out is that to achieve our climate goals, every single company, every financial firm, bank, insurer, investor is going to have to change. Countries also need to change, need to manage the increasing impacts of climate change on their citizens' lives, and crucially, they need the funding to do it. The scale and speed of the changes that we have to make is going to require all forms of finance. Public finance for the development of infrastructure that we need to transition to a greener and more climate resilient economy, and private finance to fund technology and innovation to help turn the billions of public money into trillions of total climate investment. So we're going to explore that issue now, and we're going to start with a fantastic panel member who's in India now, the government of Maharashtra, Cabinet Minister of Tourism and Environment. Please do welcome Aditya Thackeray. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Thank you. How are you doing?
All good. So I wonder if you could give us your thoughts, first of all, on climate financing and what governments are doing to incentivize investments in this area.
I think more than climate financing, what we need to really realize today is it is a climate emergency. We do not have the luxury of time to believe that we have 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years to really act on climate change emergencies. If you look at what's happening around the world today or happening around us, there are not weather anomalies anymore. These are climate change emergencies, and these are events that are a pattern today in terms of climate change, be it floods, be it typhoons, be it cyclones, be it hurricanes, be it hailstorms, extreme heat, extreme winter. There is a and often when we have conferences for climate financing or incentivizing EVs, I keep asking the people, do we need incentives to survive? Because we did not need incentives to wear masks during COVID or take the vaccine. We do not need incentives to take life-saving drugs. We need incentives to survive. And in that sense, if you look at what's happened in Maharashtra last year, we spent about 14,000 crores, almost $2 billion on climate change compensation or events arising out of climate change for compensation for farmers or urban citizens. So if this is the case, of course, we need green financing to come into a country like India where we are the industrial powerhouse, we are 1.3 billion people. And if we have to move ahead, we need to quickly transition into a green zone. We need to quickly transition from, what we are today into something that is really climate friendly. And if we have to do that, we need to look around the world, bring in the best of ideas, the best of innovation, and the best of climate financing to support these ideas. Really. So that is how I look at it.
And can you tell me a little bit more about some of the projects that you've got going on in Maharashtra in particular?
Multiple projects. One of our flagship events right now that has been going on for a year is Maji Vasundhara. And what we intend to do through that is focus on the 5 elements of nature. And we're getting to start off with the governments really, the urban local bodies, the rural local bodies and state government to focus on our own carbon footprint and evaluate ourselves of how we're doing in terms of carbon footprints. So be it the energy sector, then we're trying to get most of our government establishments onto renewable energy, trying to move our basic lights onto LED lights or energy efficiency. We're looking at probably, tree plantations. Just last year, in about 8 months, we've planted about 2.2 million trees as urban forests. We've got almost 10,663 tons of compost generated. We are looking at rainwater percolation system or rainwater harvesting systems within our own compounds of government buildings. We're taking strides in terms of education of school children. We've made a syllabus with the UNICEF that we're soon bringing into our stream of education. So these are some of the things that we're really focusing on. But going beyond that, we've also got probably India's most progressive and dynamic electric vehicle policy. That is something in the flow. And another part being the renewable energy sector. So we're focusing on all sectors, really, all elements of nature to move forward. And that is what we look at as Maji Vasundhara.
And what do you want to come out of COP26 for you sitting in Maharashtra in terms of the climate finance, clarity coming from governments there?
I believe all the national governments, all the sub-national governments like us from COP26, we need to learn that this is a climate emergency. That is the first and foremost priority I have as a young person from, a global citizen. Two, of course, going beyond realizing what we have, we need to step beyond discussions into actions because the time to act is now. We do not have enough time to act. So that is the second thing. The third thing is we need to really reorient ourselves in terms of what we term as development to sustainable development. We need to pass every aspect of policy through a climate test because today, be it roads or building dams or airports or whatever, we need all these things. We need development. But if we have development, there is going to be climate change. If we have sustainable development, we're going to have climate change impact, mitigation, and adaptation. I think that is what we need to think about. And four, of course, we need an equitable future because the countries least responsible for climate change are going to face the brunt of climate change the most. Countries will have large-scale migration. Agrarian economies are going to face huge impact on farming and agriculture. This is going to affect us all across the world unilaterally. And whatever scales of our economies, whatever scales of development or manufacturing or industrialization or financial prowess that all our countries have, we need to have equitable contribution to climate change action. And we need to support each other moving ahead. So we need to work shoulder to shoulder.
Give me some examples of how you're working with businesses in particular on some of the projects that you mentioned or any others you'd like to bring out.
We're starting small and we're going big as well at the same time. So one of the first things we're doing is we're ensuring that the discharge standards and the emission standards that have been set by our pollution control boards are being followed to the T, because quite honestly what happens is many times these are signed on paper and not followed. So we're not saying we're not going to industrialize. We're not going to move away from the industrial powerhouse or manufacturing powerhouse or the financial powerhouse that Maharashtra as a state is. We are crucial for the country in terms of finances or industries. But we need to ensure that the promises made in terms of emissions and discharge are followed. I think that is first. Two, we're looking at smaller habits being followed by the industries or the hotels or the hospitality sector, trying to be having more green areas on their own complexes or compounds, or rainwater percolation, zero black water or grey water discharge, smaller habits like having sensors in office cabins that you don't really use on an every hour basis, or EVs to transport the workers from one place to another. So we're saying that climate change is not really about movements like going and cleaning beaches. That is essential. But climate change action for every individual, be it in a big industry or a small hotel or a motel somewhere, starts from your own habits. Climate change is no longer the need of a huge event that is happening globally. It's no longer something that is about a movement. It is about what me as an individual, be it in a government office or in a private office, as a school teacher or a student, be it someone who is a sanitation worker or a corporate CEO, can inculcate in myself and in my family as a small habit and contribute my small little contribution to climate change mitigation and adaptation. I think that is what we're working on. It's a mindset that we're changing.
Thank you very much. Great to hear all of those examples. So let's widen out to include the rest of our panel. Thank you very much for joining me here. We've got virtually the head of Group Corporate Finance at Adani Group, Anupam Misra. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Good, Eddie. How are you?
Good. We've also got here in our studio the Global Vice Chair of Global Delivery Services at EY, Srini Rao. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. And also the CEO of Children's Investment Fund Foundation, Kate Hampton. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So, Anupam at Adani, let's talk to you a little bit. As a corporate, what are your views on funding the green projects? Do they make business sense now, or are there significant incentives still required?
See, I think when you look at renewables, when you look at green infrastructure, I think it's the need of the hour. And as Aditya rightly mentioned, this is something that is not a responsibility at a government level. It is more a responsibility today at a corporate level, and going beyond the corporate, it is also a responsibility at the individual level as well as a citizen of the world. Now, coming back to how as a corporate we are looking to fund it, I think the market globally is very, very vibrant right now. and there are massive sources and pools of capital available. I'll give you a few examples. I mean, as a portfolio within Adani Group, we've done 3 green bonds in Adani Green Energy Limited. We've done a sustainability linked bond 144A regas issuance in Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. We are in the works to do our first SEC registered issuance from Adani Green. So we're talking about at least $4 billion that we've raised this year, and there is a substantial pipeline that we have in the future as well for these issuances. Overall, to look at it, I think renewables as a business, green capex, is something which does not require any incentive at this stage. It is something that makes natural sense. If you see how, if you take the example of solar power, in 2010, about a decade back, solar power was about 2.5 to 3 times, in fact, around 5 times the tariff that it is currently. So that means that with the technology interventions, the tariffs have come down, and the same story will play out for hydrogen. The same story will play out for storage and few other sources. What that would mean is that energy no longer needs to be it no longer needs to be infirm. It will your baseload power will become renewable power, and massive amount of investment as a group we are doing into this energy transition. Our chairman spoke about this in UK over the course of this week about commitment from Adani Group for investing $50 to $70 billion into the green infrastructure, which includes renewables, hydrogen, solar, wind, hybrids, and about 70% of the overall capex that we as a group will do will be coming in from this from the renewable and green sources. So that's the kind of commitment we have to this sector. Our shareholders, our partners, our investors, all of them are fully 100% aligned on this front. And as a group, we have set up a capital management plan which is also in alignment with this. So, yep, back to you. But overall, as I mentioned, it's we don't believe that it requires any incentives right now. Few adjustments here and there will ensure that the thrust that is there continues to remain over the course of the next decade.
Thank you. Srini, tell me about your opinions on how we can continue to scale up climate finance.
Well, just to reflect on Anupam's point, I really don't think there's very much fiscal room for policy incentives, policy stimuli that can spur investments in this sector forward. There might be other mechanisms through which the corporate sector as a whole is asked and expected to assume some responsibility for channeling funding into into climate finance overall. I think the scale of the climate finance problem is so unspeakably large at this point that even while we know some of the mechanics, the maneuvers, the tactics, and the implementation that we need to undertake, we're looking at a country that is still 70% powered by thermal and coal. And wind and solar, in accumulation and after many multiple years of effort, are roughly 4% apiece, and 80% comes from a collage of oil and hydrogen and other sources. The scale of the problem is as large as that. In 2015, when India was part of the discussion determining the capital needs for transformation over 15 years, the total aggregate capital requirement was established at $2.5 trillion, which in simplistic terms means about $175 billion a year. In the last 6 years, we have accrued about $20 billion of capital each year. And that's just significantly, subscale, given the scale of transformation that is required. And even within the 20 billion that's been gathered, 40% has come from the government, and through government policy and government finances, 30% from the banking sector, 15% from the domestic private sector, and a bare 15% from multilateral funding agencies and FDI, which was established as the primary thrust of the capital infusion into India. So I think we're at a point where we need very, very significant and clear actions by the global community. Not that everything else is something that India will implement. We will need help in doing any and all of that. But the formulation of the problem needs to be more precise, I think, around where the deficiencies, the insufficiencies in capital flows are into the country to drive this change.
Do you want to reflect on that, the scale of the challenge and where we need the money coming from?
Yes, and before I do, I want to congratulate the Minister, because Maharashtra has been really exemplifying the kind of leadership we're seeing from very significant subnational actors. So congratulations to you. I think when it comes to scaling the finance, Sri mentions the lack of fiscal space, but I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that fossil fuels are still massively subsidized all over the world to the tune of trillions. And there are lots of stressed assets, fossil assets, including coal assets, which are now not really economic anywhere in the world, that are sucking up government money. So I think there has to be something said about not just focusing on funding the right things, but stopping funding the wrong things. And I think that applies to public finance as much as it does to private finance. So I think we need to get those incentives right. I think that's crucial. It's also crucial here in the UK, where we subsidise gas use in people's homes and tax electricity use, which is not supportive of the transition. But we do need to scale up climate finance to the tune of about 400+%. And that requires a combination of international and local incentives. So internationally, clearly, we need a post-COVID settlement between developed and developing countries, which is commensurate with the scale of the problem. I think in COVID, we've seen countries very stressed economically, while richer countries have been able to pour money into their economies, and that's created an imbalance. It's also limited access to capital markets for a number of emerging countries. So that needs to be addressed, and COP26 has a role to play in that. But I think nationally, and I think what's really interesting is we're seeing the development of investment taxonomies, which are about directing capital flows to the right places, and policies and regulations around finance itself, not just around energy and the other sectors. I think that's crucial because it needs to signal to the private sector, and things like banking regulation need to include mandatory reporting and disclosure. And I think most countries are moving in that direction. We need to change the cost of capital for dirty, improve the cost of capital for clean. Some of that is international around currency risk and other things. Some of that is domestic around fiscal incentives and regulation. And it's great to see that India is embarking on that journey. And I think there's a lot of learning that needs to be shared across countries, because this is a common journey. Nobody has really done it yet. This is something that we all need to do together. So I think that there's a real opportunity. And I think what's interesting with Prime Minister Modi coming to COP26 and leaders of some other countries, Russia and China, not showing up, I think it shows that India recognizes the competitive edge that going green could provide in terms of attracting capital. So I think there's lots of opportunity here, but countries need to get serious about stopping dirty finance alongside promoting clean finance.
I like that idea of it being the competitive advantage. Anupam, let's come back to you for a moment just to reflect on anything you've heard here, the challenge around whether governments still have the ability to put more money into fiscal, and whether we're still subsidizing these dirty industries too much, and what could be done about that as well.
No, I think the word we use is transition. So when we talk about transition, we have to look at it. The world is operating in a particular manner today. We have to get it somewhere in the next 5 to 7 years, and then eventually go in a manner that it is sustainable. We have to also think of the fact that India today is in terms of absolute emissions, it's standing at a particular pedestal, but when it comes to per capita emissions, India is also currently energy starved, right? There are still certain portions of the country which do not have access to electricity. So the problem in India is a little more complex than it is in other parts of the world. So it requires a very balanced approach. It requires an approach which does not result in. We saw what has happened in the past few weeks in the lead up to COP26 in Europe and as well as parts of China and India, where energy prices went up, shot up. So I think a very balanced approach has to come through. I 100% agree with the views presented on the panel here with respect to how that it is at this moment, it is now that we have to act. We have to make the cost of capital is going to be key here. When you look at any sort of breakup of cost of capital, it is related to factors like risk, and factors relating to risk will typically be like financial risk, interest rate risk, etc., exchange rate risk. Climate risk is something that needs to be introduced now into our models, and what that means is you make climate positive businesses a lower cost of capital. You have incentivized every business house in the world to go towards a business which has a higher return as compared to the cost of capital. So from that perspective, I think that is where the world should be looking at, and I think India is 100% in alignment with this government policy. As was mentioned earlier, COP21, the Paris Accord was when India basically in the past 5 years has showcased, the Indian government has showcased how we are taking this very, very seriously. Adani Green as a company, we came into existence in 2015 when we started our first project, which was then the largest solar project in the world. And today we are already almost close to 20 gigawatts operating capacity. So that tells you that a lot of business houses in the country, as well as a lot of players in India, in consonance with the government, have been taking these steps. So the question around cost of capital is paramount, and that's something that climate finance can do, and that is something is extremely important at this stage.
So let's just come back to Maharashtra. Aditya, I wonder if you want to reflect on some of the things you've heard, the challenges presented by the incumbency of coal and dirty fuel, the challenge of extending electricity to people who haven't had it, and all the benefits that we know that it brings, combined with what you're doing around the green project and financing there. I wonder if you could give us some details.
I think one of the points that I heard in this was very crucial is in terms of how much can we subsidize fossil fuel or non-green energy anymore. I think that is very, very crucial. The other is, of course, about reaching out to areas which not have been powered as yet. The opportunity lies really here, because if we can reach out with green energy to start off with, that is something that can be a huge stride for India. Because to be very honest, India is, of course, you've got a plethora of issues and you've got multiple opportunities in a country like India, because of course a huge population of 1.3 billion people, if we start moving towards a green world, the impact on the world by Indians could be huge. That is very, very important. And again, like I said, for us as governments, the key is we decide how to move forward in terms of sustainability. Now for Maharashtra, we've got 43 cities really signing up to the Race to Zero. That's 65 million people. That's almost equal to the population of France. Now think of it. Now if one state like Maharashtra with half its population that is equal to the size of France or the population of France moves towards Race to Zero, and in a country where urbanization is happening rapidly, we need to define what urbanization is. We need to define if urbanization is simply concrete roads and glass buildings and better homes, or do we have better standards of solid waste management, sewage water treatment plants, green energy, renewable energy. We also have electric mobility, 15-minute cities of walkability, pedestrianization, urban forests. If we can create an ideation on what urbanization really means for India, if we can create a whole plan of what the next 50 years for India would mean in terms of reaching out to the population that's not got access to development, yet gets access to sustainable development as a whole new triangle altogether. I think that for us could mean that is green development, and that is where really we see the future in.
Thank you. Kate, let's come back to you, what you've heard from the folks here today, and just reflecting on the projects the foundation is involved in, and where you can see the big step changes to convince people to make the changes that we have to make in terms of the finance necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I think a very important point has been made about social justice. We have to recognize that those with the most resources shoulder most of the burden, and indeed providing clean energy access to the hundreds of millions of people who currently don't have it has to be mission critical. And whether you're in a richer nation or a poorer nation, those issues of social justice are in fact the rate limiter for policy ambition. In the UK, the transition in people's homes will depend upon providing significant social protection alongside support for capital expenditure. So we have to recognize the social dimension of this domestically and internationally. And I think finance will flow with the right enabling environment. The world is not short of capital. The world is short of bankable projects and scalable infrastructure opportunities, which will transition in a transformative way. If we just keep going on incrementally, we will lose the 1.5 window, we will lose the 2-degree window, and that will have the worst impacts on the poorest. So I think in terms of finance, making sure that we're thinking about where are the investable propositions, what are the right incentives, what are the barriers. A lot of those barriers are political economy barriers, but a lot of those barriers are in regulation and in including financial regulation. So we need to
give us some examples there.
In terms of barriers, yeah, so for example, there's a lot of conversation at the moment around the role that corporates should play. And obviously there's climate regulation at the sectoral level, but should businesses be regulated to have mandatory 5-year plans that sort of mirror the 5-year plans that countries have been asked to deliver under Paris? And we've been pushing very hard for something called Say on Climate, which asks companies to develop plans. We've had about 3% of listed companies globally signing up for science-based targets, but only 1% actually have plans to follow that up. So a lot of companies are saying, yes, we're moving in that direction, but if you look at their capital expenditure, or indeed how their CEO is remunerated, or indeed how they're lobbying, it doesn't add up. So we need to make sure that near-term action is consistent with that long-term ambition. And it's not to discredit companies for signing up, but they need to act on it. So without the alignment between the long and the short term, we're not going to get there. But if it's not mandatory, the leaders will be out in front and will miss large chunks of each sector. So if you take what the World Benchmarking Alliance has recently done, for example, 85% of 100 oil and gas companies scored D or E using their assessment, and of 350 global ag and food companies, 50% don't even have a policy on avoiding deforestation. Wow. So in terms of what companies are saying versus what they're actually doing, there's a huge mismatch. So I think we're going to have to go beyond disclosure and target setting and go into really mandatory plans for businesses.
And regulation has to come from government, however, right?
That's right, that's right. And of course it's a chicken and egg in the sense that governments are fearful of regulating unless businesses ask for it. And businesses won't move unless governments provide the right enabling environment. So we have to be able to break through that problem, and we need stronger partnership with business and government working with the leaders in each sector to identify what's possible. We've already got 57 Indian companies with science-based targets, and 24 Indian companies have made pledges on carbon neutrality. So what we need now is for those companies to think about how they develop plans, and as they do that, they will identify what are the barriers in terms of moving capital or moving technology from the lab into the market, and they'll be able to have a great dialogue with government about the kind of enabling environment they need. We need to unlock those conversations, very, very specific conversations around unleashing very specific parts of the transformation. At the moment, it's too high level, it's too long term, It needs to be near term, and it needs to be specific.
So it sounds like businesses aren't necessarily taking the scale of the challenge enough, Srini.
I think it's a mixed bag, Edie. So clearly there are some large companies. One is represented here. Large companies are taking this on seriously. There's been significant capital allocation into this space. There's also been a coalition of corporates that's been trying to act in this space. The scale of the problem, the asymmetry of the problem, doesn't lend itself to insular or even, sort of partially combined initiatives in the corporate sector to be able to resolve. The scale of the problem is of such immensity that I think it's going to take a lot more than just some good citizens, good corporate citizens, to be able to make the change.
So tell me what you would like to see coming from COP26 in terms of some strong leadership or some incentives from government towards business.
Yeah, so one is just the recognition that all of us are coming off COVID and all fiscal balance sheets are strained, not just India, but globally so. Developing nations, and India in particular, need a very organized, systematic, methodical, well-ornamented, financial scheme, whether through the multilateral development agencies or through private sector and FDI, in order to be able to catalyze the change. So the 70% in the thermal sector, which I spoke about, yes, of course, it's riddled with losses and it's hemorrhaging year after year. But there are millions and hundreds of millions of lives that rely on that economy. So it's not about just a clever stroke of the pen that fixes a fiscal policy, but there's human throbbing life in the power plants, in the livelihoods around those power plants. And I think we need a slightly more dexterous and skillful pair of hands in dealing with it. I don't think it's all policy. It's capital combined with a very, very well lubricated implementation plan.
Can I ask our virtual guests to just reflect on what you've heard as well? In our time remaining, I'd love to hear about a project that you are most proud of, that you think exemplifies the kind of thing that can be done to meet the scale of the challenge, and one thing that you'd like very much to see coming from COP26. Let's start with our friend from Maharashtra, Aditya Thackeray.
So what I hear from Mr. Rao and also Ms. Kate is, of course, in terms of two perspectives. One is from Mr. Rao, what we heard is in terms of, it's much more than just corporates or policies coming together. And of course, coming out of COVID, of course, all of us as governments or corporates or industries, all of us have a financial restraint and strain. But if we don't actually move towards climate change or adaptation or mitigation feature, we're going to face many more epidemics and pandemics like this. And in terms of, like I said, our compensation given to farmers and urban areas just last year was almost $2 billion. So that is one. And like what Ms. Kate said, that I obviously agree with the both of them in terms of when we've got industries or companies that have signed up to climate goals, we cannot just say that it's about 2030 or 2040 and then most of us try to interpret that as, okay, today I'm not going to do anything, going to carry on as it is, and maybe 2040 onwards or 2030 onwards, I'll miraculously turn as carbon neutral. The idea really is to start off every single day in terms of how we can slowly, steadily, and sustainably move towards a carbon neutral future. For example, with the Adani group here and what he was talking about in terms of renewable energy for Mumbai, I just held a meeting the other day in terms of the 3-4 discoms that give energy to Mumbai. That's BSC, Tata Power, and Adani group. And we were looking at exploring options of how we can get citizens to convert their homes from conventional energy supply to their homes to renewable energy. And of course, you have little green premiums here or there, which could be really subsidized at a future stage by governments or policy if we move off from conventional energy being subsidized. But really, these are some of the things that we need to set targets and act on them. So for Maharashtra, what we have done is instituted the Maharashtra Council for Climate Change, headed by the Chief Minister himself and co-chaired by the Finance Minister. What we're looking at is basically all the departments, be it energy, be it urban development, rural development, transport, industry, multiple departments of the government setting targets for themselves and the benefactors of these departments or the policies that are affected by these departments, and delivering each month that, okay, for industry, this was the target, this is what we've been able to achieve. For forests, this was the target, this is what we've been able to achieve. For example, just in 1 year last year, we've got 9,800 hectares of wetlands coming under the official protection of the Indian Forest Act. Now, this is a month-by-month review. We cannot do this overnight, and we have to move towards 2030 carbon neutrality. Step by step, each day, slowly, steadily, but we surely have to make the move, and it cannot happen overnight in 2030. We have to start today, and that's what I take from this discussion.
Anupam, last word from you in terms of what you'd like to hear from COP and a project that you're particularly proud of that I think exemplifies the potential of what we're talking about here. We know about the solar in Mumbai. Tell us more about that or something else.
No, so I think I'll just pick up on the example that Aditya mentioned. We bought this business, the Mumbai distribution business, in 2018. It has 3% power is being provided by renewable sources, 97% from conventional sources. We have now formally covenanted that by 2023, we will be 30% renewable. By 2026, by 2027, we will be 60% renewable. And by 2030, we'll be 70% renewable. Now, that is taking into consideration all the technical issues you have with respect to the grid. This is a formally covenanted package that we have put out there. We are working very closely with the government of Maharashtra to ensure we can bring more and more renewable power into Mumbai. And we are working, that includes two very complex and large, very ambitious power transmission schemes that are also being implemented by the group, by Adani Transmission, to ensure that more renewable power can come into the grid. And that is something that really exemplifies how, a business house, the government can work together to ensure that we deliver on the climate change. We are also working with various other stakeholders. Aditya mentioned about the green tariff. I think this is an exceptional and very good example of how, at the end of the day, climate change will only be successful. I mean, we'll be able to bring about this change if each and every individual, each and every citizen of the country, of the world, agrees that I have to reduce my carbon footprint. Now, one very significant step in doing that is you procure power which is green. You pay a higher tariff for that today. So today the government of Maharashtra has come out with a scheme that with 6% higher tariff, you can get 100% green power. We, as one of the DISCOMs who are supplying power in Mumbai, have gone out and marketed this scheme. We are working with the various businesses. We're working with actually high net worth individuals and a lot of consumers in the city of Mumbai to do it. I think this is an example that can be done not only in Mumbai, but all other parts of the country, all other cities. We can start with the tier 1 cities and moving into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And then this is something that can serve as a micro example of how this change can be brought about across the world. So it's not really driven by, it's actually driven eventually by the individuals and the consumers of power in a country. And that's very important, and that's probably the example which I would leave this panel with. And if a lot of other players can also continue to do that, we will see that this solution is not that far away.
Thank you. Srini and Kate, I'm going to give you a minute each to tell me about a project you have been involved with or you've seen that you think could be scaled up quickly.
Speaking of the sector that I come from, the services sector, which is not the most emitting sector, as we all know, and you'll see this in the technology sector more broadly, we are looking to re-electrify our buildings, and we have many millions of square feet, as you'll expect, with our citizenry in India and in some other countries. It's a small initiative, but the awareness that we're able to raise with an initiative like that amongst our people, amongst society, amongst the extended family has been huge. So that's our little project for the year that's ahead.
Thank you. Kate, what about you? What project would you point to?
Well, I'm going to deliberately not answer your question and say something about COP, if that's okay. I see so much exciting action happening in India, and if the Indian government could come forward and reflect that action in their international commitments, that would renew its Paris commitment in a way that reflected existing policies and actions, but it would really demonstrate Indian leadership, because I know that the policies and measures that are being implemented in India today are actually much more ambitious than what they have committed to internationally. And if India were to step forward and just reflect what it's doing in its international commitments, that would put India in a real leadership position amongst the G20 countries. And I think there are a number of G20 countries that would look at India and say, wow, we really need to step up, including the US and China.
Thank you, Kate. Strong message there from our panelists. Thank you so much for joining me here on stage in London, Kate, Srini, and also to my virtual guests as well. Thank you very much to Anupam, as well as our minister from Maharashtra, Aditya Thackeray. Thank you, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to India Global Forum. And if anything that you're hearing today you'd like to share on social media, don't forget to use our hashtag IGFUK and follow us online at India Global Forum. So the next session, very pleased to be welcoming a spotlight speaker here to speak about building information highways for growth in India and the world. Please do welcome the founder and chairman, Bharti Enterprise, Sunil Bharti Mittal. Thanks for coming along.
My pleasure.
So let's start off, first of all, in a country with 1 billion mobile connections, rapid digitalization, leading a telecoms business must be exciting, to say the least. You've also seen this sector grow from its infancy around 25 years ago to where it is now. And you've been involved in telecom markets around the world. So what do you think the biggest single factor is now that differentiates the India digitalization story from any other?
Well, India has had absence of infrastructure, as you know, unlike Western countries where you had a lot of building blocks over the last century, decades. India had to suddenly wake up to digital wave in the absence of physical infrastructure. And I think the policymakers, the politicians, realized very earlier on that in the absence of hard infrastructure, which takes long years and lots of investment, the digital medium would perhaps be able to mitigate the years of shortage of hard infrastructure. And frankly, I think that was the reason why India suddenly opened up to foreign investment, going up to nearly 100% now FDI, and unleashing the digital medium in the country. And before we kind of walked into this space, the IT industry had already started to make its presence felt in India. It was one of the most unregulated industry in a country which had a lot of regulations. Their success was sort of pushing through the government to take bolder steps. And when telecom got delicensed into the hands of private sector, way back in 92, 93, some of us brave at that time ventured into it and built the digital, I would say, ecosystem. And then come Prime Minister Modi in 2014, he took digital as one of his key pillars, one of the 4 pillars on which he wanted to build India's growth. And in the last 6, 7, 8 years under his regime, I would say things have accelerated to a point where today Indians are enjoying 16, 17, 18 gigabytes of data a month, which is the highest level of consumption anywhere in the world, at $2 a month. It's one of the cheapest way of including the society into the main digital stream. Fintech is riding on it, e-commerce is riding on it, pharmacies are riding on it. Importantly, medical education in villages and deep rural areas is riding on this highway now. So in my mind, this has been an unbelievable success story from the days when you couldn't get a phone connection for 10 or 12 years to people being chased by from one or the other competitors. And as you rightly said, 1 billion people are now connected. And that's a very powerful, ecosystem for anything else to follow. If there wouldn't have been all this in the last 10, 15, 20 years, you wouldn't have had the e-commerce revolution, you wouldn't have had the digital revolution. So I feel that India has taken the right steps here.
It's interesting, that pricing question. In fact, the last time I was in India, people were sort of falling over themselves to share their hotspot with me in a way that certainly doesn't happen in the UK. But we're going to hear a little while from Nick Reed about the challenges that Vodafone has faced in India over the years. And one of the things that he mentioned to me in the interview was that pricing question and about whether it made it possible for governments, or for companies to be able to innovate enough when prices were so low. So I wonder if you have a similar thought on that.
Well, India has always been uniquely placed in terms of pricing. But where the pricing went down to a period of time where it was free for everyone, became obviously unsustainable for any company, including mine. And there was a period when stock prices had taken a hit, the cash flows were under huge pressure. And the question was not if, but when will most of the companies start to fold up. And the fact is 9 or 10 operators did pack up. The mighty Tatas, we were sitting in the hotels, they lost $10 billion, wrote it off and merged their company for nothing with us. Vodafone has written off $20 billion, merged with Idea, still struggling, and Nick will probably talk more about that. And many others, Telenor, Videocon, several of others companies, such as Aircel, Arcom, folded because there was a force out there which was trying to use its very strong execution power, regulatory, overreach, I would say, and the strength of the balance sheet to position themselves in the market to pick up a big market share. So it's been brutal for 5 years. And the price used to be about $3 before this competitor came in, and it went down to about $1. It's come back to $2 now. And I would say if it gets back to $3 in the near term, that will start to give some health back to the industry. Eventually, I would say we need to get to $4. It'll still be by far the cheapest anywhere in the world. But do keep in mind that before 2016, when the new competitor came in, people were spending about $3 for less than 1 GB a month. All we are saying is $3 to $4 for 16, 18, 20 gigabytes a month. Enjoy as much data as you want, but do pay a little bit. The beauty of the Indian pricing will still remain is that at the lower end, where people really can't afford to pay too much money, and India is price sensitive, it may look like here, what's $4? The fact is there are people out there, it's hard for them to do $1, $1.50 a month for mobile telephony. So the lower end would probably be 100 rupees a month, which is a pound, a buck, and going up to £3, let's say, for the upper end. So pricing will be low. But yes, I think Nick will again speak about that. Pricing needs to repair. This industry is very heavily capital intensive industry. You spend ton load of money just to be in the same position. I mean, you sometimes feel you're running, but you're on a treadmill, you're at the same place. My company spends $3 to $4 billion every year after year. There's not been absence of 1 year in the last 15 years at least, where you don't spend that money, $3 to $4 billion on new capital, for capacity, for coverage, importantly also for new technologies. 2G moving to 3G, 3 to 4G, and now 5G is upon us. And on top of that, you have to buy another big raw material for our industry, which is spectrum. That could go up from billion to 5-6 billion, depending on which year you're looking at. So this industry needs robust cash flows. I think the government has recognized it. The recent unveiling of the package to save Vodafone Idea is precisely in that direction, where India feels, at least the decision makers at the highest level, that if the telecom story gets compromised, there are lots of other parts of our economy which will get compromised.
One of the other challenges that Nick mentioned to me was the challenge around litigation, that it's a litigious society and that does provide risk and it poses barriers.
You know, telecom industry worldwide historically has been very litigious. And I still remember when I was entering telecom, this was 94, 95, when we rolled out our network. Steve Schaefer from Motorola told me at that time, mobile companies are nothing but law firms with an antenna. So I couldn't relate to it at that point in time, but today, looking back so many years, I think he was right. We spent so much money on litigation, it's unbelievable. And, you know, our top lawyers charge 3 or 4 times what a very high quality Queen's Counsel charges here in this country. And India is not a first world country from economic point of view. Lawyers who used to be probably having small little incomes are today, you know, having huge amounts of wealth on account of telecom litigation for the last 20 years. I hope and wish that litigation goes down.
So let's talk, you mentioned the recent reforms. Tell me more about what you think about the recent reforms from the Indian government.
You know, reforms always happens in any country, and we have seen this in India. When things get really difficult, then you start to see reforms coming through. Sometimes you wish they were done in time, so that a lot more could have been done through those reforms. But nevertheless, this has not come one day too late. Without this, Vodafone would have probably gone into Chapter 11 or bankruptcy, Indian bankruptcy code. My own view is that this was timely. There were 2 or 3 pillars of this package. One was deferring the liability. Liability because of some court actions and because of spectrum payments is very large for most of the companies remaining now. And that has been pushed by 4 years. And the interest on that deferment is being offered to the companies as a form of conversion into equity, should you desire to do so. So that takes away a lot of immediate cash flow. And importantly, I think you have now given Vodafone Idea a chance to repair themselves in 4 years and hopefully survive. The second part was on administrative reforms. Just my company, for example, has 16 warehouses. And when we say warehouses, they are very large warehouses where we store hundreds of millions of paper forms. This has been something we have been contesting for a long time. I'm giving you a small example. Has been done away with. You can digitize them, get out of the warehouses. The KYC process was very expensive, very cumbersome, has been completely simplified. Import licenses have been abolished. The definition of what should be charged as a regulatory charge on revenue has been clarified now for future. I wish it was done from previous times when we were hit on some extraordinary amounts of non-telecom revenue, but that's been fixed going forward. 80% of bank guarantees, which in our case is massive, tens of millions of dollars, have been sort of taken away. So a lot of reforms have happened in ease of doing business pillar. I think the third part is now the government will look at the industry to stop fighting and come to some sensible market principles so that the people who are playing in the market have an economic model to survive.
You've recently diversified into some new verticals, setting up a payments bank, investing heavily into data centers. So I wonder if you could tell me, is this a larger vision for Bharti Enterprise, and can you share what that vision is?
Financial inclusion has been a problem with most of the countries. I mean, I operate in countries where financial inclusion is really required. We don't have credit cards like with the Western world, so you need to find ways and means to get to those rural areas, bottom of the pyramid customers. Africa, we operate in 14 countries, the same problem. And the good news is Africa started to walk on this a little earlier than even India. The M-Pesa story is very well known, and our own company, Airtel Money, in 14 countries is pushing through over $50 billion of cash and payments in those countries. In India, we are at $35 billion now. So the payment bank was a form of, it was an instrument to really provide financial inclusion. And while we were building this, a lot of fintech companies like Paytm and PhonePe and Google Pay and all also came on the horizon. So what we decided was we go into rural areas rather than being in the cities. We have city presence, but it's largely bottom of the pyramid. Mm-hmm. We have nearly 45 million active customers transacting every month. I am very hopeful. This is going to be a huge success story. It's in the making at the moment. Give it 2 or 3 years. This could be one of the most important instruments for financial inclusion in the country. On the data centers, I think as much as you can build, the demand is there. Every country is going for data localization. India, in any case, is a very large country. And with people consuming 16, 18, 20 gigabytes a month, with Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Indian apps, education, entertainment, everything needs to be stored in India now. Fintech, financial transactions. And for that, the demand on data center is huge now from the international companies. And we have been building data centers for a long time. We have one of the largest data centers in India in Pune. More are coming up. And so these are the 2 areas which we believe are adjacencies to our space of telecom, but fairly heavily connected. We have our own submarine cables, our own fiber networks, and that's all required to stitch this together.
How do you keep the data centers from being too carbon emitting?
I think that remains a huge issue. And frankly, data centers are power guzzlers. We do tap into solar energy. We had our own solar company, which we just sold to Adani's. It was one of the bigger solar companies. But by and large, work has to be on making data centers more efficient. The machines that go into data centers should be less power consuming. That's one factor. The other factor being go as much towards green as possible. The good news is the renewable energy pricing has come down dramatically in our country. So if you can get plugged into that part of the grid, we are always happy to do it. Right now, I would say it's far away from being neutral. But our other pieces, for example, nearly 250,000 towers, which used to consume a lot of power and diesel from generators, are moving onto the greener side much faster. But this will follow. And if India's dream of having 400 gigawatts of renewable energy is going to be in place, I think the problem will start to ease in any case. And now we're hearing about green hydrogen and a lot of new initiatives that are going to come through.
You have recently invested into OneWeb, and it marks a significant collaboration with the UK government. Tell me about OneWeb's potential and how you see the investment outlook in the UK in its post-Brexit journey.
This is, I must explain the context here. UK was one of the leading spacefaring nations in the 60s, 70s. They were launching their own rockets at that time. They were early in the game. The world was, the US and USSR at that time were the only other 2 nations which were heavily into it. But once the EU came together and the ESA, the European Space Agency, became the focal point, I think at some point in time, UK just sort of gave it away. Most of the technologies that they had, including on the GPS, PNT, and other stuff, all went into under the ESA regime. And whether it was being done in France or other parts, it didn't matter at that time. Having pulled out of Europe through the Brexit process, I think suddenly the country finds itself so much far behind in the space arena. And I have to give it to the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson here, that he saw this gap for UK's future. And when OneWeb came to his attention, very quickly moved and maneuvered to secure that asset for the UK. to become a catalyst for more activities in space. Last July in lockdown, a meeting was summoned where I was called in, and the discussion about OneWeb happened. I was a founder shareholder. I had then sold out and left the company. I was asked to lead the charge along with the UK government, and that's what we did. And OneWeb is now on its way to provide global services fairly soon. We are doing launches on a regular cadence every month. 35 to 36 satellites are being put up. We have now close to 375, 380 satellites in space. More are going every month, as I said. We'll complete the constellation by May, June next year. And every square inch of the world will have connectivity. Forests, deserts, peaks of Himalayas, oceans, in aircrafts, high speed, low latency telecom service. I call this a telecom network in space. And it's a very powerful medium. The LEO constellation holds great promise. What GEO at 35, 36,000 kilometers away from Earth could not do in terms of speed and latency, these LEO constellations will do it. High speed, high throughput, low latency, and phenomenal capacity for those who really need it. The use cases are very solid. Rural broadband in any case. There are still 1.5 billion people who are not connected to internet. For many of you, there may be a surprise that large parts of this country, which is so advanced, still is not connected. We have tied up with British Telecom to go and reach those places. FCC just did a tender in the US, a $16 billion rural development opportunity fund tender as a reverse auction. I was surprised there are large parts of US which don't have any connectivity. We have recently been engaging with Alaska and the various tribal organizations in Alaska. I think the capacity in Alaska will be sold out any time now. There's so much demand there. So there are large places. And then you go to Africa. Gosh, it's impossible to cover them for the next 20 years with a radio network. This is the way to go. Schools, hospitals in rural areas, critical installations, defense installations, maritime, of course. So this will have dual use cases, military use cases, connecting the fighter jets in sky on real-time communication basis to that remotest part of the world where a small hamlet with 5 homes is needing internet. It will do that.
And by when, you said?
50-degree parallel, which is UK comes within that, and upwards is already ready now. The testing is going on, network is being stabilized. So I would say by December, 50-degree parallel will all be available. So Alaska gets covered, Greenland, Siberia, all the Arctic region, UK, Nordic countries. And then with every passing month, as more and more satellites go up, from 2, 3, 4 hours of connectivity in India today, we'll get to 7, 8 hours. By May, June next year, it'll be 24/7.
Extraordinary. Let's talk about India's investment climate in a post-COVID world versus other markets like China, like Bangladesh, Vietnam, or Brazil, among others. How do you compare it now?
India's economic situation?
Investment climate.
I think India has been very fortunate. For the last 10, 15 years, India has been drawing massive amounts of foreign direct investment. It's only accelerated in the last few years. And I would say now we should get this anti-China dividend in a bigger form. Many more conversations are going on in the boardrooms of how do you move away from China, at least partially, and create a second robust supply chain. India seems to be the only place which only can do that job at scale and importantly also give a local market. So I would say we are at $70-80 billion a year now. We should get into 3 digits of FDI very soon. The US corporations are looking at India, which was in fits and starts and small in volume. That is going to pick up, and once US moves, the numbers dramatically alter. India is wanting to sign treaty with the UK. I think those discussions are going on. It appears that we may have some early harvest kind of a treaty with the UK. US-India discussions are going on. My own view is India perhaps may become one of the most important investment destinations in the next 10 years. If people have followed here in this room, India is opening up its infrastructure. There's a massive divestment pipeline of public sector units which are coming regularly. Air India recently got privatized finally after long years of trying. It's in the hands of Tatas now. This will become a robust, strong airline. Shipping corporation is on the block. Container corporation is on the block. Many other businesses are there. So you are seeing massive amounts of private equity moving into India, and you are looking at strategic partners also coming to India. So I would say India could well become the best investment destination for the next 10, 15 years.
So associated with that, the economic outlook for India, you also think looks bright?
It is bright. I mean, of course, we are coming from a very low base of the pandemic. 9.5% is the prediction for this year, coming out of the low base. But I would say India could perhaps maintain its momentum of 8 to 9% year on year. And frankly, we need that. At least for the next 10 years, we need it. There are still people, 25 million people, who get one meal a day. So there's a lot of work to be done. More highways have to be built up, more infrastructure has to be built. So India needs that kind of growth. So, and my own view is it will get there. The worry that many of the Western countries have is, will India therefore create a lot more, carbon footprint while doing so? I mean, there are two views around that. India will be responsible. My own view is, especially with this Prime Minister, he's very committed to, climate issues. He's one of the main personalities at the climate summits. He'll be here in Glasgow in the next few days at COP26. I don't know what he has to say, but my own view is he'll make a big commitment in terms of India's responsible way of handling climate. Yet I feel India still needs equal but differentiated level of treatment. We need technologies on carbon capture and storage. We need a lot of more funds to ensure that we can have technologies and money to put towards lowering the climate or carbon footprint in the country. India consumes about half a barrel per capita of oil. That compares to 26 barrels per capita in the US, 4 barrels in China. And when it's our turn to grow at 9-10%, we just can't put a lid onto that and say, no, you can't use any coal. Coal will keep on going on down on a glide path. We are seeing that happening. Solar, wind power is gaining ground. Nuclear deal was signed in 2007, 2008. Unfortunately, there are still issues around the nuclear supply group. We have not been able to put any nuclear plants. And frankly, nuclear has become less and less fashionable now. And therefore, it will be more renewable, more green energies, hydrogen. And my own views will be fine.
So you've mentioned a few things there, the concerns around climate. You've mentioned financial inclusion, people who don't have enough to eat. I wonder what keeps you up at night?
No, I sleep well. But I try to create either new responsibilities or new excitements. Telecom has been a roller coaster. I can certainly call myself battle hardened. We have seen some very difficult times. At least 3 big battles in the marketplace in the last 20 odd years. But I think we are coming, hopefully, to an end of those wars in telecom in India. There are only 3 operators left for 1.3 billion people. Everybody should have a place under the sun to make a viable business. OneWeb is a new exciting project that I'm personally leading. I'm the executive chairman, but I'm spending a considerable amount of time. I had to learn satellite. This is not my, fundamental, base of learning. But it's exciting. It's good. We are now trying to plan the Gen 2 beyond the Generation 1, which will have lots more bells and whistles. We'll have more payloads, thermal imaging, surveillance, and plenty of other stuff that can go into it. What shape, size that satellite constellation will take. It's a lot of exciting stuff happening.
Thank you so much for coming into the India Global Forum here today and spending some time with us. Absolutely fascinating conversation here with the founder and chairman of Bharti Enterprise, Sunil Bharti Mittal. Thanks so much, and we are going to be back soon. Thank you.
At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Forum boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today. At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Forum boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today. If you're seeking to expand your knowledge on all things digital, then stick around for Digital Economy and Telecoms, Driving Connectivity in the UK-India Relationship. In conversation with Nick Reed, CEO Vodafone, we promise you won't be disappointed on IGF UK Quantum Leap, implementing ambition in the UK-India partnership.
Welcome back to the India Global Forum, and really wonderful there to see some of the history and width and breadth of the Taj Hotel. And I'm now delighted to be joined by Meher Nawaz-Avari, the General Manager of the Taj in London, and she, at my request, has brought me some of the most lovely cakes, which I'm just going to get you to talk me through because I love them all, but which one is your favorite?
Well, right here, the shoe with the little chocolate in there. It's my favorite. You'll love it.
Excellent. All right, I'm taking it home with me.
Yes.
Might share with anybody who's extremely nice to me. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to have live audience back here at the venue?
Well, Edie, honestly, we've just been waiting for this because hospitality is all about people serving people and the smile and these lovely pastries and just having people in the room. And although the pandemic did make us adapt to the hybrid model, which we managed beautifully, we're just excited to have people back and to be able to mingle and to be able to do these great events once again.
Tell me, when the venue was shut, you did use the time wisely and did some renovations. What's been going on here?
Well, honestly, as a brand, we decided that just prior to the pandemic, we had lovely plans for this property, and we had renovations of the courtyard. We have a beautiful restaurant and bar just in the pipeline. You'll be seeing it next month itself. And we have our business club, the Chambers, which is in fact a club we've had since 1975 in India, and it's almost 40 years old, which was meant to make the foray into London. So as a brand, we decided that we would continue with these renovations. So we managed it through the pandemic, just in time to come out of the pandemic with these beautiful products. And this is just the right time, isn't it? Because it's perfect timing to get the UK-India business corridor up and running, and to get the business leaders, political leaders, influencers to come to, from India to UK and vice versa from UK to India.
How does it feel? Does it feel like people are back, or does it still feel like it's slower than it was before?
But we've seen it evolve since May, honestly, and as the phases opened up, and when we went from traffic lights to now the double jab system, we've seen a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. And initially, we were just having domestic audience coming back for staycations, but now we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm to come back. And I think it's purely because people have been probably working from home for so long, been stuck, not been able to travel. And I think traveling is an inherent need for every human being, and we're seeing a lot of excitement. So honestly, while we've seen terrible days through the pandemic, I think we're coming out of it beautifully, and there's a lot of enthusiasm to travel now.
Great. Thank you so much, Meher Nawaz, for stopping by and for fulfilling my request for...
Oh yes, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting us here at the India Global Forum. Always delighted to be here at the
pleasure.
Taj.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be back in just a minute. So the theme of today is, of course, quantum leap. The digital economy, telecommunication are critical enablers of that great leap forward. I'm really pleased now to be exploring this idea of driving connectivity in the UK and India relationship further with the Chief Executive Officer of Vodafone Group, Nick Reed. I had the pleasure of speaking to him earlier this week. Welcome to India Global Forum. The theme of today is quantum leap, and the digital economy and telecommunications are critical enablers of that great leap forward. I'm now really pleased to explore this idea of driving connectivity in the UK-India relationship with the Chief Executive Officer of Vodafone Group, Nick Reed. Welcome to India Global Forum, Nick.
Thank you very much, Edie. A pleasure to be here at this important event.
Tell me, how do you see the development of the UK-India relationship, particularly in the context of digital economy and telecoms?
Well, I'm extremely positive about the relationship and links between the UK and India. As the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world, with a combined GDP of over $6 trillion, I think there's a really significant opportunity to deepen the economic ties between the two countries. I was really pleased to see the strong leadership, the ambitious agenda set by Prime Minister Johnson and Prime Minister Modi in the 2030 roadmap. And I think it really sets the tone for a successful free trade agreement negotiation and towards, if you like, a revitalization of the long-term partnership between UK and India. I mean, I love the ambition of doubling the value of the trade between the two countries by 2030. I think that's the right level of ambition that's required from two very influential countries. As the largest foreign investor in India, with about 20 billion invested so far, And we're a leading player in the digital sector, both in the UK and India. And to give you an idea of the scope of that, we have combined nearly 300 million customers with over 30,000 employees across the two countries. I believe, as a CEO, in public-private partnerships that really deliver technological collaboration and leadership that ultimately improves society. And I really think that we should be tackling the big global challenges we face, whether climate, security, terrorism, global health. And I think our sector can play a big role in that. And I think a really good example was what we experienced over the pandemic. It was an example of the sector coming to the aid of government, really focusing on keeping everyone connected in society, whether it's family and friends, whether it was people connected to public services like health or education, or keeping SMEs alive and well and able to take stock and then move forward in the recovery phase. So we were there for the pandemic. The sector will be there for the growth and the recovery and building back stronger. And I'd say finally, the sector is always there for the wider ecosystem. I mean, we employ in India 50,000 people in direct jobs. However, we indirectly contribute to the income of about 1 million multi-brand retailers. And we're also skilling up our teams there. So we have a workforce of about 12,000 IT engineers that are working either for our India operation or our global services operation, covering the rest of our footprint around the world. So I really see telecoms as a digital enabler across all sectors, helping society remain resilient and support growth.
You mentioned you're very involved in working in India as an employer, as an investor. How do you see the recent reforms undertaken by the Indian government?
I think it's a positive step in the right direction. And if I could, can I take the opportunity to personally thank the Indian government for a very constructive and proactive approach, and to Prime Minister Modi for showing leadership in approving what is a very wide-ranging and comprehensive reform package. I think this is a really important milestone, if you like, for digital India. We came into India in 2007 through an acquisition of a business. It was the fourth largest player at the time, and we've continued to invest through to build the position. We are the last foreign investor in that sector. If you went 10 years ago, there were over 14 players across India in the telco sector. Now there's us, 2 domestic players and 1 state player. So it sort of talks to the challenges the sector has faced over that period of time. So I think it was really important that the government took this important first step on the journey to ensure foreign participation and ensure a more sustainable sector moving forward. I think we are like a bellwether, if you like. We're a demonstration that a foreign investor can do well in India. And I think it sent a strong message out to the business and investment community that you can do business in India and you can flourish, and the government are supportive of you.
So what do you think can be done in the future to ensure sustainable growth and healthy competition?
Well, I think this was, as I said, a very important first step in the right direction. I think what is really important is that there is a level playing field in India amongst all of the players, and that there's the right framework in place to do that. I think the details of the reform being discussed have yet to be finalized. So clearly, I'm keen to see it enacted effectively, so that we can see that level playing field. And then really to capture the true opportunity, I would say there's 2 things. Firstly, pricing in India is the lowest in the world, yet the volumes are one of the highest. And that is an unsustainable position. And in other countries around the world, the regulator takes a very active role in understanding the pricing dynamic to ensure that pricing's fair in the marketplace, that you earn reasonable returns, and it encourages investment. And what I'd like to see in India is, if you like, a slightly greater pricing oversight to ensure that it's in the right place moving forward. And I would say the second area is the sector has suffered from a lot of litigation, whether it's from the telecoms department or tax departments, and that provides a lot of uncertainty for investors. They don't have the visibility of how the business will evolve going forward, and therefore I'd like more predictability. I think we should go through an exercise of settling all the past cases and having the right framework moving forward so that there isn't litigation and we can work constructively and stay focused on growth.
Thank you so much, Nick, for being with us here today in India Global Forum and sharing your ideas, and hope to see you again very soon.
Edie, it was a pleasure.
So that was Nick Reed, and we will be back with you in just a moment.
Around the world, the role of treasurer is rapidly changing. It is becoming more strategic, more creative, and more critical to a company's long-term success. Advances in technology, data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are driving this transformation and providing treasurers with innovative new ways. Around the world, the role of treasurer is rapidly changing. It is becoming more strategic, more creative, and more critical to a company's long-term success. Advances in technology, data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are driving this transformation and providing treasurers with innovative new ways to gain strategic insights and drive efficiencies. Working at the cutting edge of these disciplines, Citi is designing and launching multiple projects, including the new Citi Smart Match solution. Leveraging artificial intelligence and new algorithms, Citi Smart Match streamlines and automates the invoice and payment matching process to reduce errors and costs. Citi is also piloting its payment outlier detection platform, which uses artificial intelligence to identify irregular transactions such as payment errors and outlier payments. Citi Innovation Labs are also working in partnership with Citi product teams to develop Project Prompt, a voice chat solution that uses natural language processing to enhance and expand self-service capabilities for clients. A leader in banking innovation, Citi is leveraging data science and digital technology to create solutions that transform treasury management and help clients achieve their goals.
Please don't go away, because we have another engrossing engagement on global investment climate. Have the COVID-19 clouds finally dispersed? Panel discussion with Sanjay Nair, Chairman of KKR India, Anshu Jain, President of Cantor Fitzgerald, and Ashu Kullar, CEO and Region Head South Asia, Citibank India, ON IGF UK. Quantum Leap implementing ambition in the UK-India partnership.
Welcome back to India Global Forum. And if you've heard anything that you are finding fascinating, please do use our hashtag IGFUK and follow us on Twitter, IGF Updates. So our next session is on the global investment climate, asking the question, have the COVID-19 clouds finally dispersed? We know it was a violent storm that had affected the entire global investment climate. Some estimates suggest that $9 trillion in global fiscal support was required to stop economies from imploding through the crisis. So now that the pandemic is almost behind us, at least in some parts of the world, has the investment climate improved? So with me to discuss this, I've got three fantastic guests for you. Here with me in the studio here is Anshu Jain, President of Cantor Fitzgerald. Thanks very much for coming.
Good to be here.
And also I've got a couple of virtual guests for you. We've got Sanjay Nair, Chairman of KKR in India. Sanjay, are you there?
Hi, I'm
Hi.
there. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. And we've also got for you Ashu Kular, who's CEO of Citibank India. Ashu, are you there? I think we don't have Ashu yet, but we will get to him presently. Sanjay, let's start with you. Tell me, first of all, about the investment climate that you see. Has it improved, and are we back to the levels pre-COVID-19?
Question for me?
I mean,
that was for Sanjay.
Depends which investments you're looking at. If you look at just the capital market flows, they're all-time high, Eddie. It's unbelievable what India is attracting in terms of capital flows. But just getting away from that, I mean, if you look at it, what's going on here, 100 crore doses of vaccination was achieved today. So it's really a historic moment that, we've got 1 billion doses delivered, 20% double vaccinated, 50% single vaccinated. So from that perspective, I think the base is becoming very strong, and I think we are poised for hopefully a consumption uptick, which should follow when you have the economy opening up. So I think that's number one. Obviously, the markets are rewarding us way ahead of that, and that's fine. So the benefit of the doubt now, frankly, is on us to deliver. And if you just look at the kind of recovery we are having in all aspects, it's probably a result of a bunch of ongoing reforms for a long time, whether it's taxation, whether it's just the overall climate of corporate governance, the bank cleanup, continuing emphasis on the All India GST, which is kind of All India VAT, and some great recent announcements on retro tax, asset monetization plans. So you put all this together, I think the markets are looking through and really rewarding us for that. So I would say, Eddie, to your question, the climate is back. Flows coming from overseas are huge, also from Indian capital markets and mutual funds. And maybe later on we'll discuss as to what do we need to do to make sure that this thing sustains and actually delivers to the promise. But I would say we're off to a very good start. Vaccinations have been fantastic, and the government has remained a fiscal hawk through all of this compared to all other countries, which I think is commendable. I mean, you could really blow up the balance sheet of the country in these times and have an excuse for it. But this government has made sure they remain a fiscal hawk, delivered money where it's actually required in the small and medium enterprises, rural sector, and infrastructure, and yet made sure that I think one of the smaller fiscal stimulus compared to anywhere in the world. So look, I think it's a good setting. Let's see where we go. I'm a well-wisher, obviously.
Anshu, let's come to you. What do you think about the investment climate? Has it returned?
Siri, first of all, it's a pleasure to be back in person.
In real life, right?
So this is the first one which I'm doing.
Welcome.
In a couple of years in person. We've all done our fair share of Zoom calls. So if that's a leading indicator for a return to normalcy, it's a very welcome one. Look, let's take cognizance of one thing. Before we talk about the fundamentals and how solid those might be, in 3 decades of watching markets, I've never seen a confluence of fiscal and monetary stimulus simultaneously synchronized across so many major economies in my life, and I don't think we'll see it again. And let's not forget, this began with the 2008 financial crisis. We never really withdrew that monetary easing which took place. And then we've added to that very significantly over the last couple of years. And for the first time ever, you've got the fiscal spigots on. Sanjay talked about how there's been rectitude in India. I don't think that's been accompanied in the US, UK, and most parts of Europe. Governments have really put stimulus and support ahead of every other priority, and well, they perhaps should have. And as a result, interest rates are zero, near zero, or negative, depending on the country you're looking at. And equity indices are making all-time highs. So I think there is a little bit of a disconnect. And in a minute, I'm sure we'll talk about specific sectors and where we see value. But if you ask me a general question, I think the level of risk aversion is the lowest we've seen in a long period of time. There's good reasons why we have low risk aversion, but there are going to be the inevitable consequences of it.
Tell me more about that. Why do you think that is?
Look, we are stoking inflationary pressures. There's no doubt in my mind, gravity always works. In the end, wages will go up. There are labor shortages now starting to crop up all over the world, especially the developed world. If you add to that, then here locally in the UK, Brexit pressures and so on and so forth, it's an inevitability that at some point the focus will go from supporting economies to fighting inflation. No one knows when that transition will come. But when it does, I think it'll be a rocky time for markets.
I'm not sure if we have Sanjay or if he's there. Sanjay, I wonder if you could speak to that issue around risk aversion. What are you seeing from India?
You know, I think the risk aversion from the foreign capital flowing in is frankly zero. To Anshu's point, I think flows are just coming into markets either as alternate or as the destination to be. I would say the bigger flows that we are focused on, I'm looking at to really assess what is the real structural change, is the local private capital flows into capex formation. Those are still low, frankly, Eddie. Ultimately, you do need two hands to clap. You've got the foreign money coming in. I think you need a lot of local money to come in as well. Government is spending a lot of money in India. You need the private sector to spend. It's coming, but it's not there with the same spigots opened the way the foreign capital and government capital is coming in. So I think there is a bit of a balancing act, but I think we need to see the private sector come in with a lot more capex flows, and I think that's when the real action starts. So depends which flows you're referring to. I keep coming back to the fact of stock market flows versus capex flows. And I think investment cycle needs to pick up on the private side, not the government side. Government is already doing what they can.
Thank you. Ashu Kular, CEO of Citibank India. Thanks for being with us here today. Tell me, from your perspective, what you've heard so far, how do you see it in terms of the return of investment versus pre-COVID levels, and what's your view of the level of risk aversion that you're seeing?
Yeah, Edie, and apologies, I had some technical problems, so I missed some of what Anshu and Sanjay said, so I hope it's not disjointed. But I think things frankly look pretty good right now. And I think maybe it's the low point which we hit after the second wave in India, which, as you know, was pretty brutal, which, by the way, though, affected the economy less than the health, which obviously was fairly tough. But right now, on the ground in India, the sentiment is actually quite buoyant. And I know people have, Sanjay and Anshu were probably talking about the themes, but, we track a set of 33 broad economic indicators. And right now, we have just gone past the levels we had in February 20, which you remember was just before, COVID broke out. So almost 70%
What are some of those indicators you're tracking?
Yeah, so I think if you look at Google mobility, railway freights, tax collections, the only ones which are still behind are in some of the contact sectors like airline traffic, which, by the way, last weekend in India was the record flow of people flying again, but obviously lower than what we had before COVID. I think auto again, but that's more supply side. Actually you can't get a car, frankly, anywhere in the world right now because of the chip shortage. But generally, the mood is very positive. I think our clients, and I know Sanjay was talking about private sector investment, which, yes, is an issue right now. But, I think it started to flow. I mean, you've seen the kind of investment announcements from some of the bigger players, Reliance, Tata's, Adani. And my expectation is latter part of 22, early part of 23, we will start seeing the capex pick up as well. And I think the other point to note, I guess, is manufacturing, which is the classic capex which we track, is only 20% of the total, investment in India. 40% is real estate, construction, and related sectors as well, which the sentiment in real estate again is picking up. So on the whole, ED, I think feels pretty good. Obviously mindful of the risk of a third wave coming through, but a lot of things are coming together well for India right now.
So let's come back to you, Anshu, and focus on where you are most focused on now. What's the big priority for you now, and where do you see the challenges?
Is that specific to India now?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a big, vast country with lots of different sectors. Ashu's made some very interesting points. I agree with the bulk of what Sanjay is saying in terms of a broad economic recovery being on the cards. We are very focused on the high-growth, tech-oriented companies in India. And there's a variety of reasons why I would say now is that time. India is a little late, but it's catching up and catching up very quickly. The UPI interface, the Aadhaar card, suddenly there's an accessible market of circa 200 to 400 million people that were untouchable from an e-commerce standpoint as recently as 5 years ago. So you've got 2 or 3 revolutions happening at the same time. Universal ID, biometric identification, leapfrogs India, pretty much the top decile of the world, from having no identity to having a verifiable PAN tax account and a biometric identification is huge. Secondly, you've had a mobile phone revolution where I think there's 7 times as many mobile phones, and think of that really as internet connectivity across the board. It may not be 4G, 5G, it doesn't need to be, but these are smartphones. So suddenly insurance, food, basic banking services are being provided to individuals for the first time. There's a very exciting social consequence of all of that, which is great, but to me there's a hard-nosed business upside from that, which we are very focused on. Investors, of course, are not oblivious to that. There's been a series of local listings. You've had companies like Zomato suddenly go public. Paytm's about to go public. Policy Bazaar is on its way towards going public. So these are all very interesting opportunities. We are focused on trying to identify the next generation of those companies and really trying to build a bridge between Western capital and Indian opportunities, specifically in that sector. And that can be done through a variety of instruments, and we're looking at all of them. So my caution regarding broad risk aversion and stock indices notwithstanding, this is real, and I see this as a multi-decade opportunity.
So let's come back to our virtual guests and get you to reflect on that. From what you've just heard there, Sanjay, are you also focused on the high-tech sector, or is there anything else you're putting your mind towards these days?
No, I mean, look, obviously, as Anshu says, you have to focus on the high-tech sector, and obviously we are all focused on that. But I would say there's a lot of capital that is waiting to come into India, even in the most boring but very sustainable area of infrastructure, frankly.
Like what?
And I mean, there's just a big national asset monetization plan just announced by the government. You've seen some private sector folks do that. And I think India needs to raise a massive amount of revenues by not doing an outright sale, but a sale and lease back of some of the assets like transmission grids, oil and gas pipelines, roads. And you cannot ignore that, because structurally the balance sheet of the country needs really long-term capital to correct the balance sheet. I mean, we do have a very large fiscal deficit. So while we can focus on the underpenetrated markets, and I agree with Anshu, there's a huge amount that's going on in terms of driving consumption through e-commerce. But the fact is, the structural part of the balance sheet needs to be corrected, and this government is extremely focused on that. Besides being a fiscal hawk, they're also trying to raise revenues to correct the fiscal imbalance. And I would say that for foreign capital, infra capital coming into India in a well-structured, presented asset monetization plan can bring in tens of billions of dollars. So I think that's what where I would sort of put my energy if I was a kind of guy doing a betting game. And the other thing I would add is that you also need local capital. I mean, it's just not foreign capital. You have to unlock local savings pools. So local insurance and pension reforms, again, this government is doing it, tinkering a little bit, because obviously they have a big fiscal to take care of, but slowly and slowly the local savings are coming into the market. You see our capital markets, you see the size of our mutual funds, you see the invention of REITs and InvITs. I mean, you're seeing new instruments, new pools of capital coming in. You need that alongside the foreign capital. So I would say I would really focus on also making sure that the foreign capital and local capital to correct the fiscal situation will lead to a much better structural change, which will lead to a much better sustainable structural GDP in the future. So not taking away anything that Anshu said, I think in terms of what's going on in the growth tech area, I think we have to focus on the big gorilla out there, which we all sort of ignore, including I do. But I think when you put your thinking caps on, you have to get the balance sheet corrected, and there's no better moment for India than today when infra money, is just happy to flow into India, and the kind of governance that India is delivering now, the kind of institutional reforms and the kind of asset monetization plan they've announced, I think India could attract a lot of capital for that.
It's interesting about what India needs to do there for sustainable growth and recovery. Ashu, from a Citibank perspective, would you say the same thing in terms of looking at getting the balance sheet under order?
Yeah, so Edie, we obviously, as a bank, follow our clients, and I think Anshu and Sanjay has obviously talked about the institutional opportunity, which is great, and we are very active in the capital markets as well, and I think it's a record year for IPOs, record year for M&A, and I think the pipelines look very robust. But I think I want to talk about the other side of foreign capital, which is about foreign direct investment. And I think with the geopolitics, the way it's playing out with China, and especially the focus of a number of global companies around China plus one diversification of the supply chains, I'd say that India perhaps was a late starter, but I think the government has actually, focused the production-linked schemes, incentive schemes, which the government of India has launched, which could have a fairly material impact. One, from a local employment perspective, they're going to give incentives of almost $25 billion, which would generate around 30 million jobs across 8 sectors, and of which electronic manufacturing has already been the first one, off the track and got very good momentum. So I think we are, as we talk to a number of our, foreign clients, including Indian clients, that is an area of focus, which is great because, India needs more manufacturing and India needs more jobs. And I think this is a good way to get that. So as a global bank, certainly, we frankly feel the secular trends of India right now play exactly to the strength of a player like us, right, in terms of intermediating foreign flows into India, whether it comes through the institutional way or a corporate FDI route.
And can I get you to think about what a potential free trade agreement, or even loosening of some of the tariffs and boundaries around trade, might do for even more investment and trade flows? Ashu.
Yeah, so I know the foreign the FTA between India and UK is about to kick off, and it's a highly complex subject. So it's hard for me to get into specifics, but I know there is a lot of opportunity and upside to the UK and India relationship, right? I mean, there is a history. I think there is a cultural comfort, and I think there have been certain sectors which consumer, healthcare, insurance, where UK has classically been a big investor in India, engineering. But I think there is a lot more potential around fintech, I'll say infrastructure. And I think from what I understand, the key areas of discussion are going to be the old chestnuts, around data, around access to markets, some discussions, I believe, around insurance, reinsurance markets. But, I think there's a lot of opportunity, for post-Brexit UK looking for, doubling down, and in India where I think the moment has truly come.
Anshu, should we talk a little bit about some of the instruments that you're using to help investors get into India specifically?
Happy to, but before we do that, let me just pick up on the UK specific question that you asked, Ashu. I'll add my perspective to it. And that, frankly, would be that the US is right now dominating it completely. It's not even close. Sanjay made a good point, and by the way, it was not my intention to say that tech is the only opportunity. This is a subcontinent with 1.3 billion people. That's what makes it exciting, and there's a slew and a whole spectrum of opportunities. Infrastructure investment will give you stable but relatively predictable lower yields. Equity will give you very high double-digit returns, hopefully, and then you've got opportunities in the middle. In my mind, the US is utterly dominating from a variety of ways, and that'll lead me to answering your question specifically.
Utterly dominating in terms of?
Every which way. So first and foremost, if I think about, and Sanjay happens to represent one of the largest, if you go to Mumbai and you ask yourself, who are the people that are making large hard capital inflow investments into India? Who's actually local? Vast majority. It's the same names that you will see on the Upper East Side in New York, now colonizing Mumbai. If you look at listings, it's either domestic listings, which suddenly are very much in vogue, but if it's not, it's a NASDAQ, which everyone's looking at. So I would say London right now, I'm not sure how the UK would self-assess where it stands. Ashu makes the point that in insurance and certain aspects of fintech, certain aspects of manufacturing, the UK has got niche strengths which is connecting. But generically, if you ask me about flow of capital, it is almost exclusively a US story. The UK is lagging. Continent, by the way, doesn't understand India at all. If I think about German, French capital, continental capital, they've been involved with and they understand China far better than they do India. So really, this is a US-India partnership. It starts with the geopolitics, but really, in the end, it's pure simple laws of finance. To answer your question, which instruments? It's a variety of instruments. You're talking about a sector which is severely undercapitalized. I'm still now back to tech. And really, fast growth companies. I include within that fintech. I include within that non-bank finance companies. So sort of your challenger models to traditional bricks and mortar. These are companies which are very exciting, but they need to be funded and they need to be equity funded. So look, I mean, it's domestic listings, it's private rounds of capital. Sanjay makes a good point, which is domestic capital needs to be accessed. But right now, from what I can see, domestic capital is just not there in the magnitude, speed, or flexibility. That'll change, hopefully. But as things stand today, it really still is international capital, which is bankrolling most of these companies. And there are the strategic advantages of getting acquisition currency when you list in the NASDAQ. So if you want to be a global company, being NASDAQ listed just gives you a currency and a credibility, which is very significant. And then, of course, SPACs are a very interesting alternative as well.
And just say what a SPAC is.
A special purpose acquisition company, where you basically merge with an already listed blank check company and you access public markets instantly. But it's really a subset of going public.
Thank you. Sanjay, I wonder if you want to say a little bit more about unlocking domestic capital and what, in fact, do you think could do that?
I think, look, I mean, unlocking domestic capital is very critical. Luckily, we have regulators and an infrastructure that is quite ready for that. So both on the debt side and the equity side, we have very good infrastructure in terms of the market, trading systems, settlement systems, access to retail markets. I think the big issue is reforms and regulators within the country coming together under the leadership, obviously, of finance to try to see what are the tweaks we need to make to different thresholds and risk parameters that these companies have to follow, especially the public sector and the private pension funds and insurance companies, to be able to get long duration capital into the real market, so both equities and debt. Now, there have been a lot of changes, by the way, in the last 2-3 years. This government has done a lot of tweaking and a lot of changes to encourage that flow to come in. But it's very critical that you have the capacity to be able to invest and the right kind of management in these pension and insurance companies to be able to make the right investment decisions. So there is a capacity creation issue. And the second thing is that you need the right kind of issuers coming in and raising debt and equity, where I think the regulators do a pretty good job of sifting and filtering and making sure that the right kind of companies are coming to the market. And again, you come back to the recent innovations of alternate investment funds, IDFs, InvITs, and REITs. These are pretty unique, and they're just coming of age. And for them to come of age, you also need supply of capital. And dare I say, you need more local capital in these than foreign capital. So I think this will get timed, and it'll get kind of catalyzed as the government gets focused on bringing its own fiscal under control, which I think will take a little longer thanks to COVID. And I already said they've been extremely conservative on the fiscal, which is good. It'll take some time. And then that's when the spigots get opened up. I mean, your longest duration savings, Eddie, are always in local insurance and pension. Okay, and all of us bring imported pension and insurance. There's local pension insurance. So I think small tweaks are probably on their way. I would say if India has to be self-reliant, you do need self-reliant capital. You can't be self-reliant entirely unless you have self-reliant capital. So I think those are some very important steps that will happen. There are minor reforms. I don't think we need to go into the detail. Okay. The government, I think, knows about them. They're quite focused on it. And I think, well, I just hope they'll do it at the right time and pretty soon.
Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you to all of you for spending some time with us talking about the global investment outlook. Been delighted to be speaking here with Sanjay Nair from KKR India, Anshu Jain, Cantor Fitzgerald, thank you for coming, Ashu Kular, CEO of Citibank India, and we will be right back.
Digital technologies are driving innovation in banking and reinventing the way the world does business. As consumer digital experiences become richer, faster, and more personalized, commercial banking clients want digital services that offer the same speed and seamless ease of use. In an effort to meet that need, Citi has leveraged innovative technologies in solutions that aim to transform the client experience. From Citi's first online banking platform to the launch of mobile and API channels, a secure mobile app for easier login, and now solutions that utilize artificial intelligence for predictive analytics and biometrics for digital identity. Citi's digital banking solutions provide a seamlessly integrated omni-channel experience. Execute treasury and trade transactions and track your real-time balances and global cash positions anytime and anywhere with the new CitiDirect BE app. Use the new CitiConnect API solution to manage transactions directly from your Treasury workstation and preferred application without logging into a separate banking portal. As the pace of change accelerates, Citi is helping clients improve productivity and increase Treasury efficiency with design thinking, data-driven analytics, and digital solutions fueled by its innovation labs. Citi's simple, global digital solutions empower clients and make it easier to do business anytime and everywhere. To find out how Citi's innovative solutions can benefit your business, contact your Citi representative.
Welcome back to India Global Forum, and this session is entitled Inclusive and Explosive FinTech's Impact on India's Growth. We know now, we've just been hearing from our guests in the previous session about India being one of the fastest growing FinTech markets in the world. As of last month, the Unified Payments Interface set up by the Indian government in 2016 processed over 3.5 billion transactions worth $87 billion. Fintechs have raised over $10 billion, and international fintechs are coming as well. UK companies like Revolut and Tide have recently set up offices in India. So we've got a panel here for you in the studio. But first of all, joining me to discuss this is the CEO of Niti Aayog from the government of India. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Very good. Thank you so much for being with us. CEO of Niti Aayog, Government of India, Amitabh Kant. So tell me, first of all, how you see the investment climate for India. Are the effects of COVID-19 dissipating now?
Right now we've today crossed the 1 billion mark as far as COVID vaccination is concerned. We've done almost 40% of that with double doses. Now this is more than the population of Indonesia or Brazil. So we've managed to so far evade the third wave, so to say. And I think it's vaccination which is keeping it going. And this has seen a huge movement forward as far as economic activity is concerned. We foresee a huge V-shaped recovery of the economy, and I'm quite hopeful that we will record a double-digit growth this particular year.
Tell me, what do you think has strengthened India's position as a global fintech hub? What are the factors that have made it into such a success?
Well, let me first say that India has all the ingredients to drive the global fintech revolution. As it presents, to my mind, a number of use case scenarios where new models of lending, insurance, payments can all be developed, scaled, and then spread across the world. We have a very robust digital infrastructure, and during COVID, we were able to transfer relief funds directly into the bank accounts of beneficiaries. Digital payments have seen tremendous growth. We started at the bottom of the pyramid in building India as a global fintech hub. We took a massive drive towards opening bank accounts. Since 2014, over 460 million bank accounts have been opened. These bank accounts have then been leveraged to transfer government benefits directly without any leakage. A key enabling factor has been accessibility in terms of availability of cheap devices to take people online, as well as access to low-cost, high-speed internet. With the cheapest data rates in the world, the proliferation of startups, not just in payments, but other domains of fintech across, you look at insurance, you look at a whole range of them, with the evolution of India's stack, bundled with a host of APIs and applications have really kickstarted the India FinTech story. We are just at the beginning of it. We started with the digital infrastructure layer for peer-to-peer transfer of money. Look at unified payment interface. We've seen huge growth in the month of September this year, 21, 3.65 billion transactions worth about 87 billion were processed through the UPI. It does more transactions than Amex. UPI has just been there for 4 years. Amex has been there for 4 decades. And
tell me what you can do through the UPI. Give me some examples.
So the UPI enables you to do payments directly from your mobile, and at the back end, all the banks are interconnected. So I may be having my account with the State Bank of India. Somebody else may be having account with the Standard Chartered Bank, but I can use my UPI to take money from my account and transfer straight on that. But it's a platform, and on top of the platform, we've allowed private sector entities such as Google Pay, Samsung Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm, all to grow and flourish. And this has greatly simplified the process of transfer of money straight from mobile. The system has been so robust that during the pandemic, it worked without a hitch. And I have not used my ATM or my credit cards for over 1.5 years now. And I've just been using my mobile to make my payments. And digital payments have really grown in last year in 2020. Transactions grew by about close to 90% as compared to the previous years. And today we have over 400 payment startups in the country. So mobile, digital wallets, gateways, POS machines, mobile POS subsegments all account for over 50% of the payment startups in India, and all because of UPI. So what we've seen is huge amount of digital payments using the mobile.
Fascinating. I know that previous strains in India's banking system have stopped credit growth in the country for a few years, and fintech enabled cash flow lending and other lending models that leverage data. They're opening up credit lines and to businesses that previously couldn't do that. So how significant do you see this shift, and how do you see it impacting business and credit growth going forward?
So, you know, the data ecosystem offered by the regulatory sandbox and innovation sandbox has been a great pull for fintech companies to try out new solutions. India has close to about 63 million small and medium enterprises. They contribute close to about 30% of India's GDP. Access to credit has long been a major constraint to growth. Nearly a third of India's MSMEs are engaged in trading activities. Now, traditional lending models, however, excluded many of these MSMEs, away because as they existed in informal and unorganized sector of the economy. Now, these businesses often resorted to very expensive informal source of credit or were unable to access credit at all. And this had really stymied their growth, totally constrained their growth. Now, with the introduction of goods and services tax, which is one digital tax across the country, replacing 17 different taxes, that has accelerated the process of formalizing of India's MSMEs. So GST digitization, digital payment adoption, coupled with open banking data models, all have been instrumental in preparing the ground for flow-based lending models to address the credit needs of the MSME. So you don't look at paper anymore, you look at digital transaction. And on the basis of digital transaction, you look at flows, and on the basis of the flow, you can lend to the MSMEs. And this is going a long way towards enhancing credit flow to our businesses, especially the micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Fascinating. Thank you so much for that overview. We've got a few more experts to bring to the table here to discuss our fintech panel. So with me now, I've got Gundeep Singh Kohli, SC Ventures, Standard Chartered Bank. Thanks very much for coming. Very pleased to see Priya Guha. Thanks very much for coming along, venture partner at Marion Ventures. We've got Sanat Rao, Senior Vice President, Head of Finacle Infosys. And also we are joined virtually by Swastik Nigam, founder of Winvesta. Thank you very much for coming. And also I think we are going to be saying goodbye to our previous guest, Amitabh Kant. Thank you very much for being with us. Really appreciate your time with us here today at India Global Forum. So we'll come to our panel now. So let's start off. Priya, why don't you build on what we heard there and tell me if you've got anything to add in particular, especially around what has made India such a strong hub for fintech development.
So, I mean, I think, what you have seen in India, as Amitabh so eloquently described, is just a real boom in this sector in recent years, in particular through a combination of economic growth across the economy, but also some fantastic initiatives that have really stimulated the sort of pressure points that can help an economy explode. And I suppose the only thing that would be worth adding to what Amitabh's comments are is that I think this has had both a fantastic economic benefit across the board, but has also had multiple knock-on benefits. And the one that springs to mind is the opportunity for inclusion. So we're talking about inclusion as one of the elements to fintech in this panel, and I think what you've seen is an access to capital for people who would never historically have had that access. And what that creates, particularly if you're thinking about something like gender inclusion, for example, is bringing in a whole new sector into the economy and allowing those people who might have historically been excluded to participate and bring their own economic engine to the growth engine that is India, which is a fantastic part of the story.
And what happens when you bring women into the engine, Priya?
Well, I mean, I think you just see a transformational shift in the potential because you've just got a new force in the economy, but you also have different businesses, different ideas. And I think what you have seen with this growth of inclusion in the financial sector in India is a whole new series of markets opening that were previously just completely untapped. And I think that's where real economic growth lies, a future that allows everybody to participate to their full.
So let's come to you, Gurdeep. What are India's aspirations from here, do you think? And in the pre-fintech world, cities like London, New York, Singapore were the financial hubs. But when do you think we'll see India having its own fintech hubs start to challenge?
Sure, thank you. I think Amitabh touched on the right word, which is the ingredients are there. And if I was to name, like say 5 ingredients which India already has, one is talent, and I'll come back to this point in a minute. The second is capital. I think we have heard so much today, which is there is enough capital available onshore and from global. Third is policies and regulations. And that's the interesting bit, which I think needs a bit of work. And then the fourth is just the market itself. Many fintech hubs are actually struggling because the local markets itself are very small. So that does not allow for the fintech to grow. And the fifth is actually a very well-established banking sector and a very well-regulated banking sector. Now, if I was to think about what does it take for India to go to the next level, and I'll borrow at least one attribute from, let's say, the Silicon Valley, Singapore, and UK. And I was reflecting on what can I borrow, what can India borrow. So when I look at the valley, which is why is the Silicon Valley so different? Actually, the diversity of talent is what we have been reflecting on, having moved from Singapore and comparing notes with the valley is diversity. And it is gender, it is nationality. It's also the skill sets. Everybody talks about India's engineering talent, tech talent, banking talent. There is one talent aspect, which is the creative talent. So you do need product creativity, you do need marketing creativity, which sometimes I believe India is not tapping enough of, which is why you don't see global fintechs from India still coming up. What can we borrow from the likes of UK, for example? When it talks about policies and regulations, some of these regulators have done a pretty good job of actually saying, here is the sandbox, you can play with it. Here are the tax benefits. When I came to the UK recently, surprisingly, you have individuals. You get tax advantages for actually becoming a seed or an angel investor in the fintechs. I think somebody else already mentioned the local. You have to be self-reliant on the local capital, and that is something which we can learn from and do a better job of. And the third thing, when I was looking at Singapore, what can India learn from Singapore? Raising the game. Which is, this is the season of fintechs now. I'm sure everybody's being invited to hundreds of them. But the magnitude of scale with which Singapore does the Singapore Fintech Festival, I would love to see India raising the bar. And I will finish by saying, when it comes to the infrastructure, it is not just the data infrastructure, not just the digital infrastructure, it's also about the real infrastructure. Bangalore has been established, absolutely, as one of the hubs. We are working on the Gujarat, which is the gift city. And the bank is part of that. The bank is an advisor to the gift city and also one of the first foreign banks to set up operations in the gift city. But I'm sure India has so many cities to build on, but beyond just the data infrastructure, we need real infrastructure, which matters to the young people a lot. So let me pause there as what can India do to the next level?
Sanat, let's come to you, and I'd love you to reflect on anything you've heard so far, but also tell me how you think fintech development in India is helping Indian banks leap forward and help set India on the path to becoming a power economy.
Sure. But before I answer your question, let me just go back to the previous point that was being discussed. And I think often we underestimate the impact that the India stack as an infrastructure has supported what Amitabh Khan talked about in terms of setting up a truly digital economy. Mind you, for fintechs to survive, right, they come with a proposition that everything is digital end-to-end. Now, if the rest of the infrastructure in the country is not supporting that, then they can't thrive. And I think we often don't give credit to the whole India stack, the 4 layers of the India stack, and how that has facilitated a lot of what Mr. Amitabh Kant talked about. That, I think, has created the platform and the environment to be able to allow these fintechs to thrive. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I think, is that for a long time, India was being seen as an offshore, low-cost destination. I don't believe that we are giving enough attention at the moment to try and shed that image. Right? The fact that a lot of global companies are looking at India as a destination where they do a lot of their back office processing, that's great, that's good, it's giving a lot of employment to local people, that needs to continue. But I think, like Gurdeep said, look at the way Singapore has emerged as a hub. It's because there's been a dedicated focus to creating a certain message internally within the economy and outside, that the ecosystem is ripe for young entrepreneurs who want to sort of get into innovative new areas to be able to, experiment and thrive there. The big advantage, I think, is because India has such a large domestic economy, right? The opportunity for many people to compete and do well is far greater than in many other smaller economies where if one succeeds, the other one has to fail. Right? And I think that's a big, big difference for India, which very few other economies offer. Now, I've forgotten the question you asked me.
Me too. Oh, what was my question? The question was, how can fintech development in India help banks leap forward?
So I think, great, sorry about that. So a couple of things. Even when fintech started, like we've seen in many parts of the world, right? I think there was this phase of varying degrees where fintechs and banks were seen as competitors. And I think in many economies that has been sort of moved to the back because I think people have realized that fintechs need banks and banks need fintechs. I think when I look at the Indian market, we didn't necessarily see that kind of a tug of war between them. I think to that extent, the fintechs and the banks worked more collaboratively much earlier in their own evolution. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is that when banks are given the brand permission to be able to experiment, innovate, and take something new to their clients and constituents, they need to have the right infrastructure within their own organizations, from back to front. A lot of what we call as digital nowadays is what you and I as individuals see at the front end, right? But when banks have creaky back-end systems, it's going to hinder their progress there. I think go back to the early part of this decade where a lot of the banks in India, including the large public sector banks, they put the right attention on ensuring that the back-end infrastructure was addressed. So today, many of the economies, not just in India, but indeed in parts of Southeast Asia, are far ahead of their counterparts in the Western world, right? And that's creating the platform, it's creating the right digital infrastructure for them to be able to experiment and do that. So I think India has, the fintechs in India and the banks in India are able to do that. Last but not the least, mind you, I think the demographic profile in India, the very young demographic profile in India, is ripe for these kind of offerings, right? Often we talk about entrepreneurs being young, right? But if their clients, if their constituents, if their, the profile that they're reaching out to are not necessarily of the same mindset because they're not comfortable with digital, right? There's going to be a bit of a mismatch. India has the largest young population in the world. I'm talking about between 25 and 35 years. It's got what, I think 600 million or thereabouts, right? That's a ripe population for these fintechs to experiment with because they're hungry for new technology, they're willing to experiment. Today, that strata of the economy, of the population, has the financial wherewithal to be able to take certain risks. I think all of this is making it easier for the fintechs to survive. So these are some of the factors, and I'm sure we'll discuss more.
Well, let's go to Swastik because he runs a fintech, in fact, and I'd love you to say a little bit more about your customers. Are you finding that your customers are eager, they're jumping in, they're just as digitally ready as we've been hearing they must be?
Yeah, no, that's actually a very, just following on from Sana's point, right? There are various segments of customers, and we find that their interaction with fintechs vary significantly. It goes back also to one of the first questions that you asked in terms of the factor of talent. India's got a very, very deep pool of talent, and that talent, in fact, very often is a very large customer base for many of the younger fintechs like ourselves as well, because they're ready, they're willing to try out new products, new offerings. As you might have learned, India's got, in fact, possibly now the second largest crypto client base, possibly in the world, right? So there is, of course, a fascination, an increasing fascination and acceptance of new products, while at the same time, the need for trust, right, in financial services in a place like India is quite high. And that's why still many of the traditional players get an outsized part of the market, even without having necessarily great user experience or great products as well. So it's a fine and interesting, almost barbell-shaped segmentation where you see both of these markets flourishing in a certain kind, yet the customer types are becoming heavily segmented with certain ideas being still very physically oriented, but the younger emerging class wants to try this in a fintech first manner.
And you are working on cross-border investments. How closely do you work with banks?
Yeah, in fact, pointing back to one of the earlier points mentioned, which is about regulation. So cross-border movement of capital is still heavily regulated. So in fact, we do need to work with a very large number of players, whether it's banks, whether it is remittance platforms and the likes. And this goes back to an emerging and increasing collaboration, because in a place where the regulator is trying to preserve, everyone, and especially trying to preserve and protect those at pretty much the bottom of the pyramid, right? The regulation tries to be, drawing a broad brushstroke on establishing that capital flows, etc., need a greater amount of control than what we would have seen in much of the developed world. And that creates great opportunity for collaboration, because with many of the traditional players, they see us as ways to originate new client sets or provide more value to their current clients, to their current client base. And for us, many of the traditional banks and financial services firms are a necessary part of us being able to build a large, broad-based business ourselves as well.
Thank you. Gurdeep, let's come back to you. And I spoke about the credit issue with Amitabh Khan for a moment, but I would like to get your view as well, because we've seen fintech enable this lending growth, opening up credit to businesses that couldn't previously get it. Can you describe a little bit more of that story and tell me how you see the future of it?
I think it's a fundamental, very important shift which is already happening, which is leveraging alternate data for credit models. It is so important to lift the participation, and we talked about inclusion of the economies which were earlier neglected. So very similar points to what Amitabh just made. We as SC Ventures actually have a venture in India called Solve, which is targeting the MSMEs and leveraging alternate data to create a Solve score to provide access to credit to help drive commerce. And we also have just invested as a bank in buy now, pay later fintech, one of the biggest investments we have made in Asia and Singapore. What we learned is that there are a lot of experiments which are still going on. It is still in early stages, which is the leveraging of alternate data to build scalable business models. I think the experiments have been more successful at the lower end of the pyramid, which is for mass and consumer segment. The experiments, I would say, are still ongoing when it comes to SME or MSME segment. And what needs to happen is that while fintechs can push the boundaries and create new models, for the models to learn, for the models to get better, the FIs and the banks actually need to adopt those models. So many times you will see that the traditional banks will actually be very conservative to say, I don't want to experiment with new models, and therefore the fintechs can create models, but what we really need is for people to learn and get the model, make the models better.
So Priya, I know that you're doing a lot of work investing. So tell me, we've got companies in the UK lining up to invest in fintech in India. Tell me how much of your time you're spending with it. What are companies most interested in, people most interested in getting involved in?
Well, I think what's most exciting about the sort of UK-India bridge on fintech is that there is the story of the sort of the big known players, and you mentioned Revolut and others who are so well known globally now and are really sort of driving into the Indian market. But it's also an area where fantastic smaller SMEs on both sides can play. And I think that's where the opportunity really lies. A great example is a company called Credit Enable, which happens to be run by an amazing female founder called Nadia Sood, who's launched in India recently as her first market. So the company's headquartered here, but launching in India because the model, it's a credit, so SME lending platform, can work very, very effectively in the India market. So I think there's a story there for the big companies. There's also a story for the up-and-coming startups on both sides of the India-UK relationship. And that's, I think, where the excitement is.
And within that, within the sector of fintech, you mentioned credit, we've talked about that, talked a little bit about crypto, but what else are you in particular looking at?
Well, I mean, I think what you're seeing is the whole gambit of fintech solutions have a play in India. You know, that's the beauty of such a large, diverse market. So it might be something targeted specifically at the millennials, the younger generation that we were just talking about there, or it might be something targeting rural populations who might have historically been excluded. There's actually an opportunity for almost every part of the financial services market to find a place to grow their business in India, and that's just a fantastic opportunity for everybody.
We are running out of time, Sana. I want to get back to you one more time. The Indian banking ecosystem considered ahead, actually, of the UK in terms of technology adoption. It's been very, very quick. We've got lower cost-to-income ratios as well compared to the banks in the UK. You work 70% with nearly 70% of financial institutions in India. So can you share a few lessons that you think could be learned by UK financial institutions?
I think today, if there's one message that from a technology provider point of view we'd give to banks, it is that there's no shortage of capability on the technology side to support any business idea. Technology is no longer the hindrance. And I'll give you one example to pick up on what Priya just said. In India, for example, if you take something like blockchain, the blockchain's been around for a while now. It's not really been productionized in the sense that a lot of banks are still experimenting with it. They're doing proofs of concept, but not necessarily taking it to production. We've got 18 banks in India who've come together, both independent banks, public sector banks, and foreign banks, who've created a blockchain network to facilitate trade finance transactions. Now, as we know from banking, trade finance is the most document-heavy part of banking. They've created that with the intention of driving turnaround times down by 85%. And these are 18 different banks, right? 18 culturally very different banks who've come together to create this on a blockchain. Now, the end benefit to whether it's a small, a business that's looking for a letter of credit, whether it's a medium-sized enterprise looking for some kind of trade finance, the benefit that these people are able to get, the end beneficiary, is huge. At the same time, a new technology like blockchain brings in the capability of more security, more control, and so on. So I think today, for anyone willing to experiment and truly leverage what new technology can offer here in the UK, I'd say that there's enough examples and more of technology capability, but more importantly, also of organizations and banks in other parts of the world which have experimented and tried and succeeded. I think we need to move beyond this mindset of saying, let's keep experimenting. But the world has moved. In the last 18 months, it's proven that you can't keep on experimenting. It's time to take it into production, right? So I think that's the, and the biggest single factor of the last 18 months has been technology. So I think, fintechs here in the UK and the banking system here in the UK really needs to look at technology afresh. And there are great examples already. I mean, we talked about a few of them, but they're great examples.
Oh, I'd like to stay on this all day. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. So thank you very much to my virtual guest, to Swastik Nigam from Winvesta. Thank you also to my friends here on stage, Priya Guha. We've had Gurdeep Singh Kohli and also Sanat Rao. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to India Global Forum here at the Taj Hotel in London. We've been talking a lot about the enhanced trade partnership on the ground, what closer UK-India ties can mean. And now we're going to have a spotlight looking at the West Midlands. And specifically, we're going to be looking at what we might see in terms of what the 2030 roadmap can bring to them. And I'm really delighted now to be joined by Andy Street, the Mayor of West Midlands. Thanks very much for coming along. How are you today?
Yeah, Edie, it's great to be with you, and I'm pleased to be joining you from Birmingham, and it's a lovely day, so yeah, all very good.
Well, hello to Birmingham. So tell me, what do you think the significance is of the ETP in the 2030 roadmap for the West Midlands?
Yes, well, thanks for giving me an opportunity just to say a little bit about our region. So obviously the roadmap is very significant for the whole of the UK, hopefully the whole of India, but we reckon we've got a particular opportunity in that, and that's what I'd just like to explain. So obviously, Indian business is already incredibly strong in the West Midlands. Our single biggest private company, JLR, is owned by Tata. So what could be a better example of the bond that already exists? And of course, we know that India is projected to grow very rapidly to be the third biggest economy in the world. So we want our share of that. But perhaps people will not know that the West Midlands is also, in a sense, the export capital of the UK. So as a share of our total income, exporting goods is much more significant here than anywhere else, nearly a quarter of our GDP, whereas it's less than 10% in London. So there's an obvious point that as India grows, the place that does the exporting from the UK should be able to grow too. So we saw that. And then I was out in India in 2018, as I'd been in many times before through my job in journalists, and was in Mumbai, in Amritsar, in Delhi. And I just kept thinking, we can do more to cement this bond with the region directly. So we've set up recently our own West Midlands India Trade Partnership, and we're really thinking about the sectors that are going to really grow. We think there's a symbiosis between our region and India, and perhaps the best example of that is the way in which this area of the country is leading in battery technology and electric vehicles. We know the R&D we do here is really relevant to India as well. And we've got a couple of other sort of little moments coming up in the next year that will put the global spotlight on Birmingham and the West Midlands. And of course, one of them is the Commonwealth Games and the tourism and trade programme that exists around that. And the other, of course, is the fact that we've got direct links with Birmingham, through Birmingham Airport, Delhi to Amritsar, and we're looking to expand that network as well. So there were lots of reasons that we thought there was a chance for us, a special chance at this moment, for us to really grow trade between the two areas.
It's interesting to hear from Tim Jones from Tata this morning about the importance of diaspora and how much that can add to exports. And in fact, trade in general between developed nations. I wonder what strength the West Midlands offers to foreign and Indian investors. What sectors are particularly key?
So Tim's right about the diaspora. So we've got, I think, outside London, the biggest Indian diaspora in the country here. And if you look at people leading institutions across the West Midlands, often they are from the Indian diaspora, and you see huge representation of that diaspora in our university sector. So Tim is absolutely spot on that that's a really big advantage that we've got. And actually, if you look at the tourism that visits to that diaspora bring both ways, actually, there's real business that comes from that as well. So it's a very significant point. In coming straight to your sectors, your question about the sectors, though, the first sector, of course, would be the automotive sector. That's been the real strength of this region's economy. Also, the aerospace sector, a big strength there. There isn't a single commercial aircraft in the world that flies without parts from the West Midlands. And what we're seeing, of course, is those sectors be changed as we move towards net zero. So research around net zero jets is happening here, but also, of course, production of electric vehicles is happening here. And we've seen recently another lovely example in this sector. We've seen TVS, the Indian company, invest in electric motorcycle production in Solihull in the West Midlands, having bought that wonderful old British brand Norton out of receivership. So that's perhaps our lead sector. But just two other things I'd like to call out as well. Another huge area of growth and where we're seeing Indian investment and real strength is in that professional services and financial services sector. and as technology changes those sectors towards fintech, and we do have the biggest cluster outside London in those sectors. And just the sort of poster child investment that we've just seen, not an Indian company, but a global company, Goldman Sachs setting up its second headquarters in the UK here in Birmingham. Companies like Infosys, what they're doing here, if you look at Enzen, which of course has been an incredibly successful Indian business services company, and their headquarters for the UK, again in Solihull, we're seeing that cluster be really strong. But perhaps almost going back to where you started with the diaspora point, I think the biggest opportunity we really have is our universities and the quality of the R&D that is going on there. So if I just choose a few of them, first of all, if you think of what's happening at Birmingham Uni, where we're actually working in real specialist rail services, and we're working with the Indian National Railways, giving them great advice and tech breakthroughs there. If you think of the Warwick Manufacturing Group, of sort of research and development they're carrying on in all of this net zero future mobility work, that's a huge area of international expertise that we're hoping to work with Tata on. And then, of course, if you think what's happening with Birmingham City University, the collaboration they have with Infosys. So we're seeing those universities drive investment as well. Hopefully that gives you some sense of why I'm very optimistic, Edie.
Themes that we've spoken about today: investment, education. You're tying them all together. So since 2017, I wonder how you personally have seen the UK-India trade ties developing, and have you seen since May, since the great leap, the great leap forward, since the ETP was signed, additional momentum being injected?
There's definitely momentum, definitely. Just give you one stat, which isn't quite since May, but it sort of talks to momentum at the moment. Last year, 2020 full year, so just before the signing, obviously, just looking at my note for the exact number, 57% of Indian investment into the UK came into the West Midlands. So, I mean, that's a remarkable stat, that over half of it came into the West Midlands. So the momentum is definitely with us when you ask, what am I seeing right now? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
And where is that investment going into? What kind of sectors? The things you've been speaking about?
It's very much the sectors we've talked about. So that automotive sector, the electrification of, well, the advanced manufacturing sector is our single biggest. Then the second sector would be that professional services sector. Third is med tech. We're seeing that. And fourth is very much the creative sector. So the great thing is Indian investment is coming into the sectors that are really going to lead our economy. So that's why I say I sense the momentum is with us. The TBS news is recent. Enzen's growth is recent. So yeah, it's encouraging. And on the back of that, we're committed to a trade mission to India next year. That sounds so old-fashioned, that way of describing it, but we want to sort of, we want to cement those relationships even more, and there's nothing better way of doing it than doing the face-to-face piece. I perhaps should say, in my time before this job, I was managing director of John Lewis, CEO of John Lewis, and one of the things I was most proud of was that we set up a office in India, had partners in the organisation in India, and I know that wouldn't have happened without that face-to-face dialogue. So as the COVID restrictions are now lifting, I want to get back out there to Mumbai and Delhi in particular, and also to Bangalore and to Chennai to really do that face-to-face promotion of those opportunities.
Interesting, actually, speaking with some of the folks this morning about education, about universities, is that when you are able to bring UK and Indian universities together in partnership, you not only expand the lives of students and teachers, but actually business as well, that universities can help engender that trade tie between business. I don't know if you've seen that.
Spot on, and I'll give you perhaps an unusual example of where we are seeing that happening. So one of the relationships we're very proud of is between the University of Hampton and actually the University, I think it's called the University of Punjab in Amritsar, and actually the work that is being done on Sikh studies. And actually that has been an incredible collaboration, and we are actually seeing business links with the Punjab forming on the back of that. Because actually within the diaspora in Wolverhampton, it is predominantly a Sikh faith diaspora, which is different to other parts of the region. And so we wanted to formalise that relationship with Amritsar. And so we've got different strands to this. Whereas if you think of the automotive sector link, that is much more of a link with Maharashtra and different community, and it tends to be a very strong Maharashtrian diaspora who are working, for example, in the JLR plants and research and development in Solihull and Warwickshire. So even within our small geography of the country, different parts of India are represented more or less strongly. So we do understand that need to be precise in those relationships.
Thank you very much, Andy Street, Mayor of West Midlands, for spending some time looking at the spotlight on the West Midlands, the Enhanced Trade Partnership on the ground. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you for the conference.
Thank you. We will be right back with more from India Global Forum. Stay with us. We are now delighted to be joined by another spotlight speaker. Really pleased to be joined by Dr. Vijay Thutaiwale, Foreign Affairs in Charge of the BJP. Thank you very much for joining us here today on India Global Forum. How are you?
I'm quite good. Thank you very much for inviting me.
I know that you've just returned from Moscow this morning. Thanks for taking the time. Historic economic and defense ties between India and Russia are very well known. But I wonder how India's tilt in recent years towards the US is affecting that relationship.
See, India-US relation and India-Russia relations are not a zero-sum game. We have quite a traditionally very good ties with Russia, and we would like to keep it and also nurture it further. We have several collaborations at every level: cultural level, education level, innovation level, and also now at a strategic level in the defense. So what I have found in my first Russia trip is enormous goodwill for India in Russia, and that is the biggest strength of our relations. There are many people who still love to learn Hindi, so there is emotional connect. Of course, as the times and as any two countries develop, they will have to rediscover new areas of partnership. But I don't see that anyway India-Russia relationship is adversely impacted because of our growing partnership with South America. Thank you.
Your immediate neighborhood, Dr. Thutaiwale, has seen a lot of turmoil in recent months, especially Afghanistan. So can you tell me how you're reading that situation and how it's affecting stability in the region?
See, Taliban's takeover to Afghanistan has two dimensions. First is the humanitarian crisis that has created because of lack of food, medicines, etc., and having a formal government which can do the dealings with the foreign governments. And the second is, of course, the ideology and philosophy of Taliban. So we need to address it separately. India has always said, and even yesterday India has said, that yes, we will be willing to partner with our colleagues and friends across the globe to help the hungry, needy people in Afghanistan, as long as these aid items, they go directly into the hands of the needy people. But at the same time, it is important to note that Taliban's philosophy and its past has not changed much over a period of time, and we are extremely concerned because of the very imminent threat of extremism and terrorism that is likely to come from Taliban regime, Afghanistan, and also in between both the countries there is a neighbor of us which is not very friendly with India and always supported cross-border terrorism. So keeping all these things into the mind, and on the top of that, the rights of minorities especially rights of Hindus and Sikhs who are there in the large numbers, preservation of their culture, heritage, religious places, rights of the women and the girls students. These are all issues which are of extreme concerns to all of us. Any civilized world would like to address these concerns and have a we should take a very principled stand on this. So these are some of the areas which we are very much worried, but as long as the humanitarian issues are concerned, we are willing to partner with our friends and colleagues across the globe to address the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
I know that you also hosted a political delegation from Nepal last week. It's a country with enormous ties to India, to the United Kingdom as well, including through the diaspora community. Its strategic importance now really appears to be growing. So I wonder if you could say more about how this relationship is evolving.
Correct. See, India and Nepal have a centuries-old ties. People can freely move without visa. We have a common heritage, culture. But at the same time, Nepal is a sovereign state. It has its own constitution, own system of ruling, and India respects it. So, further strengthening these ties, last month I went to Nepal on the visit of the ruling party, Nepali Congress, and I met the leaders of all major political parties, including previous Maoists, ex-Maoists. And what I have found that there is again a strong willingness to work with India under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and to resolve all the issues which are between two countries in a very amicable and peaceful manner. As a reciprocity, I invited the delegation from Nepali Congress. They came here, they spent 3 days in India. They understood how the largest political party in the world, BJP, functions. They have also met our senior leaders, including our party president, our foreign affairs minister, Dr. Jaishankar. And they also went to a couple of other cities in India, especially Lucknow and Varanasi. Some of the misconceptions that have been created due to lack of communication were instantly resolved, and I will give you one example. Now, in Varanasi, which is one of the biggest Hindu heritage and cultural centers and spiritual center, Prime Minister Modi is creating a corridor for the easy access of the most important temple in that city. And the campaign was created in Nepal that during this construction of corridor, one of the temples there, which is called actually as a Nepali temple, has been destroyed, or it is on the verge of being destroyed. So people, those delegates have seen this temple, and in fact, because of the corridor, the visibility of this temple has gone up, its approach has become easier, and therefore they realize that the reality actually is much different than what has been told by them in Nepali local media and press. So some of these exceptions we could easily resolve by continuous dialogue, and we will be doing such kind of exchange of visits between Nepali political party and BJP in future too.
Amazing how much miscommunication can be resolved by physical relations. So I wonder if you were to do an analysis of UK-India relations, a SWOT analysis potentially, what would be your key observation? Let's start with the strengths.
I think there are many strengths. We have ties for almost a century in one way or other. And after independence of India, those ties have built up from strength to strength through the various governments on both the sides. And under Prime Minister Modi, who has visited UK at least twice in last 7 years, and again he is planning to visit it next week for the COP26 summit. These ties have built upon various areas, including technology sector, environment. We have several common approaches and synergies between two. There is a huge Indian diaspora there, which is also a strength and between partnership of two countries. Thousands of Indian students are coming to UK for higher studies, and their experience also adds up to this relationship. And there is hardly any sector where both the countries are not partnering. And that is, I think, is the biggest strength of UK and India partnership.
What about any weaknesses? What could be improved?
I think there is always a scope for improvement. For example, in the area of education, more visas can be granted to Indian students. And also there is a issue which is partially addressed now, is that Indian students who have received degree in UK universities, they were not allowed to
Oh, I think we may be losing you due to internet issues. Are you there? Dr. Sutaivale there. Sutaivale, I think we may have lost him. But if we can't get him back, we'll be back with you in a few moments. We're going to have a special section in a moment looking at media and entertainment exploding in the digital age. Really looking forward to that one. Looks like we're not going to get Vijay Sutaivale back, but thank you very much for joining me here at India Global Forum. We'll take a short break of about just over 15 minutes and we'll be back with you soon.
Digital technologies are driving innovation in banking and reinventing the way the world does business. As consumer digital experiences become richer, faster, and more personalized, commercial banking clients want digital services that offer the same speed and seamless ease of use. In an effort to meet that need, Citi has leveraged innovative technologies in solutions that aim to transform the client experience. From Citi's first online banking platform to the launch of mobile and API channels, a secure mobile app for easier login, and now solutions that utilize artificial intelligence for predictive analytics and biometrics for digital identity. Citi's digital banking solutions provide a seamlessly integrated omni-channel experience. Execute treasury and trade transactions and track your real-time balances and global cash positions anytime and anywhere with the new Citi Direct BE app. Use the new Citi Connect API solution to manage transactions directly from your Treasury workstation and preferred application without logging into a separate banking portal. As the pace of change accelerates, Citi is helping clients improve productivity and increase Treasury efficiency with design thinking, data-driven analytics, and digital solutions fueled by its innovation labs. Citi's simple, global digital solutions empower clients and make it easier to do business anytime and everywhere. To find out how Citi's innovative solutions can benefit your business, contact your Citi representative.
Around the world, the role of treasurer is rapidly changing. It is becoming more strategic, more creative, and more critical to a company's long-term success. Advances in technology, data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are driving this transformation and providing treasurers with innovative new ways to gain strategic insights and drive efficiencies. Working at the cutting edge of these disciplines, Citi is designing and launching multiple projects, including the new Citi Smart Match solution. Leveraging artificial intelligence and new algorithms, Citi Smart Match streamlines and automates the invoice and payment matching process to reduce errors and costs. Citi is also piloting its payment outlier detection platform, which uses artificial intelligence to identify irregular transactions such as payment errors and outlier payments. Citi Innovation Labs are also working in partnership with Citi product teams to develop Project Prompt, a voice chat solution that uses natural language processing to enhance and expand self-service capabilities for clients. A leader in banking innovation, Citi is leveraging data science and digital technology to create solutions that transform treasury management and help clients achieve their goals.
Welcome back to India Global Forum, and our media partner today is India Today, being watched now by tens of thousands, and of course media and entertainment has exploded in the digital age. Pandemic further accelerating the digital transformation that was already underway. And we have seen increased competition. Korean dramas compete with American, British, Indian, pressure to put out fresh content constantly, and all the while a reduction in advertising spend as businesses are cutting costs. So let's explore this idea of how media and entertainment companies are catering to rapidly changing and evolving consumer desires. How dealing with competition from players who are born in the cloud, and how you can deliver an exceptional experience at scale. First up with me is Tim Richards from View. Thanks very much for coming.
Sure.
So give us a snapshot of what business looked like just before the pandemic, in the throes of it, all the way to now.
Well, I think the business box office has been growing now for the past 20 years. And 2019 was a record-breaking year globally, $43 billion of global box office. And it's something that we probably don't shout out enough. But this is a growing industry, not an industry that was suffering in any way. And we as a company had our biggest year ever at the end of our first quarter 2020 in February. And then 3 weeks later, we closed every cinema in 9 countries. And so it's one of those apocalyptic moments that exhibitors and cinema operators worldwide experienced. During the lockdown time, interestingly, film production, TV production continued on a slightly more restricted base, and then it picked up pace as the lockdowns were opened up. We have been shut now for the best part of 18 months, and we opened up in the UK in the second week of May, and exhibitors globally all opened up over a period of mostly around May right through the summer. And in the UK, we opened up with Peter Rabbit, family film, get the audiences warmed up again, get the families out. And then over the summer, we had big films coming up, Shang-Chi, Suicide Squad, and others, Black Widow, that delivered pretty decent numbers. And then James Bond came, and in the UK, James Bond right now is on track to deliver 90 million pounds in the UK. And to put that into context, that would be the 4th biggest movie of all time in the UK. Forget pre-COVID, post-COVID, of all time. So, and I think it proves that the audiences are there. They're probably there more than they've ever been. And this isn't kind of unique to the UK. This is globally. Audiences are desperate to get out of their homes and their flats and their small apartments and go out and join their friends and family on an evening out. And what Bond proved really is when you have a movie, the audiences are there and they're ready to come back.
So what do you say to the question that, yes, we do want to go and watch James Bond in a giant cinema, but actually most of the time I'm just happy to sit on my couch and watch any one of the many streaming services that I might subscribe to?
Yeah, well, I think the press over the last 18 months have tried to make it look as if there's this big battle going on between cinema owners and Netflix generally. And I think, from a cinema operator's perspective, anybody who creates and produces great content is your friend, not your enemy. And it's also a completely different business model. I think Netflix is really in-home. And I think globally what you're seeing right now is you're seeing this massive battle for viewers and leisure time in-home. And that battle is with terrestrial TV, satellite TV, and the subscription services. Once our customers have decided they're going to leave their home, our competition is other forms of out-of-home entertainment, whether it be a theme park or restaurant or football game. So we embrace them, and I think in the next 12 months, you're going to see some of the big subscription services showing their films on our screens. I mean, why wouldn't you want, and also TV series, why wouldn't you want to see Game of Thrones on a massive big screen with great sound? Why wouldn't you want to see an incredible high quality product like Queen's Gambit over several weeks on our screens? And that together with a lot of the work that we've been doing with music concerts and opera, all on big screens. And I think what you're going to see cinema operators globally focused on is high quality content to entertain consumers with.
So I want to ask you about putting on things other than films in a cinema. How is that going? Is the audience run to it? And the other question I have is, do people want something different from a cinema experience now? Do they like this idea that you can have dinner in a cinema or you can bring your drinks in? Or how is that customer desire changing?
Well, I think, no industry can ever be complacent. And I think what you've seen cinema operators do globally now is invest in trying to reinvent the experience. It needs to be an exciting, vibrant experience for our customers. And there are very few game changers in the industry, and one of them is recliner seats. And when you sit in a recliner seat and you push that little button aside and your legs go up and you go back to watch the film, provided you don't fall asleep, but you tell your friends, you tell your family, and more importantly, you personally go more often. And it's a game changer. So I think what you're seeing right now is exhibitors investing where the customers spend 85-90% of their time in an auditorium. So amazing seats, incredible digital surround sound systems, and brand new, mostly laser projectors on a screen.
So I wonder if you can look at things from a BFI perspective as well. How do you think we're seeing the changing requirements or interest in what kind of films are getting made based on what people want to watch or what to consume?
Well, I think it comes down to, there's no director, producer, or talent that sets out to make a film that nobody wants to see. So everybody wants a successful film, and that's the starting point. And I think there's kind of this notion of some people just produce an art film for an art film's sake. That's not the case. But certainly in the UK and in all markets globally, there's a huge demand for local stories and filmmakers telling local stories that are unique to a region or unique to a country. And we know that because we know that every time that we, in our markets, we have local films in all of our markets. And every single year, those local films they're normally 3 or 4 of them are always in the top 5. And just showing how important they are to communities. And I think certainly having spent as much time in India as I have, and you look at the incredible films coming out of Bollywood, which I'm not sure, I'm not sure what the number is, but it's 5 times, maybe 10 times what Hollywood produces. And certainly, like a lot of markets, what you're seeing, particularly, and what I've seen in India, is the quality of the films. There's probably a little bit fewer films now that are being made with much higher quality, and they're traveling better. And I know, certainly in the UK, we show a lot of Bollywood films very successfully because there's a big demand, a big market for them.
It's interesting that idea of the diaspora actually helping the export of films, in fact, amplifying it. We'll let you have a glass of water. I can tell that you need it. And we'll bring in the rest of our panel now. Carter Pilcher is the CEO of Shorts TV. Thanks very much for coming along. We've also got Ramki Senkai Narayan, founder and CEO of Prime Focus Technologies. How are you, Ramki?
Doing very well, lady. Thank you.
And we've also got Shweta Jain, Head of Business Development, M&E, Amazon Web Services. Welcome to you, Shweta.
Thanks, Edie.
So, Carter, let's bring you in. You're in India. Give us a snapshot of how you've seen the market change and recover and where you are now.
Well, thank you, Edie, very much. India was a big project for us. It's a big step and been a very exciting one. We launched a television network, Shorts TV, with Tata Sky in 2017. We are now carried on all the satellite carriers. We've just launched with Amazon in India also, a big service there. And we've launched with Airtel a mobile service. And what we've seen during this pandemic has actually been quite exciting. We've seen a 400% increase in the amount of time our customers spend watching films. And we just show short movies. So it's been really, 400% is a big number, and it's very exciting for us. So we've seen huge growth in subscriber numbers and a huge growth in the actual amount of time each subscriber is spending watching films.
And do you put that down to the cheap data in India? What do you put that down to?
We're seeing growth in packages on mobiles. We've developed a 2-day rental package of films so that you can charge your phone and pay for your phone in a 2-day pack and pay for Shorts TV in a 2-day pack. So we have seen some growth in mobiles just based on creating a payment system that matches the phone usage and charging system. But we've also seen it just because we're on all the television networks, the pay TV platforms like Sky here, and the amount of time people have spent watching new channels, introducing themselves to new products is phenomenal and exciting.
So let's come to you, Ramki. Tell us where you are at the moment. What are your focuses in this post-pandemic world?
I think I think the pandemic has really sort of accelerated consumption of content, especially over the top, and that sort of is only accelerated more and more players going global with their offerings, and so naturally there's a huge demand for content on those platforms. And so for a company like Prime Focus Technologies, we're incredibly busy trying to support the ecosystem, the content supply chain, because that need to be fired up, all the way from sort of the production of content through the making sure that the content is available on these platforms, and so supporting customers through this sort of journey. And this is sort of supporting new content, and obviously it's an incredibly busy time as during the lockdown productions sort of if you will were stalled a bit, and now those productions have restarted, and the rest of the shows have also been lit. So there's a whole bunch of productions that are coming to the post-production stage, and equally then all the downstream sort of activities in that supply chain obviously sort of is peaking. And then there is this enormous effort to kind of really take all the old catalog and sort of make it available, as each of these platforms are going global. I mean, obviously you had the Amazon and Netflix, and that's been global. Now, of course, the Disney Plus, the Paramount Plus, and platforms like that are really sort of, going global, and that's kind of, keeping us quite busy. And And that's sort of, is an incredibly important time for us in the industry.
I wonder, Shweta, if you can tell me how you think the pandemic has changed the M&E landscape in the UK, India, and worldwide. What trends is it driving now in terms of digital transformation?
Yeah, like Ramki also referred to it, that how it has really accelerated the transformation that was already underway for so many media companies, right? And we are in the cloud business, and we saw and watched very closely so many traditional media companies who were already toying with the idea of the cloud, and how quickly they move forward with their plans, even if this was a forced change for some of them, for business continuity. We believe that it's a change that's going to stick because they've seen that it works and they've seen the benefits. For example, when the COVID-19 interrupted film and television production last year, we heard some predictions that we'll all find ourselves stuck at home with nothing new to watch. But there were so many studios and production houses who turned to the cloud and really got creative. And I would love to share the example of the very popular series on Netflix, The Crown. How their in-house visual effects teams of 10 artists, they were able to complete more than 600 visual effects shots for their season 4, all 10 episodes, all working remotely in just 8 months, leveraging the cloud infrastructure. So there are many such examples, how media companies really adapted to the new normal and transformed their workloads to keep us all entertained.
So I wonder if I could get you all to reflect on what you think the future of media and entertainment looks like, and what the trends will be moving forward in the next 5 years, and whether you have any thoughts on how a UK-India collaboration could be driving that journey, whether an enhanced trade partnership, a free trade agreement would be driving collaboration. Tim, any thoughts?
Yeah, so I think that the classic subscription services now, the Amazons, the Apples, the Netflixes, will be studios. Arguably, Amazon, with their recent purchase of MGM, is a studio right now. So I think there'll be studios, and I think in the future there's going to be 2 channels. There's going to be an in-home and an out-of-home. And I think there's going to be a very large period of consolidation in-home in terms of television and satellite and subscription services. So who is actually going to come out ahead there is still too early to tell. But that's I think the fact that there will just be the 2 channels where all content, whether it be television, classic television, or feature films, will be monetized.
And what do you think, Carter? What's the next 5 years holding?
Next 5 years, what we're seeing, big shift to viewing content wherever you are, and especially in a country like India, where the cinema palaces are opening tomorrow, so people are very excited about going back to the theater. That still exists. There are, but there are not lots of them compared to the number of people that are in India. There are not as many TVs, so we're seeing this enormous shift of viewing everything, hour-long shows, hours on your mobile. That's what we see as the future. And just if I might add, you had asked about about cooperation with the UK. I'm an American originally, but I just want to say one of our biggest supporters, biggest helpers has been the Department for International Trade here, and Sir Dominic, the ambassador, UK ambassador. It's amazing how supportive the British government has been over the last 4 years for us.
Tell me a little bit more. What in particular has
well, we had our a big announcement with them in Delhi. They have helped us. We're a British company, and we don't really know how to get to know folks in India. And they were great. They assisted us in setting up meetings and working through a lot of tax issues, and it's been a wonderful partnership. We're very grateful.
Let's come back to Ramki, and I wonder if you can tell me about live content streaming platforms. Sports rights holders, for example, have the mammoth task of ensuring that hundreds of millions of their audiences around the world have a seamless viewing experience via any device and type of internet connection. So tell me what role cloud plays in that.
Sure. I think if you really look at cloud platforms, have been central to kind of driving the streaming experience that consumers are sort of really experiencing around the world. And and clouds also sort of are so ubiquitous now that they have infrastructures as close as they want to get to the consumer. And especially live sports, I think the big challenge that cloud vendors, along with the various solution providers, really working very hard to kind of really cut back the latency between the time from what's happening in the ballpark to what consumers when consumers get to see, and really shortening that time window is something that everybody is innovating at this point. But behind all of this, I think is a very important business trend, which is as much as rights are becoming more and more expensive, these companies that are buying these rights are also becoming bigger and bigger, because of the consolidation in the industry at large. And what they find right in the middle is also sort of a significant need to kind of really transform themselves digitally, using sort of enterprise software and cloud and leverage the power of AI. And I think if you really look at it, I see the next 5 years to be an exciting time for as you've seen across the sectors, this digital transformation is really a key vehicle, especially in significantly high demand as companies are coming out of COVID worldwide. And I think it's an incredible sort of time to kind of really be a player in the industry and really get a benefit of just all the action that's happening all around us.
Let's get your view as well, Shweta, on sports rights holders ensuring that millions of audiences can have a seamless viewing experience. Tell me how cloud has changed and altered and enhanced that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And, specifically if we talk about cricket, you can expect all sorts of world records to be broken when it comes to live streaming, right? As we see how Disney Plus Hotstar, how they peak at 25 million concurrent users during the semi-final match in World Cup 2019. So really cloud can play a hugely, I would say, significant role in enabling these platforms to scale up to meet that kind of demand. It allows them to trade the capital expense for variable expense and pay for only the IT infrastructure that they use. So like I mentioned, we've been working very closely with Disney Hotstar team as they build their video pipelines in the cloud, right? So Ramki referred to the latency, which is very critical. I mean, you can't have someone tweeting about a sixer before you actually see it live on your mobile app, right? So that's really the challenge. How do you minimize that glass to glass latency, the glass of the camera in the stadium to glass of the mobile phone of the end user, right? So we've been working very closely with folks who have the live streaming rights in India as well as the UK on minimizing that latency. So yeah.
What's the biggest challenge? How do you stop that from happening?
Well, the latency is actually added at various points in the entire video pipeline, and we work to minimize at every step. So in fact, the maximum latency happens at the video player end, finally at the end user. And that's where we work on a lot of different video protocols and transcoding formats with the rights holders, to test it out and run a lot of experiments. So in fact, in 2019, IPL matches, we were able to help Hotstar move their entire video pipeline from on-premises to cloud. And by doing that, they were able to reduce the latency by almost, I believe, it was 65%, which is huge when it comes to live streaming.
Thank you. Tim, let's come back to you. I wonder what, in terms of growth for View and where you're seeing the next steps, you're already in 9 different markets. What have you got your eyes on?
Well, I think I'd like to address kind of the streaming side of it as well, because we kind of sit, in terms of sporting events and live events, we kind of sit somewhere between in-home and the actual stadium. But our experience is closer to the real stadium, because it's an experience that you're sharing with a larger group of people. So the atmosphere is more vibrant. And we played all of the World Cup football. And we play major sporting events.
And how's that gone?
I mean, we sell out for the big events.
Right.
I mean, it's a learning experience. We did Wimbledon in 3D, and the cameras weren't placed in the right place, and people got very nauseous. And the ball going back and forth. These are all part of the learning curve. But I think it's a growing part of our business. The part that's really exciting is gaming. And gaming is a bigger industry than movies, and we have the ability right now to have players play against themselves in major markets across the world on the same screen. And so and esports, you can have competitions held nationally and internationally, and when you give young people an opportunity to play a game on a 70, 100-foot screen with a 200,000-watt digital surround sound system, it's a very different experience than sitting at home on a 27-inch Mac.
And are they also surrounded by other people in the
absolutely. And what's really interesting is that, well, there's 2 models that we're working on right now. One is 100 people with recognizable avatars on the screen that they can control themselves, so they can shoot, chase, whatever they want to do on the screen in real time. And we're also working on, particularly esports. People will actually pay to sit and watch other people play at the top of their game. And if you look what's happened in Korea and other Asian markets, you can go into a big stadium, 60, 65,000 people who have paid to watch 2 people play in the finals of an esports game. It's Wimbledon for a new audience, and we're trying to tap into that.
Extraordinary. So that's one of the focuses for
it's
growth.
Part of what we're working on, yes.
Okay. What about you, Carter? What's your focus in terms of growth? I'd also love to hear from you about how you're in India. It's a country of many different languages, many different cultures, religions. So I wonder how you're using cloud and AI services to address some of those.
Well, we've been developing a new algorithm for our app that one of the things we've found is that, of course, just like everywhere else, everybody wants to personalize their entertainment as much as they can. And so our app, short films are closer to music, I think, in terms of the way users watch one after another. And so we've developed an artificial intelligence-based app that, just like Spotify, you can skip and like, and it learns more what you like and gives you a feed that's of interest. And we're seeing this, India is an amazing country. Not only most of our technical work is shifting to India as a company, but also we're building an enormous audience. And we're seeing a big shift in terms of production. I'm a member of the Academy of Motion Pictures and a producer and BAFTA. And, what's coming out of India, the movies that are starting have global interest and significance, which is a big shift. India kind of was its own type of market, its own type of content. I'm sure, Tim, you're seeing something like that.
I mean, absolutely right. Yeah, you're seeing the Indian films, the Bollywood films, travel internationally like never before.
Yeah, that, and they're starting to make international films.
With international talent.
Scales. Yeah,
yes.
International talent, international scale, that are not just dancing and singing on the Alps, right? You know, it's this very interesting. So Korea kind of has led the way as a market where amazing new content is coming out. But I think if you're thinking about where we look next as producers of amazing content, I think India is one.
So the next Squid Game is going to come from
I think
India.
probably so.
All right, I have to say that has really stayed with me, that one. Let's go back to Shweta, and I want to pick up on this point about gaming, because I know Amazon Web Services is incredibly involved in gaming as well, and I wonder if you might give us an idea of what you've seen there in terms of growth and any particular things you'd like to highlight.
Yeah, for gaming, actually, let me add another perspective to that, and Tim talked about it, which is gaming streaming, right? How people love watching others, especially those who are an expert at playing a certain game, how people love to watch them, right? So that is coming up in a big way. In fact, one ask that we had from our customers was that, you know, we have this gaming streaming platform called Twitch, that why can't we also build a Twitch-like experience on our platforms? So what we did is we actually converted it into a service. So the same technology that powers Twitch is now available to our customers to build that interactive, lean-forward experience for live streaming. So there are lots of applications across, of course, media entertainment, but also in e-commerce and even in education and health and fitness, where you can create a lot of interactive live video experience. And with gaming, it's been phenomenal. Like, we have a customer here in Indonesia who has created this platform where lots of gamers who are actually even making money, they are logging in and streaming while they're playing the game. And there are hundreds of thousands of viewers who are trying to learn from them and just enjoy them watching like a Wimbledon match.
Thank you. So we're running out of time. Ramki, I wonder if you have anything to add on the gaming front, or in fact anything that you've heard up here today.
No, I just wanted to say again on this India-UK cooperation bit. I think right in the middle of the pandemic, we set up, we supported the nations and regions initiative of the British government, and we set up a brand new hybrid cloud media center in the city of Leeds, and we have that operational, and we're quite excited as we continue to support our growth in the UK market, particularly working with customers like the Channel 4, who we are extremely excited to have built a long-term sort of partnership. But overall, I think I do think that this is an incredibly important time as we support our customers as they sort of if you will come out of the disruptions that the pandemic brought to them, and try and make up for all the lost time in some sense, make up for all the lost opportunities in some sense, and using technology, using software, using the cloud, and using AI. And I think that's sort of really, I think, what we are absolutely focused on, whether it is sort of customers in India, customers in Europe, or customers in the Americas.
All right, I'm just going to ask. Go ahead.
Prime Focus is supports us quite a bit, and they've been a big help to us in India. They're fabulous in terms of supporting British business.
Great. All right. So what's your one, what's your one top tip if we're going to go home and download or go to the cinema and watch something tonight? What's it going to be, Tim?
Well, I just saw Dune on Monday.
Oh, can't wait.
Villeneuve's incredible new science fiction film, which has to be seen to believe. It's incredible.
They've finally done it justice.
Yeah.
Carter?
Squid Games.
It's just insane, right? Shweta, what about you?
The latest season of You.
Ah, yes.
Excellent. And Ramki?
Squid Games as well.
All right, it's all about Korea and India and the UK today. Right, thank you very much to my panel, Tim Richards from View, Carter Pilcher, Shorts TV, Ramki, Prime Focus Technologies, and Shweta Jain from Amazon Web Services. We'll be right back at India Global Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now counting down for the final session of IGF UK, so make sure you don't miss out on Reinvigorating the Commonwealth, in conversation with Right Honourable Baroness Patricia Scotland, Secretary-General the Commonwealth, followed by an interaction with EP Chet Green, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration, Antigua, Dr. Mamadou Tangara, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Government of Republic of Gambia, Richard Griffiths, Senior International Advisor at Arent Fox, Washington DC, and Manoj Ladwa, Founder and CEO, India Inc. Group on IGF UK. Quantum Leap, implementing ambition in the UK-India partnership. At India Inc., we focus on bringing the opportunities that India presents to an international audience. We engage global leaders, produce incisive content, and convene the most impactful events. We focus to building the most influential business networks. We produce daily insights through our multiple digital brands, and host the most pioneering events like India Global Forum and the India Global Forum boardrooms, where senior business leaders and policymakers can meet, talk and act with trust and confidence. There is no other platform that does it like us or says it like us. So visit www.indiaincgroup.com and join our network today.
and thank you for joining this last session. My name is Richard Griffiths. I'm very honored to be here today. By trade, I work for an international law firm, Aaron Fox, but today at this last panel, we're going to be speaking about the Commonwealth. This is really an exciting panel for me. I was thrilled to be invited to come and talk about it. In facts and figures, the Commonwealth has a combined population of 2.5 billion. 60% of that is 29 years age and under. It's a very young population. I think we all understand that the Commonwealth bloc represents an extremely vast, untapped market for trade, for investment, and it's an extremely powerful group of nations that represents 54 countries, 20 of which Africa, 8 Asian, 3 in Europe, 11 in the Pacific, and 13 in the Caribbean, so extremely diverse. Myself, I'm a son of the Caribbean, of the Commonwealth. I was born in South Africa, raised in Canada, and then returned back to the UK, so I really understand the Commonwealth very well. That's had a huge significance in my life. I'm also blessed that I've been able to travel and see many, almost all countries within the Commonwealth. Firstly, I'd like to introduce the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, the 6th Commonwealth Secretary-General, who will be giving her remarks on the Commonwealth. Also, Manoj Ladwa, the founder of the Indian Global Forum. We also have joining us from virtually, we have the Foreign Minister of the Gambia, His Excellency Mamadou Tangera. Do we have the Antigua and Barbuda? Okay, we'll wait for that. Baron of Scotland, let me start with you. The Commonwealth is a crucial organization, in particular post-COVID in this very, very unique environment that we find ourselves. It's a broad question, but how do you see the Commonwealth being a driver for economic recovery and revitalization as an organization? How do you see the future of the Commonwealth, and what's the direction you see for the Commonwealth in the years to come?
Well, firstly, to say that I think we've never needed the Commonwealth more. Because, as you've said, Richard, the Commonwealth represents 54 different nations from 5 different continents and seas, big ones, small ones, landlocked ones, rich ones, poor ones. And it presents a unique opportunity for countries to come together and to not only look at what joins them, but also the common problems. And if you look at our Commonwealth, we discovered way back in 2015 that there was something of unique value amongst us. Because we share the same language, the same parliamentary structures or similar, the same legal structures, institutional structures, way back in 2015, we discovered that there was a 19% Commonwealth advantage, by which I mean that it was cheaper, faster, easier for us to work together and to trade with one another. Now, since 2015, that's increased to more than 21%. Cheaper, easier, faster. But in addition, we invest 27% more in our Commonwealth countries, each other, than others. And when we were looking at what that translated into, we saw that we had real gold. It built in some resilience. So before COVID, we had increased the intra-Commonwealth trade to almost 700 billion. And the Commonwealth leaders set themselves a target of reaching 2 trillion intra-Commonwealth trade by 2030. Now, huge things have happened as a result of COVID. We've lost more than 345 billion in terms of economic loss over this period, and we've stymied or stalled that Commonwealth advantage, but it hasn't slipped very much. And what we've looked at is that there's a real possibility that we will get back to the 700 billion intra-Commonwealth trade by next year. So having lost that 345 billion, we're thinking, how do we recoup it? And what we see is by Commonwealth countries working together, you can do it, there is resilience and there's opportunity. And there are two areas which have been particularly interesting. One is that the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. Now, we're all looking for new trade deals, but there's an opportunity for us to create mirrored procedures, have a level of interoperability which will enhance our Commonwealth opportunities to get us there much more quickly. And all the research, we've just produced a report, which I hope everyone will find interesting, about digitalization and how we use digitalization to turn that around. So I think there is huge opportunities for us, because when we looked at how everyone else was doing, we saw right at the core that this was an opportunity, not just a problem. And particularly if you look at India, India has been incredibly good at innovation, but frugal innovation. And many of the small and developing states are looking at India and thinking, maybe we can't innovate as others, but using that brilliance that has come like a shining diamond, and India's belief and generosity in sharing that intellectual property, combination could be quite startling. And so, although, of course, this period has been a trauma for so many of us, there are lights, and the Commonwealth advantage is a real star.
Baron of Scotland, I think a lot of what you were speaking about resonates in terms of trade. The Commonwealth being a trade organization or akin to a trade organization. And that's something I've heard a lot about. Can you expand a little bit more on how you see that in this new environment, and does that almost breathe new relevance and new life into what the Commonwealth really can be in terms of a global force?
I think it's one of the most important things about the Commonwealth is we share common values. So if you look at those common values which are inculcated into the Commonwealth Charter, they basically reflect the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we look at the future, we know that we're going to have a blue and a green future. We know that we are going to have to understand how we can deal with issues like anti-corruption. If you look at the money we have and the money we need, the sum difference between those two is the sum equivalent to that which is siphoned off by corruption. So our 54 member states have got together, and the law ministers in 2019 agreed that we would come up with an anti-corruption benchmarks, both for public sector and private sector. And they are now being implemented as we speak. And one of the first countries looking at the implementation is going to be in Trinidad. But just think about it. If we have all our businesses and all our multilateral agencies and our countries dealing with these issues in a similar way, a mirrored way, we can get there faster, cheaper, easier, but more resilient. And if you look at our markets, there are many, many in the world who do not share our values, who do not believe in the rule of law, who do not play the game, who do not respond in the way that we and our values really give voice to. So there is an opportunity now for those of us who do believe in the rule of law, who do commit to doing business in a robust and fair way, to make that our advantage. Because we can now say, and this is what we're doing in the Secretariat, how can we make those rules easier? So the Commonwealth is looking at helping to introduce the African Free Trade Area. And you'll know that Ghana is responsible for bringing in those modalities. Well, if we can help bring in those modalities, which will be used by everyone, you can make it even cheaper, even faster, even easier. If we are able then to have mirrored procedures, not just with the African Free Trade, Continental African Free Trade Area, but also use the WTO trade facilitation and make them all mirrored and all interoperability, you get certainty, you get security, and you get efficiency, effectiveness, and huge increase in markets. Because when we're talking to business, they say they want certainty. If you've got a multinational business and you are doing a business in 54 countries, think of the boon if the rules are the same, if the standards are similar, if you can have one set of provisions which will help you in every single market that you're dealing with, you're going to save a huge amount of money. And what we're seeing also is that efficiency, that effectiveness and that fairness is going into legislation. So in the Commonwealth, we are drafting Commonwealth framework agreements, Commonwealth framework legislation, Commonwealth framework regulatory structures. Now, nobody has to adopt this, but why wouldn't you when you've got millions of dollars of, and we're both lawyers, of free legal capital, where you will say that all our judges will say A will mean A, B will mean B. So most of our businesses want security and certainty. And so if you've got a market which is using the same rules in the same way, if judges and lawyers and implementers are all doing it in the same way, you're into bat. And I think this is a very exciting time. And I've been saying that the world is facing some Goliath-like problems. And I see our role in the Secretariat is to create the perfectly weighted stone or stones for David's sling. So we need to take all those Goliaths and bring them down. And I think we can, but only if we work together. And that's the great thing about our Commonwealth. We are working together, and we like it.
Well said, well said. And I really am encouraged to hear your thoughts on rule of law and anti-corruption. And many of the countries in the Commonwealth are developing economies, and they need that shining light to go towards. And I appreciate those comments. Speaking now with Manoj Ladwa, let's talk about India and the Commonwealth. Now, India is a superpower that has an extremely loud voice when it comes to multilateralism. Although they don't use it very often, it is certainly a voice that's heard globally. And India's view on the Commonwealth, I think, bears significance in this moment in history. In your opinion, where do you think India is going with respect to the Commonwealth in terms of how will India engage with the Commonwealth and use the Commonwealth for their goals?
Thank you very much, Richard. I think the Commonwealth, and I've always believed this, presents a huge opportunity for India as it increasingly takes its place on the world stage. India is now the 5th largest economy in the world, and in the next 20 to 25 years, it will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. Again, in that same period, 25% of the world's workforce will be Indian or of Indian origin. And around 56% of the Commonwealth family, the population, is India. So India is a significant player within this fraternity. However, and I was listening very carefully to Baroness Scotland, and you've presented a fantastic business case for the Commonwealth. The problem, I fear, is that the business case is there, it's compelling, and you say it wonderfully well. But there is a brand perception of the Commonwealth in India where it sees this as an institution of the past. And the challenge, both for India and also for the rest of the Commonwealth, is how do we present this wonderful fraternity as a platform for the future and define it for the future. And that will require much more engagement, much more conversation, where India, I hope, will take a more significant part. And there are 3 key areas that I believe will be of where India can play a tremendous role. One is a digital Commonwealth, and Baroness Scotland has alluded to that. Secondly is a sustainable or a green Commonwealth, and that agenda is important, and it's the green economy and the blue economy. India has one of the largest coastlines in the world, and it understands the importance of the sea and maritime. And thirdly is a secure Commonwealth, and so security will also play an important role, and India will play an important role in that. But I think there is a challenge there, and that challenge is to be able to present the Commonwealth as a force for good for the future. And the balance has to be struck between the Commonwealth being a geopolitical body against a trading association. I've always believed, and Baroness Scotland has put the case there quite clearly, that is the most phenomenal trading bloc that could be built, and a lot of investment, especially of mind space, has to be put into that.
Well, thank you. I think the points you brought up regarding the types of economy that the Commonwealth can be a player in resonates in particular with a lot of the countries I've been speaking to. India, so in your view, do you feel that India is going to take a much more active role in the Commonwealth? Because your comments about the relevance of the Commonwealth has come up a lot, not just with India. And I think that's what Baroness Scotland pointed out, that there is a lot of value to the Commonwealth, even more so now. Do you think that India is going to start engaging a lot more? Is that the trend you see, or is it going to be pulling back?
India already plays a significant role within the Commonwealth across a whole spectrum of activities in any case, and it is a significant contributor to the Commonwealth. But I think the real opportunity is now, and as India looks to position itself on the world stage, you will see more of an interest in various aspects. And I said digital, green, and secure Commonwealth are the areas of emphasis where I think India will be particularly keen on.
Very good. Let's look at a different perspective in the Commonwealth. I'd like to now talk with Foreign Minister Mamadou Tangera, the Foreign Minister of the Gambia. Foreign Minister, thank you for joining us today. I know that the Commonwealth is sending a mission this week, I believe, to the Gambia for the elections. Foreign Minister, I'd like you to share some light on your view as to the relevance of the Commonwealth, the importance of the Commonwealth, moreover, how the Commonwealth can help countries like the Gambia in post-COVID recovery, in tackling some of your issues at this moment in history.
Thank you very much, Richard. It's really a pleasure to see you, the chair in this session, and my greetings to Baroness Scotland, who visited the Gambia, and we had the opportunity to witness some of the events here in the Gambia, where she met with some of our most dynamic ministers, female ministers. The Commonwealth is relevant today more than ever before because of the convening power of the Commonwealth. And besides organization that can help us face the debilitating effects of the COVID pandemic, I think we have, as you mentioned it, like over 2.5 billion people within the Commonwealth. With all the expertise, with all the resources, I think if we display some kind of little solidarity, we can help each other in this global family, human family, this Commonwealth family, to rise up some of the challenges that we are facing. In the Gambia, of course, as you mentioned, the mission will be coming, as the Gambia is a shining example of a success story when it comes to sustaining peace. And the Commonwealth, all the organizations, the UN, ECOWAS, they all played a key role in resolving the political impasse we had in the Gambia. And no one wants to see the Gambia going towards the path of violence. And so it's very good, and we welcome the delegation that is coming, that will come and make sure that we have a level playing field when it comes to our election, because we want to organize one of the most transparent and fair election in the Commonwealth. India is a shining example, is the biggest democracy in the world. And I think with in fact, I'm receiving in few days the State Minister for Africa from India here in the Gambia. And we are all comparing notes, trying to learn from each other. And I think learning from sharing experience within the Commonwealth can help all of us leapfrog and then do what is best for our people in these very challenging times of the COVID pandemic.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. And I will look forward to hearing how the mission to the Gambia is going in the next few weeks. We have a little bit of time left, and I think it might be interesting to have you, Baroness Scotland, speak a little bit more. And I think, in my view, if you're speaking to the audience here, but also speaking to those members of the Commonwealth, I think that what I think would be interesting for them to hear is the future of the Commonwealth in your view, the plans, the agenda, your sort of mission. Because you've been at it for some time, and I know now is the most challenging time. And how do you really want to sort of roll up your sleeves? What do you really want to get done and achieve so that these governments can hear it, so that there's no question about how brilliant you are and all the good work you're going to be doing?
Well, one of the things I'm proudest of, and I'm so glad that my good brother and friend from the Gambia is here, is to try and make sure that we leave absolutely no one behind. Digitalization is going to be key because it will be the defining issue. So many of our member states are so far behind on digitalization, and that is an issue for us. But climate change, but one of the things I was proudest of is to see how many of our member states, like the Gambia, have taken advantage of our toolkits. When I came in, I knew that we had to listen to our member states to find out what they needed in practice and how they needed to change. And I know the Honourable Minister will remember the joy I felt when I saw how the Gambia had taken our toolkit for financial risk management and had used it to enable them to garner for themselves $25 million so they could themselves respond to COVID-19. You know, so often people have to reach out to the IMF, to the World Bank, and it is the joy I see from our Secretariat is creating the tools that will enable our member states really to express. So, for example, we now have 42 implementation toolkits. One of the other toolkits that I know that the Minister will remember is we've created, I know it sounds really boring, but it's really necessary, a performance management toolkit for the implementation of the SDGs, so that we actually know what money we're spending, what the impact is having. And the Minister was right to emphasize the fact that we are pooling our knowledge, our expertise, and our innovation. And I really want to say a big thank you to India, because during this period of COVID-19, particularly for our small states, we have 32 small states, 25 of whom are small island developing states. Many of them felt as if everybody had forgotten them and they weren't important. But the brotherhood and the sisterhood that was being created in the Commonwealth meant that India reached out to her small states, but also because there was a feeling of close friendship, the small states could reach out to India and ask their bigger brother to help. And I think that we have to continue to use that innovation. I spoke about frugal innovation, which is what India and others are absolutely focusing on. So I think we have to continue with innovation, because we are going to have to innovate if we're going to come up with the solutions that we need. We are having to look at climate change, which is an existential threat. If you look at what's happened, we've had in the last 4 years, we have had 6 of the biggest hurricanes in living history. And climate change is here with us, and we're going to have to find the solutions for that. So what Manoj was talking about, the blue, the green economy, we have to be sustainable. And we have to now come up with a 22nd century solution to 22nd century problems. We can't afford to have 19th century approaches to this new. But we've got to look at women. I mean, you know that one of the things that we have seen is developing human capital. We launched, when I was there, the idea of having Commonwealth says no more. Gambia says no more when I went to Gambia. Why? Because 1 in 3 women in the world is suffering from domestic violence. It is having a huge economic impact on us. And if 50% of our population isn't going to be able to enjoy and contribute to that development, then we're not going to be where we need to be. And young people, 60% of our Commonwealth is under the age of 30. Their innovation and their creativity is a huge pool that we need. And we have to be able to enable them to be the leaders of today and to listen to them. So I want us to do the issues about climate, about the rule of law, making sure that good governance is at the fore, and delivering on those SDGs. And there is so much for us to do, and I'm just so proud that the innovations that we've put in up till now has meant that the Secretariat is fit for purpose and is able to be the partner of choice for all our member states. And that's something of which I'm extremely proud, but our job's not done and there's lots to do.
Thank you. Foreign Minister, let me ask you a quick question. In your view, do you think countries that are, whether it's your neighboring countries or your fellow members of the Commonwealth, are utilizing the Commonwealth as a toolkit, such as the Gambia? I mean, do you think that this could be possibly one of the issues that can be addressed, is the utilization of the Commonwealth's tools for the embitterment of their countries?
I think we are underutilizing the Commonwealth. We have huge opportunities at our disposal, but we are not utilizing it properly. But I'm happy that some countries are realizing that, and today we have few countries that are even applying to join the Commonwealth because they've seen the difference that it has made in many countries. When you have one of the biggest countries, one of the fastest growing economies in the world, like India, as part of the Commonwealth, with all the technological advances, with all the know-how, I think we can leverage on this to take advantage of this close bond in the Commonwealth and try to help each other. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. It's just to come share our experience, our good practices, and then we'll easily move forward.
Thank you. Manoj, as a communication guru and someone that is well known for your brilliance in communication, do you see possibly a communication deficit with the Commonwealth in terms of do countries know the incredible value of the Commonwealth, and also do the constituents who live in those countries, are they still aware of the Commonwealth's relevance right now?
I alluded that in my opening remarks, that I do think that we have this wonderful engine, this wonderful fraternity, but the brand perception, unfortunately, amongst young people in India and perhaps in other parts is that it is an institution of the past, and for all the reasons that have been discussed here with Minister and Baroness Scotland, there is a tremendous amount of potential that this club, this fraternity has. It just, I feel, requires much more definition as to what its future potential is, and how do we engage women, certainly, smaller countries, absolutely, but the young people, the generation, we're beyond millennial now, what is it, Generation Z, or I think we're beyond that, to bring them into the conversation, to ensure that the challenges that we can see before us in the 22nd century, we're starting to address now. And India over the last few years has made some amazing strides in poverty alleviation and in financial inclusion, for instance. And therefore, I would like to see, for instance, the Jan Dhan Yojana, or the Banking the Unbankable program that Prime Minister Modi initiated, where 200-odd million people were afforded bank accounts and brought them from the fringes right into the mainstream, and then bringing mobile technologies and bringing all of these exciting things that young Indians are now benefited from. And I'd love to see those same projects and those same opportunities in Gambia and in other parts of Africa and the island states that make up the Commonwealth. But we need to bring focus into all of this.
But I think it's happening, Manoj. No, one of the things I'm really excited about is we've created the SDG Innovation Awards and the Youth Innovation Awards. And I was extremely proud when I saw one of the people that we had granted the Innovation Awards, a young St. Lucian man, on the front page of Forbes International. I thought, yes.
And so, I think this is it.
The
We've got to celebrate the Commonwealth
absolutely.
and celebrate the successes of our young people and our innovators in the Commonwealth. We've failed to celebrate the Commonwealth. We've always thought of it as, oh, yes, we've got to figure something else. But the things that you've been doing are exactly the right sort of things that we need to do going forwards. Celebrate the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
And on that note, I think bravo. And again, please keep going. I know you've broken through many a ceiling in your history, done some incredible things, and you are fighting for 54 very, very important, wonderful countries. And bravo, and keep going with all your programs and efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, if you would allow, I just want to seize this opportunity to thank the Commonwealth for sending at some point what we call here the hurricane judges that help us clear the backlog of cases in the Gambia. Thank you.
Always, my friend, always.
Well, I can't believe it. That is it for India Global Forum. What an incredible day. Thank you so much to all of the sponsors and partners that have been with us here today. Manoj, what an incredible day. What are some of your takeaways?
What a wonderful day. And I think the biggest takeaway is that we've been able to meet in person and to deliberate on a gamut of different issues and opportunities. And it just feels that we're back in business.
Right? So great to be back in real life.
In real life and having these conversations. And I think that's what the important thing is. The last 18 months, 2 years have been, let's face it, quite dismal. And this has brought back some enthusiasm and some energy back into the UK-India conversations. And yes, there's much anticipation about a free trade agreement and more business and more opportunities between the two countries. But I think and somebody in the audience was saying to me early on that throughout the day we've been seeing that the vision that was set out by Prime Minister Modi and Boris Johnson in March, the roadmap, we've been able to chip away at each one of those different limbs of the roadmap and add some flavour to it of what could that quantum leap that Prime Minister Modi seeks could look like.
I think I've kind of got it now. I can see the different parts of the quantum leap, from education, investment, climate, finance, all the way to satellites.
Satellites,
right?
In space.
We did it all.
We did it all.
You've organized it all. And what is up for Dubai? That's next in December. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. We're so excited. It's going to be a fantastic gathering of the India Global Forum in Dubai. It's the first time we're doing an event in Dubai. It's titled Dynamic Alliances, and we're looking forward to bringing the whole world to Dubai to talk about the opportunities that India presents to the Middle East and North Africa, and indeed the alliances that can be struck in that region and how they can benefit the world. So I've already got so many people calling up and saying exactly when it is, from the 13th and the 12th, the 13th and the 14th of December in Dubai. You'll be able to register at indiaglobalforum.com, and we're looking forward to a very cracking conversation out there as well.
Fantastic. Well, it's been delightful for me to be with you here again. Thank you so much for having me, Manoj.
Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you all. And that's it for us from India Global Forum. We look forward to seeing you again soon.